Okay, Nerd Squad, we have a 10-second delay. Domestic terrorist upstairs is on a big one. I'm not sure if they criminally and illegally tampered with the preceding live stream because I went to edit in there that I shut off my phone. Then they prevented this one from initiating on private in any way, shape, or form while flicking through a whole bunch of shit upstairs as far as paperwork goes provided to them by people that will be going to prison with them for sharing and aiding and abetting in their deliberate criminal intent and terrorist organization. So it is 6:56 in the morning currently, March 1st, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I'm just an informant who's been authorized to state as such since the end of June 2024. There's some things to keep in mind. I have been the victim of the North Everett Precinct / Unit 207, the condo directly above my home, of 13 years. For 2 years, as of this month, without abatement, monthly, then 5 days a week for over a year and a half, then every single day since they began illegally detaining me. The day after the state of Washington and the Attorney General and the FBI recorded a conversation between us where they were orally told what they had already been told for months and what they had already visually seen due to their domestic terrorism on all of my devices. And that is that they are 100% under a federal investigation and going to prison. Now, you may be wondering, how could it be a 2-year-long domestic terrorist organization? It wasn't. It began as an aggravated criminal conspiracy that imbeciles went around and claimed were a legit operation in order to thwart anyone and everyone from investigating their 100% criminal conduct. Some of these individuals have been paid for 2 years by the state of Washington, and that is one of the places that will be throwing them behind bars for attempting to defraud them, as well as a litany of other charges. Now, there's a lot going on, but the primary things that you need to keep in mind is that if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, that I didn't end it, and the domestic terrorists upstairs are 100% responsible and will be charged for it. Other than that, the domestic terrorist organization has actively recruited another member, as I've been told that in the last 24 hours, someone that wasn't going to prison has officially provided enough evidence that the FBI is confident that their wish and desire to go to prison is going to be fulfilled. My cell phone, I did turn it off at 6 a.m. since Unit 207 has criminally and illegally gone into the phone and manually selected for certain apps and extensions to not be able to be disabled and given them permissions that don't even exist on the phone, like rewriting software and hardware. And they've been using the phone to do all of these terminations as well as every other device in the house. And remember, they destroyed 2 more laptops this month, brand new ones that belong to my sons. These are not officers. These are not social workers. These are stalkers. These are child abusers who target disabled children based on their disabilities in order to indoctrinate them while abusing them to facilitate a premeditated kidnapping, which is now aggravated on everyone's indictments that those are going out on. These are thieves who have stolen tens of thousands of dollars from me and stolen thousands of dollars in property from me, who ruined my 100% on-time payment history 4 months after they started stealing from me every month. These are not officers. There was never a legit operation. This is a domestic terrorist organization with 100% no immunity, and the only reason their moronic asses haven't yet begun their long, long, long stay in prison is because their itineraries continue to have felonies on them that I'm supposed to be the victim of again, or for the first time. And so the FBI has stated as recently as this last week because of a successful operation / objective that they had on Monday night. No one from the North Everett Precinct is going to jail until next month, April, unless they break and enter again, something they're guilty of numerous times. And they've also attempted illegal entry over 50 times since the day that they became a domestic terrorist organization, which was August 6th, 2024. The FBI has full jurisdiction. The FBI is fully aware of everything that's going on. And beyond that, I'm going to give you a quick little pan of the living room. Doop, doo doo, doo doo. And we'll share a screen for a moment. You'll still see living room and the camera in real time on the bottom right. See, there's my hand. Hello, hello, fuck you. Hello. Vulcan. Anyway, we're sharing a screen. We're going to open a new window, and then you can watch the domestic terrorists do their things. And I'm going to click on a preceding live stream that's going to address all the other things that I didn't already address here. It also makes it so that Unit 207 is typically able to terminate my live streams as soon as I do that. And so just consider today like another test. This is a test called, okay, you have devices upstairs pretending to be my phone in order for you to perpetrate domestic terrorism, obstruct justice, tamper with myself, tamper with evidence, impede a federal investigation, attempting to defraud your employer, the state of Washington, attempting to defraud the city of Everett, who I might add is going to be really pissed when they realize just how much you've affected their budget. Some angry CPAs in the city of Everett. Yeah, anyway, you get the gist. So I shouldn't be logged into this at all over here. I'm logged into it not because I'm running a live stream right here. This is incognito mode, but it's not really incognito mode. It's a result of Unit 207's domestic terrorism yesterday and their decision to attempt to actively terminate the live streams at the same time as perpetrating all of their terrorism. So it is showing that I'm logged in over here just to let me know what I already knew when I attempted to initiate this live stream and was prevented from doing so, and then had to push the back button and go back through a whole process and turn on my phone to relog in, which is that those upstairs that the FBI have said in the last 24 hours have decided to make it clear their deliberate intent are going to prison. Let's click on devices. If you missed it in some of the prior live streams, so they're just piggybacking on me, pretending to be me, and then over here they're at the same time attempting to obstruct and tamper and terminate the live stream. We'll let them stay in here for a little bit. Just a little bit longer. Okay, if they're going to be like that, then we're just going to do this. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. is for off. Phone is O is for off. That's what my cell phone is.
What a time to be alive. Cookie starts listening. Also funded by the high school. It's seasick. And it brought in one object. Some local water. It's food, not exactly any plentiful out. That really knows how it's written. Then she became a government ownership. Low Stockholm syndrome. And where Stockholm syndrome, I reckon it's red flag. People are dying.
Never, ever, ever. And I don't know what I know. What I have ever percent that collection happened or from those by somehow, but after
or that maybe this is most likely. She does poison. However, after falling to demise, she was able to control this entire massive confederation with the support of her adopted son, probably like her better, like that. Yeah, never get that before. After got to go over to the random red flag.
That reminds her, what did I say? I got up.
Higher status, higher would be absolute. Later developed a relationship. Jumped out with Fox Corey and Bulgarian. Pirate area. Further followed by cool. So now John Powell has been sexually exposed to first resources. His father and the first resources as his mother did not expect his fellow contestant of pirate tale. Wild times. Back then, these giant pirates. They really did fall. Careful about. She and her son now proceeds to make a lot of money and solve the gold China. Story is very broken. Pirates mounted a series of coordinated attacks, succeeded in capturing the country's fleet. At one point, they formed numbers 270 building zones remained outside their control. As more and more vessels fell into their hands, pirates put themselves in control of imperial supply lines by forcing those captured assault on the pirates' terms. Another major source of income.
Okay, so I'm not sure what you've been looking at because Unit 207 criminally and illegally tampered and fucked with shit and to sign back out. But it looks like, as far as the timer is concerned, we're still connected. Maybe there's just a branch off, a momentary branch off, I suppose. I'll go back to sharing screen with you. We'll go back to Spotify so they can go back to domestic terrorism. You know. Unit 207 is pissed that the account that they won't allow me to log into Indy's laptop with, since their latest acts of domestic terrorism involving operating systems in the last 2 days, or last day, excuse me. The guy upstairs said crap when he saw that I was doing that. I'm not doing it to piss you off. You're dumb as fuck. You're probably, I'm guessing, dude, the guy that's going to prison that the FBI said wasn't until 24 hours ago. Just speculating. They're not allowing that one to work at all. But I was using the wrong email address. I forgot. unit207dumbass@gmail.com. That's the one that we're supposed to be using. And they're upstairs already actively trying to stop. Stop it. Yeah, stop it. You're going to prison, guys. Gals. And you're doing a good job of showing your deliberate intent, which, remember, that's what the FBI said the evidence is all about. For the moment. The evidence of the last 2 weeks, according to the FBI. All about your deliberate intent. They're not allowing any of them, Nerd Squad. Not Unit 207 dumbass either. So we'll make a new one. They just manually erased my brand new account that I just created to stay in the Real Mystic Gwen on all windows. Have I told you lately you're going to prison? Oh, that's right, I did. In fact, I just made an email address with that same title. And then you went ahead and showed some more of your criminal and deliberate intent. Okay, 19 seconds in. It is 12:04 a.m., March 1st, 2025. This is a consensual recording of this defendant pursuant to the Bureau of Investigations. The instructions be advised not employed the FBI by authorized to say random informants since the last year of June 2024. That being said, if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally explicitly calling you the end time, be advised I did commit a domestic terrorist et al., including many members of the Everett Precinct and other individuals who are all going prison are the reason for it. You will want to take a moment of your time and be sure to go through and read the description in this video and in the preceding live stream videos, and definitely check out the content that's recommended in other live streams. At the moment, the domestic terrorists upstairs are fully controlling my account in every possible way that one could. Their plan has consistently been to do a bunch of things that have already been reported, and now we're at the point where the FBI is making a final list of who's going to prison. And I do know that they've added an individual to that list just in the last 24 hours. So I'm going to share the screen with you so you can just watch as they do what they do. Unit 207 goes to prison@gmail.com. Whistleblowers excluded. Sampling a new podcast.
Hello, and welcome to Scare You to Sleep. I'm your host, Shelby Novak, and I'm going to read you some true stories sent in by your fellow listeners. How are you this week? Feeling a little weary for a while? Before we begin, I'd like to announce that I'm doing a little stint on the Light podcast, a show where hosts Prince and Freddie discuss horror movies. I'll be a guest for the whole month of March, where we'll be delving into home invasion horror. The first episode comes out Monday, March 4th, so keep a lookout for that. Now, let's move on to some true stories, shall we? This is from Miguel. Hi, Shelby. Thanks for allowing me to share some of my childhood with you. This story comes from a very early part of my life, when I was about 4 years old. So my recollection of it is hazy, and is largely based on the stories my mother and aunties have told me. But for the story to make sense, I need to provide some insight into my family and Filipino
This is
folklore.
all the domestic terrorists down here.
Apparently, within each generation of my family, there have been members blessed with the third eye, gifting them with see and even interact with the supernatural entities of the Philippines. According to some of my older relatives, the gift allowed our ancestors to develop rapport with known entities around the areas which we lived. Being that our family were the first to establish themselves in the then sparsely inhabited island of Boracay, Philippines, there would have been entities abound in the surrounding jungles. Some such entities, believed to be local to our area, are the duende, or Nuno Sapunso, Tagalog for Old Man of the Mound. They are small, mischievous, goblin-like beings who are said to enjoy the company of children, but are quick to anger, to the point of stealing and eating said children. If anyone is disrespectful to their homes, which appear as small mounds of dirt under large trees in the jungle, you would say tabi tabi po, which means pardon me, sir, in order to show them and their homes respect. I learned this tradition from my relatives at a very early age. While I was not fortunate enough to have this family gift of the third eye, my little brother was, and he apparently showed it at a very young age. He would often stare into the far distance when outside looking into the jungle, and would babble and react to things that no one else could see. He also had the uncanny ability to settle himself when left inside his crib, a feat which I can assure you as a father of two is not common for babies, and could often be heard laughing to himself, as if someone were attempting to amuse him. While it is hazy, I have my own memories of walking into his room to find him flailing around and giggling giddily while staring at the blank ceiling. My mother and aunties would often joke that my brother was chosen by the local duende as their favorite plaything, and it was the duende who were amusing him as he was in his crib. This terrified me, as I had heard stories of duende taking and eating children, but my mother reassured me that our family was always careful to be respectful of the duende and their homes. It was one afternoon during the hot season, while a number of my extended family were gathered at my home, that my brother's relationship with duende became apparent. My mother and a number of aunties were in the kitchen, busy preparing what would be the extended family's dinner. I was in the living area with my cousins, playing games and engaging in general roughhousing, those things you do as kids when the adults were too busy to keep an eye on you. At that point, my brother had been put down in his room for a nap, but was due to wake up for a feed at any moment. I heard my mother's voice from the kitchen shouting at me to check if he was already awake. Usually I would have been able to tell if he was awake through the sound of his giggles. But that afternoon, I didn't recall hearing anything. So I left the company of my cousins to go check on him. When I entered the room, it was eerily quiet, and I saw no movement coming from my brother's crib. I moved closer to get a better look and found his crib empty, with him nowhere to be seen. I immediately began crying and screaming, "Duende," prompting my mother and a number of aunties to come rushing in to find me next to the empty crib. Panic ensued as all the family rushed around the house looking for my brother, who at this point could barely crawl, let alone get himself out of his crib. After what felt like an hour, but was most likely a few minutes, of panicked searching, one of my cousins began to call out from the front of the house. As everyone rushed out, we were astonished to find my cousin standing next to my little brother, laying in the front garden. His cheeks were red, and he was breathing rapidly, and according to my cousin, he was hot to the touch. My mother immediately picked him up and ran him to our car, driving with my auntie to the hospital, and leaving me and the rest of our extended family in a confused but relieved state. Apparently, according to my mom, my brother had been suffering from a heat stroke, and they were lucky to get him to the hospital when they did. To this day, my aunties swear that the duende had noticed that my brother was unwell and were trying to get him help. I don't know if that's really what happened, but I'm just happy that my brother was and still is safe, and I am still definitely saying tabi tabi po whenever I come across a small dirt mound under a tree. Thank you so much for sharing that story, Miguel. That was fascinating. Thank you for sharing so much about your culture and folklore, and I admit I might be saying that as well when I come across a small mound of dirt under a tree. Wow, that was really interesting. I'm so glad your little brother is all good. I'm so glad that they got him to the hospital. And wow, what do you think might have happened? Do you think it was duende? Do you think it was something, I don't know, more explainable? I don't know. Let me know out there. How have any of you out there also had any run-ins with duende? I'm really interested to hear more stories about it. I've never heard of that. And
baby?
it's so fascinating. It's so interesting how so many cultures have their own version of like mischievous little guys. All right, moving on. Again, thank you, Miguel. That was just so interesting. This next submission is from Vic. Hey, Shelby. First, I wanted to say how much I love your podcast. Thank you. I usually put it on when I drive home from college, and I like to save it for that so I can have a long, scare you to sleep marathon. I was listening to your last true horror installment, 17, I believe, this weekend while I drove home, and I decided it might finally be time to submit some stories of my own. So, I go to college in Denton, Texas, and one of my favorite smoke spots is Old Aldman's Bridge, better known to online horror fanatics as Goatman's Bridge. I've never personally seen the Goatman that I know of, but I also tend to avoid the place at night. That's when all the paranormal investigators and tourists flood to the place, and for my purposes, it's not so great to have a crowd. My friends and I usually go around late afternoon so we can watch the sunset and not have to worry about someone stumbling upon our activities. This particular time we had arrived a little earlier than usual, so there were still a lot of people jogging on the paths and fishing in the river. Our usual spot is across the bridge, a little ways down the path, and then off a lesser-known path that forks from the main one to a small cliff that overlooks the river. It's usually a great spot because the tree blocks people's view of us, both from the bridge and the path. However, this time, there was a man and his son fishing off the cliff directly opposite ours. There was also a couple with a dog who kept jogging past us closer than we were comfortable with, and it happened so many times that we figured they were trying to suss out what we were doing. We ended up deciding to stake out a different spot, further down the river, so we packed up our supplies and crossed back to the other side of the bridge. I was leading my friend on the path, thinking I knew where we were going, but it seemed like we had been walking forever. I was trying to find our usual spot across the river, but it was hard to differentiate the landscape through the trees. We decided to just walk down the riverbank to try and feel for where we were. When we emerged, we saw that we had walked all the way down to the river's bend, and we could no longer see the bridge. That in itself kind of freaked us out, not knowing where we were, but when we looked behind us, we realized we had completely missed this random tent that had been pitched in the middle of the woods. We'd been too busy keeping our eyes on our feet so as not to trip over rocks that we hadn't seen it when we passed. It was zipped up, but we couldn't see anyone around who it could have belonged to. It looked like someone had been there recently, though, as there was a fire pit outside that looked like it had gone out not too long ago. It was about 50 feet from where we were standing at the river's edge, so we decided to just light up and keep an eye on it. Kind of stupid, I know, but we figured whoever was staying there wasn't there now. It was also getting dark at this point, as the walk there had taken longer than we had anticipated. We wanted to do what we had gone there for and then get the hell out of Dodge. My friend and I were puff passing the joint quickly, and whoever wasn't puffing was keeping an eye on that tent. I had just finished my turn and gone back to looking at the tent when I noticed that it was no longer fully zipped up. It had been unzipped only a little, but enough to have a gap between the fabrics. Panic had my heart jumping to my throat as I looked closer into the darkness of the tent. It was almost so dark that I didn't see it, but a glint of light made me realize that I was staring right into someone's peeking eye. I grabbed my friend's arm, scooped up my bag, and we booked it the hell out of there. She was alarmed, but after I quickly explained what I had seen, she began running beside me. My heart was thumping so loud in my ears that I couldn't tell if I was hearing footsteps behind us. But the thought of being chased had us making the trip back in almost half the time it took us to get there. Thankfully, we made it without incident. I wonder, though, was that just an unhoused person seeking shelter in the woods, or was it potentially the goat man himself, waiting for nightfall so he could scare the shit out of tourists? Obviously, it's probably the former, but I like to think that maybe that was my one glimpse of the famed demon of Old Aldman's Bridge. On another stoner adventure around Denton, my friends and I encountered someone we now call the Hat Man. Despite there being no Benadryl-induced hallucinations involved, we had been joking about the Hat Man for weeks at this point, so we thought it only fitting to mantle this guy with the title. So anyways, we were staking out somewhere to smoke, and my friend, the driver, decided to take us to the parking lot of the Mary Kay corporate headquarters. Why he thought it would be a good place to light up, I have no idea. He had backed into the furthest parking spot from the building, and we were surrounded by trees on 3 sides. The car was packed, all 5 seats of the Volkswagen Passat taken. I was sitting across from the same friend who accompanied me on the Goatman adventure in the back seat, and another friend was sandwiched between us, computer in their lap, working on homework while we smoked. The windows were down, so I had a pretty clear view of the trees around us. Suddenly, from behind my friend's head emerged this tall-ass man, wearing a huge bomber jacket and a headlamp. I hadn't seen him emerge from the trees. He was just suddenly there, not exactly running, but definitely walking with a purpose towards us. He had gotten so close so quickly, and despite being able to see that our windows were down, he hadn't tried to call out a greeting. I told my friends that there was a dude walking towards us, and everyone thought I was fucking with them at first. I reiterated that no, there's actually someone walking towards us, and he doesn't look friendly. And thankfully, they took me seriously that time. Less than a second after seeing him, the friend who was driving had turned the car back on, flipped it into drive, and taken off across the parking lot. The whole time he was doing that, I was yelling to my friends to roll up her windows, but she was so out of it that she didn't get them up until we were well out of the situation. It wasn't until we were in the turn lane to Buc-ee's that we realized the severity of the situation, or how quickly it could have soured. So many questions and subsequent theories have been born from that night. Why was he wearing a headlamp? Why was he walking so quickly towards us? Why had he gotten so close without yelling a greeting? How the hell did he just come out of the trees? We have two theories as to what he was up to, but there's always the possibility that his intentions were not so pleasant. We try not to think about that too hard. So here are our two most logical theories. He was either a security guard who was telling us to get the hell out of there, or potentially an unhoused man who wanted to bum smoke. Still, though, how the hell did he just come out of the trees like that? And no security guard I've ever seen was wearing an oversized brown bomber coat and a headlamp. The bomber jacket could have totally been hiding a gun, so I'm forever grateful to my friend who was driving for getting us out of there so quickly. Moral of the story, if you're going to college in Denton and trying to find a place to smoke, just go to a friend's apartment. Be safe and always remember, it's better to be out of the smoke than in real danger. Thanks for taking the time to read this, and keep up the amazing work. Thank you for those, Vic, and for the little PSA at the end for fellow Denton stoners. This next one is from V. When I was around 7 or 8, we moved into my Grammy's house. I got a bigger room than I had back at my grandpa's house. My dad and stepmom helped me set up, and for about a month or two, everything was all right. Nothing weird or anything, but the loud neighbors upstairs. I had already been prone to nightmares, but this one stuck with me. I believe it was either a spirit communicating its life, or maybe it was a past life. It was surreal. The first time I had this nightmare was about 2 months after we moved in. I went to bed as per usual, getting read a book by my stepmom, as my dad was at work until late. After having been put to bed, I drifted off pretty easily and slept for most of the night, not even getting woken up by my dad coming in to say goodnight after he got home. I awoke in a room on this metal table. I had leather straps over my chest, legs, and arms. Doctors were around me, and I was poked and prodded at, feeling every prick of a needle or hand gripping at me for what seemed like forever, until I passed out, only to wake up later on another table. Doctors or scientists were talking, but I could barely hear them. My arms were covered in cuts or bruises. For whatever reason, I took the scalpel beside the table and stabbed it into my heart. I woke up with a start, crying and shaking. I ran into my parents' room and ended up staying the night in their room. Since that night, I've had that same nightmare about 5 or 6 more times. Each time, it felt more real. My parents calmed me down each time, but after the third time, they got sick of it. I haven't had the nightmare since I was about 10, after I ended up doing a research paper on the Holocaust because I wanted to know about it after learning my family history. Some of my family was directly opposed to Hitler and openly expressing that, soon being thrown into a concentration camp. I saw pictures of the rooms, almost instantly recognizing it. As I was only 10, I was scared and stopped doing the project. Later on, I picked it back up and I asked my Grammy about it. There was a girl about my age who passed away from my family in the camp. I didn't put the pieces together until later.
So cute. Look at
To
your
be
little
honest, it was the
lion
most
face.
scary repeating nightmare I've had. A recent picture came up from my Grammy. I don't have it, but she showed it to me the last time I visited her, like right after I had submitted my email, LOL. And the girl in the pictures is apparently my great aunt or something like that. She died in the concentration camp when she was still very young, and I think she showed it to me to try to communicate with me. I'm not sure, but it just creeps me out a bit. Or what if I was her in a past life? I'm so confused, but I thought you'd like to hear about it. Thank you so much for taking time to read my emails again, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Sincerely, V. Thank you, V. That was really fascinating. It's so interesting that your grandmother had that picture as well. By the way, the note that V had made that said right after I had submitted my email. So V had sent me an email and then said, actually, can I send you an updated one? And that was the update. So that's really interesting. I don't know much about past lives. I don't fully know if I believe in them. I don't know. I'm not trying to shit on anyone's beliefs. I just, I don't know. I've tried to do some past life regression, like at home guided meditations and things, and that's pretty interesting if you're ever, looking for something to do on a Friday night. Highly recommend. It's a fun little exercise. It's a little weird sometimes, especially depending on your inebriation levels. I would be reading this next story, but my cat is in front of my monitor. Clarabeau, the people would like to hear the next story. If you could move, please. Thank you very much. This next story is from Daniel. Hey Shelby, huge fan of the show. I've been meaning to send these in, but only ever think about it after listening to yet another true horror episode. Well, here you are, Daniel. I went to a small liberal arts college in the city I was born and raised in. Not a small or big city, but somewhere in between. As with most places here in North Carolina, everything is saturated with history and hauntings. For instance, my high school had a fourth floor that was sealed off where a student died. We found a hatch in the biology classroom closet that accessed a series of corridors behind the walls, with a ladder up to a locked scuttle door that we never dared to open. Every few weeks, there's a very long but interesting ghost walk tour around downtown and the historic district, and you can't hardly go to someone's house for a dinner party or sleepover without some kind of ghost story. Floating lights going down the hall, secret brick stairways, possessed rocking chairs, silhouettes in mirrors, footsteps in the upper bedrooms, on and on. My college was no different. Founded in 1851, half the buildings had some spirit, legend, or campfire story, and all of them had dark and creepy corners to poke around, including a nature trail behind the chapel in the marshy woods, the kind you couldn't walk 2 feet through without running into yet another spider web. I was a commuter all 4 years, since my parents were barely 5 minutes away, and it saved me quite a few $100 per month on my student loan payments. It also meant that I often had nowhere to go between classes or in the evenings, and, not wanting to go home yet, I often felt stranded and alone. So if I had to pull late or all-nighters in the computer rooms or music building, that meant a long and lonely walk across campus in the dark to my car. This first experience actually became the basis for a short story that was published in Hearth and Coffin Lit Mag this year. As I was exiting the building that housed the procrastinator's computer lounge sometime after midnight, working late on a due tomorrow paper, I found a cat sitting about 10 feet ahead of me. There was no one else around, completely dark and silent on campus with only a few lampposts lit. It just sat there with its tail flicking, watching me. I love cats, and of course I tried to befriend it, but it ran off down the same path I had to go to the commuter parking lot. I walked on, and every time I got close, the cat would sprint ahead another 20 or 30 feet and sit again, waiting for me. This carried on across most of campus until we reached the back of the admin building, the oldest structure on campus. Faded and stained stone and brick, rusting iron fire escapes, and floorboards warped and squeaking with age. Once there, the cat darted along the building to the mouth of the open crawlspace door. Now, I'd been down there once before, when my friends and I were screwing around. It was a concrete-floored cellar space, cinder block walls, old toilets and broken sinks scattered everywhere, and a series of square cinder block cloisters, one with an old wooden table and chairs around it, another with a lone wire dangling in the center of the room, curled up and tied around itself like a noose. The space kept going on, but we only went that deep that night before we got creeped out. So, as I watched, the cat paused at the crawlspace door and looked at me over her shoulder, waiting for me. As weird as the night had already been, I started to get the creeps. It locked eyes with me and then darted into the crawlspace, disappearing. Biggest and fastest nope of my life, I went straight on home. The second most remarkable occurrence happened at the end of my senior year, the last day of everything. Classes done, graduation complete, and only the last few stragglers were still loading their parents' cars with their crap. One of my closest friends, we'll call her Corinne, was an RA for most of her time there. Her senior year, she was an RA of the all-girls dorm, which laid claim to 2 ghost stories. The first of a girl on the 3rd floor that had died in the shower, found bleeding out with the water running over her. The second, a self-hanged student from the tree just outside the entrance. Though the only thing I ever saw hanging in that tree was a pair of women's underwear, somehow pulled all the way up the fork of a 30-foot branch my freshman year. It still baffles me. On that final day, Corinne was the last one in the building, and I was lingering and helping her to shut up and lock up. On that final day, everyone had signed out, their IDs deactivated for access to the building, and we knew for a fact that we were the only 2 people in the building. Corinne had the only remaining access card. We split up and went through each floor, making sure all the lights were shut off, everything was cleaned out, collecting and reporting anything left behind. Once we got to the 3rd floor, however, we stuck together. It was an old building and hadn't been updated in a long time, the 3rd floor least recently of all. It was really more like a finished attic space, how I imagined servants' quarters in the barely furnished spaces of Victorian stories would look. The ceiling was low, at most 7 feet. For reference, most doors are 6 foot 8 inches tall, and unlike the rest of the building, plumbing was visible running along the ceiling and the walls. We began checking each room. Because of the roof line, not every dorm had a window, so with some lights already off, it was eerie. Like playing a game of hide and seek without knowing who or what you were playing with. About halfway down the hall, we walked into a small windowless dorm, much like all the others, sad and lonely now that it was devoid of the bodies and life that it had held all year, and the bathroom light was off. For whatever reason, more than any room before, we felt uneasy and jumpy in there. You know, like foreshadowing. We carried out our duty, looking under the beds, checking the drawers, and Corinne was ready to bolt out of that room. I insisted we had to check the bathroom per requirements. It was the type of space that you couldn't have both the room door and the bathroom door open at the same time. And as we stood in the adjacent doorways, making jokes about stupidity and survivor tropes in the scary movies, the shower turned on by itself. Needless to say, we both jumped out of our skins and out into the hallway. Corinne refused to go back in, but I decided to check it out. Not usually my style. See my aforementioned cat nope. But I figured it had to be some kind of prank. Maybe one of our friends, one of the other RAs, or Corinne's boss, who was an adult staffer in charge of the RAs. The bathroom was barely big enough for a sink, toilet, and fiberglass shower. You couldn't stand in the center and fully outstretch your arms in any direction, and the door swung outward, so I didn't bother to turn the light on. There was no one in there, and the water was running cold on full blast. I turned the water off, and we did nothing more than cursory glances through the last few dorms. The building consisted of 3 long halls stacked on top of each other, with stairs at either end. So while it is possible someone could creep around without us seeing as we were going in and out of rooms, there was no way for anyone to sneak into that particular dorm behind us, and there was no escape without us seeing them, even if they did. It's one of the
Okay,
few
the domestic
truly
terrorists may have
unexplainable
already
things I have
terminated this live
personally
stream.
experienced. I hope you enjoy these little spooks. I
If
know
there's
they're a
any
little
evidentiary
anthropomorphic
value,
compared
here's
to
a
the
view of my
demons,
living
time
room and the
slips,
front
and
door.
matrix glitches often on your show.
We'll leave it
But
like
even though I've seen a
this.
few weird things and had a few bad
I'm gonna
feelings,
try and go to
these
sleep
two have
because
always stuck
3
with me.
hours just wasn't
Thank
enough.
you and take care.
Domestic
There's a lot of
terrorists
sickness
defeated
going around
207.
this time of year.
Remember, Mystic Wynn's door is a no.
Thank you
That
so
includes
much,
back doors,
Daniel.
you
That was
stupid fucking
fantastic.
fool.
That was
Unless
very
you want to
eerie.
go to
That
the
second
federal
story, oh my God.
penitentiary.
I can't imagine hearing that shower turning on. I would have reacted the same way as you two, just bolting out of there. You have very good instincts. You have very good non-horror movie instincts, it seems. I know you went and had to turn the shower off, but you know, what are you going to do? But that first one where the creepy cat was like leading you into the demon basement, and you said, no, thank you, not tonight, and went on your merry way. So great job there. And wow, what a creepy, I know you didn't say the name of the college or anything, but what a cool university. Like, that sounds awesome. If anyone recognizes it from all these descriptions, go check out that basement, will you? Or maybe don't. Maybe I shouldn't send people into a creepy, unfinished basement. That could be a liability for me. But maybe ask around about the spooky stories, like the girl in the tree, and the extra mystery: how did the girl's underwear get in the tree? All right, on to our last story of the night. Thank you so much, Daniel, again. This is a third man story from Matt, and just a reminder to those of you who may not have listened to my third man episode, it's a dark Reddit. I believe it's the last dark Reddit that had the most recent dark Reddit, I should say. And the third man effect basically is where you hear those stories. A lot of them you've probably heard where someone got into a car accident and they had a woman or a man pull them from the accident. And afterwards they ask, the first responders, or they ask people around, and no one else saw this person pull them from the accident. And they say, like, no one else was there. And there are a lot of stories of hikers getting lost and swearing they had a companion the whole way while they were lost, trying to find, anyone, while they were starving to death in the wilderness or freezing to death. And they swear there was someone else with them. But again, there just wasn't anyone there. So that is the third man effect. So let's hear what Matt's story is. Hello, Shelby. I've got a third man story for you. 25 years ago, my wife and I and our 2 sons were driving home from a graduation ceremony. We got caught in a monsoon of a rainstorm. I was doing maybe 20 miles per hour before a wiper blade was blown off the windshield. I stopped under an underpass to fix it. My wife stopped me and got out to do it herself. Suddenly, there was a tremendous bang. Then, darkness. I regained consciousness and looked around. We weren't under the underpass anymore. My wife wasn't in the car, and my glasses were gone. I got out of the car and quickly realized I'd been rear-ended. I looked around, but without my glasses, I couldn't see my wife. The back end of the car was smashed in, and I couldn't open either back door to get to my boys. Next thing I know, there was a woman standing there. She hadn't gotten out of a car, as there wasn't one around to get out of. She was just there. She asked if I was okay. I said no, my neck hurt, I was dizzy, I couldn't see and couldn't find my wife. She said that she was a nurse and told me to go sit away from the road and that she'd stay with the boys and keep them calm until the firemen who'd just arrived could get them out. I could see her shape go to the car as I sat. Eventually, the boys were cut out of the car. My wife was in there. When we were hit, she was thrown and knocked out. If I'd gotten out, I'd have been thrown into traffic and killed. At the hospital, my wife and I spoke. She too had spoken to the woman. The nurse told me that she'd coached the firemen on cutting the car so as not to hurt the boys. The next day, she called emergency services and the police to get the woman's name who had helped, so that we could thank her. Both places said, "There's a woman." That is so bananas, Matt. That's wild. That is a true blue third man story. I'm so glad that you're all safe, by the way. And not only just a third man story, but the intuition sort of moment of your wife being like, actually, I'm going to get out and check the wiper blade. And the realization later that you would have been killed. I mean, this is what an incredible story. You must have felt so fortunate afterwards, so blessed. And clearly someone was watching out for you, this mystery nurse, whoever she was, and wherever she may be now. So thank you so much. Thank you for listening, everyone. And I wanted to say very quickly, next week, I'm going to be doing another voicemail episode. I haven't done one in quite a while. I think it's been a couple years now, actually. So please send me your voicemails. The phone number is in the show notes. You can see it there. And let's see, I'll read it to you too, just in case. The phone number is 323-546-8764. Feel free also to text that number with your questions if you don't want your voice played on the episode. I'm kind of treating it as also a voicemail episode, but also kind of a Q&A episode. So I put out on social media. If you didn't see, go ahead and call that number if you'd like to leave a voicemail, if you'd like to ask me questions or try to scare me. I always love it when you try to scare me. So try to scare me, ask me questions. Feel free to, again, text that number, or if you want to remain anonymous when you're asking questions, I know we can all be a little shy sometimes. You can go to scarytosleep.com and there's a contact submission form on there, and you put in whatever information you'd like, and it goes directly to me. So if you'd like to leave off or leave a fake email address, I can't remember. I think it makes you put in an email address, but or and put in just anonymous or anon in the name portion and ask your question. That is also completely fine. And of course, go ahead and call me if you'd like. Call me, leave me a message, ask me a question, just leave me a comment if you'd like. If you have some, I don't know, constructive criticism, sure, let's just make it kind of a free-for-all. Feel free to ask, again, AMA, ask me anything. So that'll be next week. So I'd give you over the weekend, those I can do pretty on the fly because I'm just reacting to whatever you send. So let's say until maybe, next Wednesday, the 28th. Let's say the 28th. That's when you have until. And if you get in late, maybe I'll have enough to do another one of these again soon. They're just so much fun. And I actually remembered it because Google was like, hey, your Google number is going to expire if you don't use this. And I was like, oh no, let's do one of these. So go ahead, again, text the number, call the number, leave me a contact submission form, whatever you'd like. I'm going to compile. And I've already had a couple people DM me questions on Instagram, and I did see them. So I wrote them down on a pencil and paper, like the old days. And so on a pencil and paper with a pencil on a paper, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. So please do that. Again, if you'd like to follow the show on social media to keep up with little announcements like that, you can follow it at Scare You to Sleep. And that is on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. If you'd like to follow me personally, you can follow me at Shelby B. Novak on Twitter and Instagram. And let's see what else. Oh, if you'd like to submit a true story for the next true story episode, send it to scarytosleep@gmail.com with true story in the subject line. And if you'd like to submit a fictional story for the more usual episodes, feel free to send those also to scarytosleep@gmail.com. By the way, I've had this happen a few times recently. If you want to submit a true story to me, just send it. Just send the story. I had someone reach out on the contact submission form actually and say, hey, are you interested in me sending you this true story of this crazy thing that happened? And I tried to email you back to say yes, and your email was incorrect. It said that it was an incorrect email, so I couldn't say yes. So if that was you, yes. And you don't need to call. You don't need to message me and say, "Would you like to hear this story?" Just send it in. Some of them won't make it on the show, just due to volume and content and things like that. But feel free to just send them. You don't have to ask me. It's because sometimes I don't get to all the emails. There are a lot of emails. I get a lot of emails, which is great. It's great. It's a great problem to have, but it is just me. So please just send them. Go ahead and send it. You don't need to ask. Same with the fictional stories, by the way. If you have a fictional story, I've had quite a few people who are like, oh, I wrote this story called this. Would you want it? Just go ahead and send it. And then I will file it into its correct little category in my little Gmail account and get to it as I'm reading through submissions for both categories. Okay, now that I've lectured you enough about how to send me email, God, what a bore. Speaking of bore, if you would like to become a $3 and up Patreon member, there's a new Ramble You to Sleep out on the Patreon. It is a little over an hour long, and I tell the story about the scammer that I came into contact with a couple weekends ago. So check that out if you'd like. Again, that's for the $3 and up tiers. And for as little as $1 a month, you get all the episodes ad-free. And $3 and up gets you all the bonus episodes, like Ramble You to Sleep, aka Bore You to Sleep. And here we are at speaking of rambling and boring, here we are at the ramble portion of the episode. Wow, you can tell these rambles really are off the cuff because I always stumble over my words because I do not have them scripted. Let's see, I left myself a little note to talk about, oh yes, the voicemail, that's all. Okay, so I already talked about that at length. So this week, did I bake anything? No, I didn't bake a gosh darn thing this week. I mentioned, I think last week, that I've been really wanting to make that coconut cake, and I just haven't, everyone. I just haven't. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to be going to the county fair, and I'm going to get a giant donut. They make these things called Texas donuts. I don't know if it's just, it's weird to say the Texas donuts. I don't know if it's just in California, but they're always at the fair every year here. And I'm pretty sure they travel to all the California fairs. I don't know if they travel to other ones, but they're called Texas donuts. You can probably imagine why. It's because they're ginormous. They're big. And they're so good. They're like really good donuts, though. They're not just like big donuts and that's the only thing. Whatever their recipe is, they make the best just glazed donuts. They're so good. I used to get them every morning, and they're huge. Like, God, teenage metabolism. I used to get one every morning when I used to have a pig. A fun fact about me, I used to raise pigs for the FFA. I had a pig every year for the FFA. And I'd be there at like 4 a.m. and the donut place would open at like 5 or 6 a.m. and I would get one every morning with a coffee. Ugh, beautiful. I love fair food. Fair food's amazing. I feel like it's very uniquely American, and please don't come for me. I just mean that like fair food is always pretty wild, and it's like just so so American. I mean, I know at some fairs you can literally get deep fried butter. That's like pieces of butter that have been dunked in like batter and then deep fried. I mean, what more could you want? I love fair food. I'm so excited to go. I used to be a ride scout, but now I fear death. I've realized my own mortality, and fair rides scare me. They seem like a blast. I love a good ride. I'm a roller coaster fiend, but fair rides, I don't know about them. You know, there's horror stories, I don't know about them. So don't know if I'll be riding any rides, just because again, very realizing my own mortality a lot, starting my new life. Can't risk it. Can't risk it on the zipper, you know. Um, so fair food is where it's all at. And art. There's always beautiful art there. I know there's always like the crap building where it's just a bunch of people selling stuff, selling like random stuff. Do you guys have those at your county fairs? Do you do like county fair type things in other countries? I don't even know. It's just, again, this feels, I'm not going to say uniquely American because I have no idea, but it just feels very American the way we do. I know you all have festivals and things, but like the way I'm sure you've seen on YouTube and things, like look up like Minnesota, I think has that really giant fair that everyone loves. I know Texas has a big one too. California has a few big ones, but if you're one of my out of the US listeners, which I have many of you, there are like a lot. Like, yes, my US listeners are is where I have the most. The US is where I have the most listeners, I should say. But there are a lot of you from other countries. So take a look at a YouTube video of someone going to a county fair. It's a beautiful thing. You'll probably be so disgusted or horrified. I don't know. Or you'll look at it like a Willy Wonka's Wonderland of a little bit of horror, but a little bit of, wow, I'd really like to try that weird food that person's eating. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a little bit of Willy Wonka. Speaking of Glasgow, you guys had that Willy Wonka thing going on. I saw that all over the internet recently. Okay, I really am. I'm just having a one-sided conversation with no one who's there. Just in the room by myself, pretending you're all listening. You're all responding. Someday we'll have a big meetup. That'd be cool. Have a big meetup, and I'd love to have a meetup where I got to just like hang out with you guys and talk to you, and just like, I don't know, grab a beverage and some apps and talk about stuff, talk about life. That's one thing I've been missing lately is like those, I've been craving one of those late night conversations where you're just like up all night talking to someone about just everything. And you realize the sun is coming up. And I haven't had one of those in a long time. And man, I could really go for one of those. Anyway, all right, now I'm getting all on you. I'm gonna go. I hope you enjoyed this True Stories episode. I hope to hear from you next week. I hope to hear your beautiful voices over the voicemails, or see your beautiful words written down, or probably a few not very beautiful words written down. We're going to be honest, because judging by some of the comments I get on Spotify, some of you get real mad at me sometimes. Yeah, but I was going through my Spotify comments today and publishing and unpublishing, and there were some doozies in there. It's so funny. There's a few people, and I'm sure you're listening now, who listen every week and comment every week, and they're mad every week. And I'm like, are you in love with me? Because I don't know why else you would listen every week if you hate it. Like, you know, that kind of hate that's so much, you know, hate and love. There's a fine line between them. So I don't know. We'll see. Are you in love with me? Comment down below. All right, I'm gonna go. I need you all to drink water. I need you to do that. Drink water. Go get some sleep. Sweet dreams. Hello. It's been a while. How have you been? It seems like you have something weighing on you. There's a heaviness hanging around you. Are you perhaps in the midst of some sort of flux in your life? One that may not be happening quite yet, but it weighs on your mind. A feeling of longing for something different in life. A sort of loneliness. Let me help you ease your burden for a while. As always, before we begin our journey, I need you to follow my instructions carefully so that we can calm your mind and your body. The perfect place to be in for these little rendezvous we have is the place between asleep and awake. That vicinity in which dreams and reality meet and meld and flow together, so that you feel like you could possibly be visiting a different dimension. And maybe you are. First, find a quiet place to lie down where you won't be disturbed. This is your time. This is our time, not anyone else's. I'll give you a moment to situate yourself comfortably. Now, we will start from head to toe. First, unclench your jaw and stop holding your tongue against the roof of your mouth. Relax the muscles of your beautiful face. Your lips may even part, and that's perfect. Now, relax your shoulders. They shouldn't be trying to meet your ears. I want you to start taking deep breaths as we move forward. In as deep as you can, feeling your belly rise, and out through your mouth. In, maybe even placing a hand on your belly to feel it fill with goodness, and out through your mouth. This next breath, I want you to picture breathing in a golden light and breathing out a gray cloud of stress. Breathe in that beautiful light. Picture it filling your body, and out with that gray muck of the day, of the week, of the month, of the year. In with the golden light, filling every bit of you with serenity and clarity, and out with your stale worries and fears. Keep breathing as we move to your hands. I would like you to touch your fingertips together. Now, With one hand, lightly drag those fingertips down the other palm, the wrist, the forearm. If you're able, maybe even across your chest and neck, from one shoulder to the other, lightly touching the whole way. Touch is so important, and sometimes we don't get enough of it. This is a great way to self-soothe and comfort. Of course, if this isn't possible, just lightly touch the tops and palms of both your hands with your fingertips. This is also very soothing. Try to make your movement slow and very light. Now, if you can, do the same with the other hand. Let your fingertips meet and drag the opposite hand down the other palm, down your wrist, your inner forearm. The skin is so sensitive there, it might feel a bit ticklish. And if you're able, up your bicep, across your chest, maybe stopping to do the same from your chin, down your neck, and all the way across to the other shoulder. Feel free to do that several times. Good. Now, relax your hips. You may even feel a little pop around your tailbone, if you'd like. As we continue relaxing the rest of you, you can continue running your fingertips across your upper thighs or stomach or across your inner arms. It can really help you fall into a deeper state of mind. Your upper thighs, your stomach, maybe your forearms. You may continue doing that as we move on. Now, relax your knees and your calves. I'd like you to scrunch and unscrunch your toes a few times. Now, point your toes like a ballerina and pull them back as if you're trying to point them toward yourself, towards the ceiling. Don't hurt yourself, but just feel a deep, delicious stretch. Now, relax your feet. Let your hands rest either at your sides or maybe one or both on your belly to continue feeling yourself breathe. Speaking of breathing, remember, deep breath in of the light, golden, peaceful light, and out with your worry and embarrassment and fear. Now, are you ready to come with me? I'd like you to picture the door of your bedroom. Do you see it? the color of it, the knob, the floor that leads to it. Together, we are going to step through that door into your bedroom. Now, open the door, and here we go. I thought we'd return to the place we first met. You've awoken in your bed in the middle of the night. Your room is dark. The small amount of light that leaks in from the windows sprays long, inky shadows on the walls. It's raining outside. You can see rivulets of water running down the window. You can't remember what woke you. Was it a noise, a bad dream, or just the sensation that you should be awake? Like your primal instincts told you that something needed your attention. You lie there. You're alone, staring up at the ceiling. A sinking feeling fills your chest, a nostalgic dread you used to feel as a child when you were afraid of the dark. You check the time. It's 3:03 a.m. Lately, strange things have been happening around your home. Small objects going missing or being moved. Cabinet doors left open. You've written them all off. You've been distracted lately. It's probably just you forgetting all these little things. That's it. You were just being forgetful, right? One thing you haven't been able to write off, however, is the feeling of someone being in the room with you. Someone you can't see. Sometimes when you're watching TV at night, it's like you can physically feel someone's eyes on you. It feels like the air around you is pressing into your head. Sometimes the hairs on your body raise. And right now, you feel that feeling more intensely than ever. You can feel it. It's emanating from the corner of the room. Something is there. Of course, you've always had a strong and strange imagination. Perhaps the late hour, the hypnagogic state you're in. Did you know that's what it's called? The place between sleep and wakefulness. Hypnagogia. Hypnagogia. But I'm not sure you're imagining this. Listen closely. Outside your room, there are strange noises. Did you shut the door before you went to sleep? Either way, it's closed now, and the muffled noises you hear sound like someone moving about your home. Is it an intruder or something more unexplainable? Which would be worse? I suggest you stay very still. Wait and listen. They seem to be in the kitchen now, rummaging through your drawers and cabinets, and turning on your sink. It's outside your door now. I don't think it matters if it's locked or not. I get the sensation that it's taunting you, teasing you. Close your eyes, my love, and keep them closed tight. You don't want to see what I've just witnessed slinking into your room. But you can feel it. Its heaviness in the air. You feel the breath catching in your chest. Your heart rate is increasing. But keep your eyes closed. Only imagine what it could be. That sucks the air from the room and feels so psychically massive. You can feel it moving about. It's at the side of your bed now, leaning over you, staring down at you. Your eyes closed. You feel it, don't you? What do you run from in your darkest dreams? What makes you afraid? Picture it. Picture your worst nightmare. Does it have a big grin? Does it have large, sunken eyes? Do you hear it whispering your name? Keep your eyes closed. It's moving down near your face now. You can almost feel it brush your neck. I'm afraid it's gotten too close to you now. This oppressive feeling is weighing on me. I wish I could help, but I must leave you now. The weight of its energy is crushing, suffocating. Remember to keep your eyes closed. Good luck, my darling. and welcome to Scare You to Sleep. I'm your host, Shelby Novak, and I'm here to listen to your voicemails. I hope you're having a wonderful week. If you didn't see, yesterday I released a new guided nightmare, so check that out if you're a fan of those. And tonight we'll be slowing it down, getting extra casual while I answer your questions from around the web. So grab your beverage of choice. I have a steaming mug of cinnamon tea and my big bottle of water. Get cozy and let's chat, shall we? On social media for the past week or so, I've asked you to call into the show to ask me questions, and that number is 323-546-8764 if you'd like to call in to be featured on future voicemail episodes. Well, when I asked you to call in, I also gave you the option of not just asking questions, but to try to scare me. And let me tell you, one of you succeeded. Definitely. We'll get to that in a bit, though. This episode will be a mix of voicemail questions and questions I received from Instagram, Patreon, Facebook, over email, and some of you even texted that number I read earlier, which is also in the show notes. And that's great too. I realized I haven't done one of these for about a year, and I know I love getting to know the content creators I listen to or watch, so I think it's fun to do one of these every once in a while, maybe not all the time, but I think it's been a good amount of time. And you all had so many questions. I was actually a little worried I wouldn't get enough questions, and this is going to be a long episode, so buckle up. Let's begin. Before I play this first voicemail, I wanted to give a little backstory. So if you haven't heard it, I did a dark Reddit episode on someone called Slip and Fall, a user named Slip and Fall, who tried the drug Datura and then disappeared. And some people think that maybe he possibly passed away, but we may have gotten an update on that person. So listen to this.
Hi, Shelby. I just listened to your recent story. So I think I actually do know who Flip and Flop is. Good news, he's alive. Bad news, though, the Datura did give him drug-induced schizophrenia. It's a guy that I was in rehab with, actually. Yeah, he never really got much better. He has treatment-resistant schizophrenia. That's my cat. Hello. Last I knew of him, he was in prison. I think he's been released, but I honestly kind of stopped following up on him. He's a nice enough guy, just very aggressive and a little bit violent due to his schizophrenia. So yeah, don't try to nobody I know that's done it has actually had a good time. It's definitely not something worth trying. So yeah, that's my biggest story on that. Yep. Bye.
So, a sad update on that case. If this is the same person, of course, we'll never know if it is actually the same person who started that Reddit thread, but I thought this was interesting anyway, interesting to share. And thank you so much for sending this in. I don't believe you left your name in the message, but thank you anyway. Thank you for sending that in. On to the next. So, I'm going to answer a few Instagram questions and then move on to the next voicemail. A lot of you were shy this time, and I don't think you wanted your voice to be heard on the show, which is fine. I totally understand. But so I got a lot more written questions than voicemails. So, first question. What advice would you give to someone who wants to start podcasting? I was actually just talking to a few colleagues yesterday about this question because we are the three of us get this question a lot. There's a lot more work to podcasting than you think. It's not just sitting down at a microphone for an hour and then posting it on a website. And if you're doing that, you're probably not putting enough work into it, to be honest. Look into editing, figure out how to edit, unless you're going to be hiring an editor, which is also totally fine if you have the money for that. But if you're going to be editing on your own, please learn how to edit, learn microphone etiquette. Microphone etiquette is something that I did not have when I first started. And that means not doing like plosives and, speaking to the microphone incorrectly. Learn how to use your equipment. You don't have to have the most expensive microphone on the market to start out, but whatever microphone you do use, I recommend looking up tutorials for that microphone. Figuring out, do you have a dynamic mic or a condenser mic? Look up themes. Figure out what sort of release schedule you want. Do you want it to come out weekly, every other week? Do you want to do seasons? I recommend doing seasons. I set myself up for doing a weekly show, not realizing how much work it actually is. So yeah, that's just a little bit of advice. That's the bare minimum to start out. Please, sound is everything. I was just, again, having this conversation yesterday with two colleagues who most of you are also fans of. And they were explaining to me that I didn't realize this. Most podcasts stop at episode 3. Like most of the podcasts out there just get abandoned by episode 3, which is fine. If you realize it's not for you, then that's great. But that just goes to show how much work is actually in it. You really have to have a passion for the subject. Make sure your subject isn't something that's going to run out of steam within just a handful of episodes. I could honestly go on forever. I'm going to go to the next question though, because I could talk about this for forever. I should start a class. I should do a class or something and post it somewhere. Oh, and that was from Donnie on Instagram. So this next question is from Troby on Instagram. Do you keep anything spooky up all year? And they were talking about like decor and things. Yeah, I tend to have a more macabre sense of style. At the moment, of course, everybody knows I'm in between places at the moment. But yeah, I love macabre art. I keep saying the word macabre, sorry, but spooky stuff. Yeah, I have a pretty, that's my sense of style anyway. So I guess, yes, I keep it up all year long because it's my normal decor. It's not just for Halloween. But then during Halloween, I like doing the more cheesy Halloween thing with black and orange and purples. And I have a string of lights that's like purple and green and orange and some more like fun, like, a little more spirited things. But for the rest of the year, it's more subtle. I really like creepy, like Victorian art, things like that. Yeah.
Oh, hi there, Shelby. This isn't actually a voicemail to try to scare you. I just wanted to correct you. I was just listening to you regarding the Ouija versus Ouija. It's actually, if you really want to get technical, and people that have always gotten mad at me for this, it's actually Ouija. It's the word yes in both French and German. And I have been working on a story. It is actually a true story. It's reminiscent of yours. The woman who was nearly abducted. That almost happened to me as well. And my name is Joanne. I am, like I said, I'm going to be working on a story, and I hope you like it, and I hope you do read it. Thank you much. Bye.
Thank you so much for your message. Not to be the asshole who will actually is you. I did a whole season of a show called Mediums with Parcast, RIP Parcast. And though, yes, it is from a French and German word, and both of those words separately are pronounced oui and ja. Together, it was created by the medium Helen Peters Nosworthy, who asked the board to name itself. So it was actually kind of given the name by an American, and we don't pronounce a lot of things correctly. So technically the name Ouija was pronounced that way, Ouija. And if you look at the Cambridge Dictionary, in the UK, they say Ouija. In America, it's Ouija. So it's not a real word. I mean, please don't come after me, spirits of the Ouija board. Please don't. I didn't mean to besmirch the name you gave yourselves. But yeah, so those words separately definitely pronounced like that, but I don't think anyone actually pronounces it "we-ya" when you're saying the name of the board. But thank you for that, because I feel like a lot of people probably don't know the origins of the word. So yeah, we and ya, French, German, named by a medium or named by the board itself, if that's what you believe. Yeah. Okay, I'm taking off my pedantic asshole hat now, and let's answer some questions from Patreon. This is from Melissa. I don't know if anyone wanted their last name, so apologies if you did, but just going with Melissa. Hi, my question is, how did you discover you had the perfect voice for this, specifically horror? Your voice is so calming and soothing. Where did the idea come from to combine relaxing with searing fear? So unique and amazing. Thank you, first of all, Melissa. That was a huge compliment. I didn't know I had the voice for this. I just wanted to start a podcast. I really liked ASMR. In fact, most of my family makes fun of me for this podcast in a way. They're very proud of me, but they make fun of me because they're like, just this voice that it's not that I do a voice, but I do bring my voice down and I talk more softly than I do when I'm in more conversational speech. And I don't know. My parents have even said that. They're like, we didn't realize your voice was soothing until you started this show. And it's very soothing. And so I don't know. I was never in audio before. I never did audiobooks or anything of that sort. I just wanted to do a podcast and wanted to mimic a little bit some of my favorite ASMR creators. Not even mimic, just kind of go with their vibe. And I really loved that vibe. And I thought, wow, these people have been there for me for so long, helping me sleep and really calming me and relaxing me. I wish I could do the same for others. But I really like spooky things. I really like the world of horror. And that's what I write, is horror. And that's just what I've always loved since I was a kid, is horror. So I thought maybe these two would go well together. And I knew it was a very niche concept. I had no idea how many of you would be interested in this. I'm still blown away when I see my own numbers because, wow, I thought I was going to be, hardly anyone would be into feeling relaxed and scared at the same time. Or maybe not even scared, but just into, a lot of sorry, I keep using this word, but macabre themes. So thank you, Melissa. Oh, and that just goes to show you, if this is something you're interested in, if you've been inspired by ASMR, if you've been inspired by my show, and you're like, well, no one's ever told me I have a nice voice. No one had ever told me that either. I had never had a single person say anything about my voice before I did this show. Like a single person, no one. And now I get it a lot, which is really great and I love it. But before then, not a single person. So just because you haven't ever heard someone say, like, oh, you have such a sultry voice for radio, you should try it out. Who cares? Just try it. Okay, this is from Tim, and I wanted to read this first part because this is really cool to me. Shelby, I've been a devoted listener since Apple's new and notable. That is how the show basically got its legs. So, Tim, the fact that you've been listening for that long blows me away. Like, my show, I put out a couple episodes, or I put out an episode, and then like a month later, I put out the second episode. And it came upon, it was put into the new and noteworthy category on Apple. Well, I don't have Apple products. I'm an Android girly. And my now soon to be ex-husband, he noticed it on his phone and was like, look at this, you're in this new and noteworthy category. And I was like, I don't even know what that is. And there I was next to LeVar Burton. LeVar and I started our shows at the same time, and we were next to each other in the little carousel. And that was very early on. And it was, it was so lucky, so blessed to have someone at Apple find my random little show and put it on this carousel that I didn't even know existed, and that is how the show took off. Not that you asked that at all. You didn't ask that at all. I just thought it was really neat to see that. Oh, and thanks for introducing me to great writers like Nina G. Jones, The 13 Podcast, Malcolm Johnson, Tess Rook, E.F. Benson, The Amusing Wit of Washington Irving, and so many others. I wanted to throw that in too because those are all incredible authors. So here's my question. What are your thoughts about the immensely popular new romantasy genre? I don't know. I've never heard the term romantasy. Is that like romance fantasy? I assume I've got two brain cells, right? I can figure that out. Romantasy is romance fantasy. I enjoy a good romance fantasy every once in a while. Look, I'm only human. I'm only a lonely woman in the world. So yeah, I love fantasy. I love a good gritty, like Game of Thrones-esque fantasy. Love romance. Put them together. Why not? You know. So I think it's fine. Is there a controversy about romantasy that I'm unaware of? Is there like a? You ask that as if like some people would be like, oh, I'm morally opposed to it for this and this reason. So I don't know. I like them, but if there's something, please don't cancel me for something. I don't know what I'm saying. Your Honor, I don't know what I'm saying. And then I happened upon some episodes of the podcast A Darker Tale that you narrated. What can you tell me about those? So yes, there's a podcast called A Darker Tale by Jelle Habermans. Jelle, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I realize I haven't said it out loud that much. But yeah, I did a couple episodes of A Darker Tale, and that was a while ago. That was a couple years ago, at least. And it's a fantastic show. He writes the stories. I read them. I think we met because he listened to my show, and he had a particular episode where the protagonist was American, and so he wanted an American accent, and he didn't have people around him with an American accent. And so I did that, and I remember I changed a couple of things. I think there was a few times, like a reference to like Celsius, and I was like, we would say Fahrenheit, sorry. And yeah, that's about it. Oh, and I worked with him on a cool little a documentary, a short documentary he did about the woman who was hit by the meteor. I can't remember her name now. I'm sorry, but it played at some like Alabama Film Festival. Yeah, we've had like a cool little working relationship on and off. So go check out A Darker Tale. Excellent stories. There's one in particular called The Witches of the Black Forest that I really, really loved. So check that out.
Hi, I was just going to let you know that your daughter your daughter got her pregnancy results back in and she came out positive. Please let her know.
I had to throw this one in. I don't even know if it was actually meant for me, but it's clearly someone doing a prank call. It sounds like a teenage girl doing a prank call, and I thought this was hilarious. Good for you, girl. Like I said, I don't even know if it was meant for me or if this was a wrong number, but I had to include this. This would, I guess, be considered trying to scare me if I had a daughter. I only have a cat daughter, and she got fixed at the shelter, so I don't think she's pregnant. But just had to throw that one in. Okay, next.
Hey, Shelby. I just wanted to call in unscripted and let you know how much I enjoy your show. I wanted to give you a real freaky type of voicemail, but I'm going to just do that one later when I'm feeling creative. But in the meantime, I'm about to get into the gym, and you have a new episode released. I'm very excited for it this week. Just want to tell you, you make life a little better, and want to thank you for that. You make life creepy, spooky, and I really enjoy that. I'm kind of a plain old boring, normal service desk manager who goes to the gym, lives suburban life, has a good time every so often, but one of my guilty pleasures is the creepy horror stuff, watching horror movies, and then, yeah, your podcast fits right into my life. So thanks for everything you do for us. Amazing. I always look forward to it. Hope you're doing well, and I'll see if I can give you a nice creepy voicemail sometime in the near future. I can't think of a question for you. So, you know what I'd really like to know? What is one of your, like, give me one of your top 2 or 3 favorite horror movies? All right, thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much for your voicemail. That was really sweet. And let's see, my top 2 or 3 horror movies. I would say the original House on Haunted Hill. I love that movie. And if you haven't seen it, seriously check it out. It's a really fun Halloween watch. It's a really fun, like, Friday night throw some popcorn in the microwave, throw on a movie. It's so fun. And my other favorite is a new one, Skinamarink. I know, very divisive. So many people hated it. Look, Skinamarink has to be seen in theaters. You cannot watch it at home. If I had seen it at home first, I would be with you, haters. I no one has to like the things I like. If you saw it in a theater and you still hated it, then that's fine. You're valid. But I saw it in a theater and it terrified me. The sound mixing is one of the biggest reasons you need to see it in a theater. If your local theater happens to be throwing it on, please go see it. Or sometimes smaller theaters will let you request movies. So I recommend like calling or emailing them and asking to put it up, and so you and some of your friends go see it. Seeing it in a theater with the correct sound mixing is incredible. The scenes that last so long, and I know some people thought it was boring, but when you're in the theater, you're not on your phone. There's no outside distraction. It really is an experience, and you have to sit with it. You have to sit with these uncomfortable moments, and I've never been so afraid of a movie. Like, it is so hard to scare me these days when it comes to movies. I'm just, you just kind of get to an age, you get a little jaded when you're in the horror community. Um, I read horror all day, every day. And my life is horror. I bleed horror. And Skinnamarink really got to me. I'm really into interdimensional type stuff. Things like certain episodes of the Twilight Zone, like the cornfield episode, where there's not a lot of context as to why this is happening to these, like, Skinnamarink. Why is this happening to these children? Okay, light spoilers. Why in one part of the movie can they call 911 and 911 can hear them, but they're not really there? There's a part near the beginning where the kid says something about, I think he says, God, I cannot remember. It's been a while since I've seen it. I saw it when it was first in theaters, but he says something like, he says the word him, but then the little subtitles say it instead of him. It's something along those lines. And it was just, oh, I'm getting chills just talking about it. Again, Skinamarink, or if you have a great sound design. The thing is, Skinamarink was just played very loud. It was very loud in theaters. And at home, I feel like I wouldn't have known to make all the sounds that loud. But if you want to give it a try, I think it's on like Hulu or something now. Just don't put your phone in the other room. Put your phone away. Just watch the television. Put the sound up as loud as you can without, bothering your neighbors. Just watch it and all the lights off. After my viewing of Skinamarink, we went out to the lobby and everyone just milled about the lobby like strangers. We were all like talking to each other because it was so, even if you didn't like it, you were moved in a way by it. It was so disturbing. Okay, I'm gushing, but so original House on Haunted Hill and Skinamarink, I think for now. It's one of those, like, how do you pick a favorite? But those are the first 2 that came to my mind. Okay, thank you. Okay, here are a few more from Instagram. Again, this is going to be kind of a long episode. I hope, I don't know, stick around. I had no idea you'd all have so many questions for me. I'm just me. What's your favorite spooky thing to cover? Ghosts, cryptids, time slips, aliens, etc. From Icky Shticky on Instagram. I guess if from that list, I'd say time slips. There just aren't that many stories. I really like to I tend towards more like ghosts and paranormal stuff. But the older I'm getting, the more I'm getting really more towards like high strangeness things like time slips, interdimensional stuff, glitches in the matrix, things like that, where it's like it just doesn't make sense, and there's no reason for certain things to happen. Just there's been like a kind of a trend on Twitter or on TikTok. I think it's a trend. I don't know. I've seen a few videos where people are like talking about mimics in their house. And there's one video of this girl, like she can hear her own voice on the other side of a door. And I have heard real stories of that before, especially in like the Appalachian area. And people will say from that area will say sometimes you will hear either your own voice in the woods or someone you love's voice calling you in the woods. And things like that are so, I mean, sure, there's an explanation for everything, but I don't know the explanation for a lot of these. And they creep me out and I love them. Like time slips. What are time slips? Is it because time is not linear? Is it like, I don't know, just really deep into like quantum physics type stuff. That's not that I'm saying I'm good at that stuff. It's just really fascinating to me when you start to combine actual like science and math with these unexplainable things. Really, that's, oof, love that stuff. In fact, I don't get as weird on the show as I as I actually like to in person because I don't want to chase anyone off. So if you ever meet me in person, I will probably get weirder than you know of me online. Next Instagram question from Goddess of Books. Hello, Goddess of Books. I am a fan of yours. Have you done any book narration before? No. And that is because no one has hired me. I've auditioned for a few audiobooks, not like a ton, but I've auditioned for a few on Amazon, and I just have never been picked. I even had one author reach out to me and say, like, I found because for the Amazon narration thing, you put like, you can list a few clips of yourself reading different types of narrations, and they were like, I found you, I really like you. And I was like, cool. I thought, and I'm new to the world, I don't know how this stuff works, so I was like, cool, done deal, I'm going to be narrating this book, that's awesome. And then it was like, actually no, I went with someone else. I was like, oh, but you emailed me, I didn't even audition, you said. And so ever since then, it's not that I got so discouraged I wanted to quit. It's just life has been pretty wild these days. But I would love to narrate an audiobook. I would love to.
Hey, Shelby. This is Brittany in Carson City, Nevada. Excuse me. I just was calling to say I love your podcast and I love your voice, your very soothing voice. My puppy also loves it. You always, every time I put the podcast on, you lull her to sleep. So it's really cute. I'll put it on and she just gets this sleepy look and slowly falls asleep. And dreaming horrible nightmares. But also I have a couple questions for you. Actually a few. So I was wondering I'm not sure if either your mom or your dad baked when you were a kid, or another family member, but I was wondering, as a child, what was your favorite treat that someone would make you, or even something store-bought? And also, I wanted to know what your top 3 favorite horror movies are and your top 3 favorite horror books. Yep, as I said, love the podcast, love you, and yeah, have a good one. Bye.
Hello, Brittany from Carson City, Nevada. Let me answer your questions. Well, first of all, I already answered the questions about my favorite movies. Let me go in order. So my mom is a baker. My mom loves to bake. Her side of the family, bakes a lot. And so my favorite things as a child, my favorite treats were probably chocolate cinnamon roll, which I have posted the recipe for a million times. And if anyone would like it, I can post it again or send it to you. Texas sheet cake. And I was very into chocolate as a child. I've gotten more into I've branched out as an adult. I like more citrusy flavors and things. Still love chocolate, but as a kid, I was pretty much like diehard chocolate fan. And my favorite treat that was store-bought, which I'm actually going to try to make this weekend because I've almost cracked basically being able to recreate it because I don't think they make it anymore. I want to say it's Little Debbie used to make a coconut cake, and not like little snack cakes like you think of from Little Debbie. Like it was a good sized cake, like it was a full cake. And it was this coconut cake that my family would buy, and we'd always have it with chocolate ice cream, and it was so good. And you can't find them, at least we can't find them in California anymore. We've searched around California, and I can't find them anywhere. So I don't know if they make, I don't think they make them anymore. But I've been on a quest to try to recreate that cake at home and with my own recipe, or a combination of recipes I've found from around the internet, kind of tweaking them to my own liking. So yeah, that's that question. Oh, and top 3 books, horror books. Head Full of Ghosts by Paul Tremblay. I think it's going to become a movie soon. I don't know. I'm sure they're going to do fine, but that book is fantastic. I love that book. Love it so much. House of Leaves by Mark Z. Danielewski. Classic. A lot of horror fans have either been familiar with it or read it. Don't get an audiobook version, or I don't even think they have an audiobook version, which I'm pro audiobook, but do not get an audiobook version if there is one. Don't get a digital version. Get a physical copy. It's kind of expensive. Get it secondhand. Go to Thrift Books or Aid Books or something. Get it secondhand, or a secondhand shop, but you need a physical copy for this. Love House of Leaves. It leaves me trembling every time. So this one is actually a series. The first book is called My Heart is a Chainsaw by Stephen Graham Jones. Fantastic series. The first one's My Heart is a Chainsaw. The second is Don't Fear the Reaper. And the third one will be coming out this month, actually. So yeah, that series is fantastic. It's especially, I don't know how this guy wrote teenage girls so well. I don't know. It's very good. He also has some other great books like The Only Good Indians. Very good. But yeah, so those, I guess that would be my 3. We'll just go with Head Full of Ghosts, House of Leaves, and My Heart is a Chainsaw. Okay, we've come to, let's see, we're over 30 minutes into this episode. So let me talk to you about what scared me and who scared me, who was successful in the task of scaring me. I'm so sorry, but none of you did the way that Derek from Watch If You Dare did. So, Derek and I are friends. Some of you may have even listened to me. I've been on Watch If You Dare several times, and Derek decided to text me. And a little backstory. Derek and I have both spoken about how we have dealt with depression and mental illness, and so we both know these things about each other. And so this is why it got me so hard. I have to say, part of the reason he got me so hard is because we do know each other. And this prank, it got me. So I'm going to read to you the text messages that I got on Monday in the afternoon. Let me do I'm going to read this as if I'm reading one of the stories for a usual episode of Scare You to Sleep, complete with some dramatic music. Let me get some dramatic music, please. Thank you. Here we go. Shelby, I hope to God this is actually you. It's Derek from Watch If You Dare podcast. I can't contact anyone who's already saved in my phone because they'll know. It was just sheer luck that I saw you post this number for Scare You to Sleep on Facebook when I checked it for a minute at a local library. I'm sure they have my computer already. I spent the $30 in cash I had on me on a burner and SIM card. I'll try to keep this brief. I don't have much time, but you need to trust me. I need your help. This isn't a joke. I know how stupid this sounds, but it really is dumb coincidence that you posted the number when I was checking Facebook to see if I could contact internet friends. They don't know I have a burner or this number. Don't trust the Forever in the Sun Psychological Services. Their therapy isn't a new, recently approved treatment. Please, Shelby, this is going to sound so stupid and just like a bit for your podcast, but it's fucking not, I promise. Their therapy is ripping the shadows out of us. Have you ever heard of the shadow self from the psychiatrist Carl Jung? I think it might be a real person, or maybe like part of our soul or half of who we are. I don't know, but whatever the fuck they are, feed on it. They call it the sadness satiation process. They're just putting people to sleep somehow and ripping out half of who we are. They claim once everyone is properly treated, then humanity can bask in the sunshine forever. I always thought that horror and evil was in the dark, but this, I don't know if this is demonic, extraterrestrial, or something entirely different. I saw it happen to another patient on accident and ran. God damn it. I was treating my depression fine with my therapist and my meds. Why do my toddler and infant just smile and never cry at all? I'll tell you more later. Right now, I need your help. I stole some documents from that clinic and I ran for my life. I need you to wire money for a flight back to the mainland. Just help me get off this island. I suddenly don't have money in them. Can you wire money to an account when I tell you to? I'll pay you back, I promise. I'm dead serious, please. I'm going to an ATM near the airport now. I've been sitting in this park for too long now. People are starting to look and whisper. They don't think I see them, but I do. I need to move. When I text you back, give me an amount to send and account info. Send it over and I'll immediately grab the cash and ditch this phone before they even know. Going now. Text soon. Something is wrong with the airport. There's way more cops here than usual. One is standing by the ATM. A couple people are just standing, looking around with wide grins on their faces. If I get too close, they'll probably be able to see through my face mask and sunglasses. I'm going near the port to an ATM there. I still need the cash. Try and buy some food and sneak on a ship. Worst case, I can bribe a worker if they catch me. I gotta get out of here. Text you when I get to the ATM by the port. So when I first started getting these messages, I was getting them as emails to my inbox that was, emails from Google Voice that was like, here's your text messages, here's the transcripts. And I was like, oh, silly Derek, he's doing a bit for the show. How fun. Then I got this one. Dramatic music again, please. Greetings. This is Donnie, one of Derek's local friends. He's safe. His wife mentioned that he hadn't been taking his meds and skipped the last few therapy sessions. It looks like he caught you in the middle of a bad depressive episode. So sorry for the scare. He's getting help now, and his wife is with him at the hospital. He can't have a phone at the moment, but asked if I could update you. Hopefully we get to meet you sooner rather than later, smiley face. Wishing you sunny days in California. As I got this and started sending screenshots to a few friends saying, does this look real to you? Oh no, oh no, oh no. I think Derek may have had a nervous breakdown and tried to leave the country, or not the country, the island. He does live in Hawaii. The island part is true. I know people were like, oh, you probably saw Island. How did you not know? No, he does live in Hawaii on an island. And I'm like panicking. And as I'm sending this to friends, I get a Facebook message. Here's the Facebook message. Greetings, this is Donnie, one of Derek's local friends. Not sure if you saw all those messages from Derek and the last message I sent you to that podcast number you posted, but I saw you were active on Messenger and figured I'd update you here too. You can disregard the things he was texting you earlier today. Smiley face. Derek is safe. His wife mentioned that he hadn't been taking his meds and skipped the last few therapy sessions. It looks like he caught you in the middle of a bad depressive episode. So sorry for the scare. He's getting help now, and his wife is with him at the hospital. He can't have a phone at the moment, but asked if I could update you. Hopefully we get to meet you sooner rather than later, smiley face. Wishing you sunny days in California. P.S. Scare you to sleep sounds interesting, even if it's not for me. I just don't do well with dark and scary topics. Just lighthearted stuff for this guy. Yeah. So at this point, I replied to Donnie and said, hi, Donnie. Just saw the messages, actually. I'm so glad to hear Derek is safe. Until I saw your message, I honestly thought he was just messing with me. The post he got that number from encouraged people to try to scare me. I'm so sorry to hear that he's going through it. Sending all my love to he and his wife and the 2 little ones. And then Donnie replied, can you believe, by the way, that I even acknowledged that I'm the mark? I made myself the mark here. I told people to scare me, and I'm like, oh my God, in that same Facebook post, I said to scare me. And so anyway, yes, I'm dumb. So then Donnie replied, since I have you, can I interest you in any information on Forever in the Sun psychological services? No demons or aliens, I promise. And in that moment, I knew I had been had. And then Derek revealed himself, and Nathan sent a picture of himself, so I knew that he had not had a nervous breakdown and thought that a shadowy government psychological service was after him. Also, shout out to my friend Jeremy, who was like, I think this is a creepypasta, and I think he's messing with you. It was not a creepypasta, by the way, but he was messing with me. So thank you, Derek, for being the one person to actually scare me. You win the prize of, I don't know. Next time you're in LA, I will buy you dinner for scaring me.
Hi, my name is Emilio. I do a lot of cooking. I cook here from home, and I post a lot of the food that I cook on the Scary to Eat page. I even post some of the cakes that I do. And I was just wondering what your favorite food is. Maybe I could recreate it and tag you and see if you approve. Thank you.
Hello, Emilio. I'm a huge fan of all the food you post in Scary to Eat. Scary to Eat, by the way, is a Facebook group if you'd like to join, where we all post our food, and Emilio does an exceptional job. Everything he posts looks incredible. A favorite food is so hard to choose. I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, okay, I'm just going to go instinct. The two things for some reason that just popped into my head, and I don't know if it's just because I'm craving them, are albondigas and beef bourguignon. Who knows? I don't know. Apparently I'm in sort of a soupy stew mood right now. But those are the two things that came into my head. So I guess pick one. I don't know. If pick the one that you've never made before, or if you've made both, then just pick your favorite, because I don't want to make you eat something that you don't like. So yeah, those are my two favorites of the moment as of 3 p.m. on a Friday. And I have another food question that kind of goes along with that from Instagram, from Molly on Instagram. Where and how do you have your food knowledge? Just for growing up, my mom cooked. My dad cooks a little too. My grandmas both cook. On my dad's side, my grandma's Mexican, and she taught me a lot of Mexican dishes, and my great grandma as well taught me a lot of Mexican dishes. But also just a lot of, they both, on both sides, they just cook a lot of different things. And as I grew up, I just really found a lot of relaxation and solace in cooking. And I taught myself a lot of things. There are a lot of techniques that I wasn't taught growing up that I just kind of learned myself. I would love to have more of a formal education on things like knife skills. Like I'd love to take some knife skills classes and maybe a bread baking class. I'd love to go to London. I think it's in London, somewhere in England. Paul Hollywood does a bread baking class, and I'd love to take one of those. But yeah, so it's taught from family. It's part of just who I am, basically. I find a lot of happiness in cooking. I find that everyone should probably have the life skill of cooking, even if you don't necessarily enjoy it. Everyone should be able to cook themselves a meal. I really believe that. We should all know more about where our food comes from. I could talk about this forever too. I feel like we've gotten kind of away from our food and like its origins. And I grew up in a farming community, and I think a lot of things, there's a lot of food where we think of it, a lot of people think of it as just coming from the truck. And like, there are food deserts where they don't really teach about where our food comes from. I was just having this conversation. Well, to be honest, I've had this conversation many times with some friends, but like in the old days, the butcher at like even the grocery store would have like a pig's head or something there to prove how fresh the meat is. Well, we imagine walking into like a Vons and seeing a pig's head at the butcher at the meat department. For one, we call it the meat department now and not a butcher, because they don't even necessarily do the butchering there, but they do. I know they do some butchering there, but like we've kind of like tamed down our idea of food, and especially like meat consumption. And I don't know, I feel like and I have nothing against veganism or vegetarianism, by the way. I think those are excellent choices in life. But just as someone who is not one of those, I feel like we could learn a lot more about where our food comes from, and even just, what's in our food and things like that. And I don't want to sound like preachy. I'm not telling anyone how to eat. I love a Pop-Tart. Don't get me wrong. But I just feel there's just something I love about food. It's our building block. We all need food. We all need food. It's a beautiful thing, and it's become such an ugly thing over the years. You know what you have earned and not in like calories and things. It's so ugly, and food is beautiful. It shouldn't be an ugly thing. It shouldn't be something like that. And I love books like there's a book called Consider the Fork, which is excellent. I It's not common. I haven't met many other people who read books about food, but there's this book called Consider the Fork. That is, if you're interested in food, I highly recommend it. She talks about the author and who I cannot remember off the top of my head right now. Actually, hold on just a second. Let me get you that author. Okay, so the full title is Consider the Fork, A History of How We Cook and Eat by B. Wilson. It's an excellent book. It talks a lot about the history of like certain cutlery and things, like how in medieval Europe, it would be more common to carry around your own knife for cutting your meat and things. And the idea to them of having a knife on the table that you would use, or even or like cutlery in general, would be kind of gross. Like, ew, I'm not just using some knife that's laying there, or some fork that's laying there. I have my own. Like that was a thing, especially in like people who were more wealthy had more decorative cutlery they would bring with them. And it's a really interesting book. I highly recommend it. I think I got completely off subject of what both of you asked me, but that's just what you signed up for when you tuned into this episode. Okay, next. Okay, this was a text to the number. Hey Shelby, Aaron H. from Canada writing in. My question for the Q&A is, what is your taste in music like, and what artists have you have had your ear lately? I've been an avid listener and don't recall if you've mentioned it. Thanks a ton, as I am always on the hunt for new tunes, and you always have stellar tastes. I hope this year brings you so much success. Peace. Thank you, Aaron. And yeah, I don't talk about music much. I wouldn't call myself a music connoisseur. I don't feel like my taste in music is very cool. It's very eclectic. I literally listen to everything. And you know, a lot of people are like, oh, I listen to everything except rap and country or something like that. No, I listen to everything. I listen to a lot of musicals. Again, if you're cringing or rolling your eyes, I told you up top, I'm not cool. I don't have a cool taste in music. I've been listening to a lot of Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds lately, especially their Murder Ballads album. Love it. Like, just fantastic. There's a song called Stagger Lee that's just so fun and hilarious and so good. And all of the songs are about murder. And so if you're into that sort of thing, I recommend Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. And they're awesome. And let's see, I listen to everything. I really do. I go through phases and moods. My playlists are always it's a myriad of things. I usually go just off vibes. Like I have one that I listen to in the evenings, like if I'm driving home and stuff, that I just titled Chill Bra. And like, it's just every genre you could think of, some that's just instrumental too, like from all different genres of music that just make me feel chill and make me feel good. And then I have like a more romantic playlist that is just an emoji that's like a little firework emoji because I'm fucking cheesy. And again, all different genres. Like this isn't helpful. But yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, here's another more podcast related question from, this was a text. Hey Shelby, longtime fan and Patreon member here. I am obsessed with your show as it's the main thing I listen to in order to fall asleep. You have such a niche idea that clearly works because no one else is doing it. I wouldn't say no one else, but thank you. I recently started a podcast with my brother and I'm trying to increase our number of listeners. This says it's for my eyes, but I'm just going to give you a shout out. It's a comedic podcast called Rewind Rewatch. We review 90s movies to discuss how well they aged. Apart from posting routinely on social media, what do you find to be the best way to grow your audience? That's from Andreen. I think the best way to grow your audience is, it's word of mouth. Word of mouth is the best thing for podcasts. But how do you get word of mouth? Well, I recommend doing promo swaps. Sorry to everyone who's probably heard me answer this question a bunch in this way about promo swaps. Reach out to other shows. Reach out to shows that are around your size, that are smaller, that because you're just starting out, and reach out to bigger shows. You never know. Every once in a while, especially before I was like with the network and stuff, I would just, people would ask me to do promo swaps, and I'd be like, yeah, even though it was unbalanced when it came to how many listeners I was reaching versus who they were reaching, because you just never know. You might have a favorite podcaster out there who just kind of wants to help out. And so promo swaps basically create a trailer for your show if you haven't already. A lot of people forget that part. Create a trailer and make it only 60 seconds, or like a scotch over 60 seconds if you need. No one wants to listen past 90 seconds max. Create a trailer, reach out to other podcasters on social media and just say, hey, do you want to do a promo swap? Whether you do it dynamically for a certain amount of listens, like say like 1,000, or maybe it's even on the smaller side, 50 if you're on the smaller side, do this many listens. Or if you want it like baked in where you're like, or you just want to post it at the beginning of your show, baked in, that just lives there forever. Or you post it at the beginning of the show and say it'll be up for 2 weeks or something. So yeah, reach out to other shows. That way their audiences find you, your audiences find them, and it's kind of a win-win, to be honest. So hope that helps.
Hey Shelby, this is Joshua Rowe. Hope you're doing fantastic. Just want to say thank you for everything you do. You get me through night shifts, getting through school again and work, and just a hectic life. My question I wanted to throw in today is, what is your favorite musical or play? Also, check your back seat.
Thank you, Joshua. And for any of you not familiar or don't remember Joshua's name, he had the true story about a man actually being in his backseat and like holding him hostage, basically, and trying to carjack him. So that was not a threat on Joshua's part. He was not threatening me. That was a cheeky little callback to his own story. And not just story, again, true episode. This actually happened to him. So favorite musical and or play. So I love okay, so there's the Jekyll and Hyde play. Don't look up the recording. David Hasselhoff is in the pro shot. Don't. The album though has there's a few stinkers, not gonna lie, but there are a few songs on the Jekyll and Hyde soundtrack by Anthony Warlow, and they are the coolest, most goth shit you've ever heard. They're so cool. Okay, there's a song called Alive on the album, and it has lyrics like, tonight I'll plunder heaven blind, steal from all the gods. Tonight I'll take from all mankind, conquer all the odds, and I feel I'll live on forever with Satan himself by my side. Metal lyrics, love it. Again, not every song. It's mostly alive, transformation, confrontation. Couple in there too. I like the part where they're like arguing about whether Jekyll should be able to experiment on prisoners. That's a fun song too. But I love Hadestown. Love Hadestown. Can you sense a theme in my like of musicals? Hadestown, one of my favorites, and that is about Orpheus and Eurydice, which if you're not familiar with that Greek tragedy, then I recommend reading it. It's beautiful. When I went to see Hadestown in person, these poor women in front of me, it was like a group of 3 friends, were not familiar with the story, had no idea it was a tragedy, and were horrified at the end, like catatonic at the end. And they had no idea that it ended sad, even though it does start out saying it is a tragedy. That's part of the lyrics, but beautifully done. It's set to like jazz music. Gorgeous. Love Hadestown. And another one that's a little more common, it's a little more heard of. I mean, of course, like Les Mis, duh, but also Evita is one of my favorites. I do recommend the movie with Madonna from the 90s. I love it. With Madonna and Antonio Banderas. It's about Eva Perón and Juan Perón, who were monsters. They were the leaders of Argentina during the 1940s, and it's about Eva's rise to power and her death at a young age. And it's really interesting because it's this beautiful story where you get 2 perspectives, where you're hearing from Ava's perspective, where she thinks everything she's doing is correct. And then you get the Che character, and Che is like, actually, you're a monster, and here's how. And it's really interesting. It's a great historical kind of thing. And yeah, again, I recommend the movie. I know some people are probably like, no, not the movie, but I like the movie a lot. It's very well done, I think. So there you go. Those are my favorites. Okay, I'm going to do a few from Instagram. This one is KMS Reese Bissington. What are your thoughts on modern horror movies / shows? Because in the last 10 years, I felt a big decline. I think that sometimes when I hear this, I wonder if people have a little bit of a nostalgia bug in their brains. And I tend to just, I hear that a lot where it's like nothing's as good as it was 10 years ago. But again, I just mentioned that Skinamarink is one of my favorite horror movies ever. Like I would definitely keep that in my top 5, probably forever. It's just so inventive. It was done on a budget of like $2. It was incredibly original. And I think I disagree. I disagree that there's a huge decline. I think it's just a changing trends. Horror shows, I think I can see maybe where you're thinking of. Maybe you're thinking a little of like the Mike Flanagan shows are pretty big right now. And they're a little more like feelingsy than I think some people want. They deal with a lot more, and horror has always dealt with like allegories and things, but I think some of those are a little more on the nose. I enjoy them, but I can see like they're not scary to me. They are for me a little more. They hit your feelings buttons more than your scare buttons. If that makes any fucking sense. But yeah, I think that there's some good stuff coming out. I think that we just these days see everything. That we're a little overloaded with content in general, and I say this as a content creator. Look at how much stuff comes out. Like, look at how many different streaming services and how, like, prestige TV used to be kind of allocated to HBO. That was almost basically it. And now we have all of these different choices and options, and it feels a little overloaded. And I will say, I do think there are a lot of creative choices being made because these studios are way too beholden to shareholders. I believe that is also true with podcasting. I will not say more about that, but in movies, I think there's a little too much safety going on. And I think that's why something like Skinamarink grabbed me so much, because it wasn't beholden to a Warner Brothers right now is about to delete allegedly a very good Looney Tunes movie about Wile E. Coyote. And like, they're allowed to just do that. They were allowed to spend, $90 million on it. I don't know the actual number. I can't remember off the top of my head, but let's say $90 million. They're allowed to fucking delete it and then write it off as a tax write-off. Everything is about the bottom line now. And I will say, in the beginning I was fighting you, but now I am agreeing in a way. A lot of the bigger budget stuff that's coming out is too safe, I think. But there are gems in there if you look for them. Oh, I'm going to answer this question because, and this episode's getting pretty long. I don't know how long anyone would want this to be, so I might not do every question, especially if it's something maybe I've answered before. But this one, would you ever consider having someone else do a voice part in one of your episodes? For one, I have had other people do voice parts. I have had my ex-husband he did a few voices over the years, and a lot of times people don't like it. They come to my show for what I offer. And what I offered was me reading stories as some sort of maternal or some sort of feminine figure, just reading you horror stories. And it's the same as like, traditional audiobooks, I believe, where it's usually just one narrator. Some of them are fully cast these days, but this is what I offer and this is my show. And every once in a while I have toyed with little bits of having other voices, but it's never been that well received, and it's never improved the episodes that much, in my opinion, and in others' opinion. I have gotten feedback on them. I had a lot of one part read in a very old episode, and I got a lot of negative feedback about it. It was like, I come to your show because I wanted you to read me a bedtime story. That's the vibe. There are a million other amazing shows like No Sleep and Creepy, and there's a million shows out there who have a lot of voice actors, and mine doesn't, because that's what makes me special. That was so pretentious, but it is what it is. It's what I like to do. It's what the people for the most part like. So
It's mostly men who ask this. I don't know. I actually have no, I don't think this was a man who asked this, but I usually get men who are like, well, I noticed you don't have any men voices on your show, so I could be that. And no, thank you. I've tried it before. I've had male voice actors on the show in little bits before, and it isn't what people want. So, but I just noticed that because it a lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times it comes off very presumptuous. Like, oh, you know what would make your show better is if there weren't so many lady voices on it. You know. Let's see. What is your favorite / least favorite horror movie trope? That's from Morgan. I don't know. My favorite is found footage. Is that a trope? That's a genre, but I don't. I love found footage. I love. I love. I don't know. It's so hard to pick a trope. I'm good on like. I don't know. This is a hard one. Sorry. Least favorite, I guess, would be when they kill animals because I'm a baby. I don't know. There you go. This one is from Carlos Rosales. This is a filmmaker who I recently did a voice for his short film, urban legend, The Hook. And he asked, what was it like to hear your voice in a short film? It was great. And it wasn't the first time, but it was great. I have done a couple of short films and I'm always happy to. And it's always fun to hear myself on the big screen, especially since for so long I did background acting where I got to see myself but never hear myself. And so now I hear myself and I usually don't see myself, but someday maybe it'll be both. Maybe someday someone will want to see and hear me at the same time. I don't know. Maybe that's in the future. Knock on wood. Someday.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I don't have too much time, but I've got a great question for the show. What really got you pushed you to start making it? Or even better question, what pushes you to keep doing the work, to keep making the episodes of the show? This would be a great question. Okay, thank you for your time. Bye.
What pushes me to keep doing this? I love it. I love every minute of it. I mean, okay, not every minute. There are hard times, but it's this job, this show truly gave me a new life. It took me from being a very shy person who had nothing really going on for them and feeling stuck in situations to giving me a way to free myself and provide happiness to people. When I get your messages about how, spoiler alert, at the end of the show, I'm doing a compilation of all the voicemails I got that were just kind messages. And that's simply because they didn't have questions and I didn't want to just make most of this. You can see it's already very long. So I have a compilation at the end and I've heard from so many people over the years that I have in some way bettered their lives just by making them have a good end of their day. Just because Friday comes around and they're excited to hear my show. And maybe that's so conceited to even mention that, but these are things I've heard from people and I want to make people happy. Again, I mentioned it earlier. It's like a part of me wanted to give back the same way I received from the ASMR creators, from the podcasters who I'd listened to for so long, who had become an escape for me, who had become a solace for me, just a place where I found a calm and a sense of self and a sense of camaraderie through a parasocial relationship with these people because they became my friends over the airwaves and I found so much in common with them and it made me feel less alone. It made me feel less weird, basically. And if I can make anyone feel less weird and feel seen and feel loved or even feel some self-love, this recent guided nightmare that came out yesterday, the first 10 minutes is me going through very, very slow, gentle, soft steps of trying to make you feel soothed, self-soothing and self-love, because I want that for you. I want that for everyone who listens. And it's, again, the whole, I felt less weird because who among us in a lot of places, hasn't felt a little weird for finding that in horror? I mean, I also have the bad emails to show that, people calling me mentally ill, which I am, okay? So, and what? But people saying, I was disgusting and sick and this and that for even liking these things. I mean, I had people calling me very terrible things on a recent episode. I'm not even going to name the episode. I'm not going to read the comments. It was not obscene, by the way. I know you're all like, oh, it was the obscene series. It was not, actually. And I had some people being very accusatory about me. And so I still see that stigma in the world of being the little freak, I don't know, but I want everyone to feel love. That's what makes me keep going. Okay, next question.
Hey, Shelby, you left this particular message on Facebook, and you want me to try to scare you. Well, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to do that. I don't know. It just feels wrong. At any rate, I do want to say I've loved all of your stories. Everything that you've written. Oh my God, there's so many. What was the? There was one. Oh God, it's gonna drive me absolutely mad. Something about like, can I come in, or something like that, and it kept going and kept going, and that scared the shit out of me. Kid you not, it was terrifying. Anyway, I think you're extraordinarily talented and a beautiful person, inside and out, and just wanted to send some love towards you. I think you're right up there. You really are. All right. Well, Joey, I know you're going through it. I've seen his posts and things like that, of course, as well. And I hope you're doing well. Regardless, it's not my fucking business. And be well, love. Okay? You're the best. You really are. I love your show. I really do. It's fantastic. And can't wait to see what you do in the future. So, at any rate, that's all.
Thank you so much for the kind message. I don't think you left your name. I do have transcripts of some of these, but sometimes Google Voice doesn't transcribe properly, as most AI is these days. And it also censors curse words, which is really dumb to me. Anyway, I wanted to post this because I don't remember the story you're talking about from your description. I don't doubt it is something that I have done, but I wanted to post it in case someone else does. You're clearly in the Facebook group, whoever you are. And I don't, but I don't remember. So if anyone remembers that and is in the Facebook group, maybe post what story it is that they are referencing. Also, just because I have you here, apologies for all the English accents I've done over the years that are probably appalling to your ears. I try my best. I try. Yeah, and I really appreciate everything you said. That was very, very kind. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello there, Shelby. It's Faceless Ash here. You don't know me, but I love your work so much that I've decided to work on my own project. Set in worlds of my own design, I've felt the touch of inspiration, and you have been my muse. But don't worry, taking the lives of humans is below me, unless you're this asshole here. I'm not going to say what he did, but just know it rhymes with filed protester. Again, thank you, Shelby, for the gift of inspiration. And remember, I'm the faceless darkness that observes all.
That was brilliant. I loved it. Thank you. Do you hear me clapping? That was brilliant. I love that. Thank you for that. That was awesome. See, everyone, there you go. The ante for production value has been upped. Has been upped by Faceless Ash. Thank you. That was incredible. I loved it. I love it. I love it. I don't even know what else to say. I love it. Also, I can tell you're from Scotland, I'm going to say. I could be wrong. But just toss my apologies for UK accents that I gave the last guy to you too. Apologies. Okay, and I'm actually coming to, I believe, my last voicemail. So I think that is most of the questions I received, possibly. If I missed yours, I'm sorry. This is over an hour. I don't know how many questions I've done. I try to keep track of them. I got a few extra ones today on Instagram. So if you got yours in a little late, don't worry. I'll try to either remember them for next time or maybe send them in next time. Feel free to, again, leave a voicemail. Those are fun. I like listening to your beautiful voices. So I wanted to read a few of the text messages I got that were not necessarily questions because I got a few that were fun. One person sent me 2 ghost emojis that says taxes when you're self-employed, because taxes when you're self-employed is the scariest thing of all. Someone said, you look so cute right now. Thank you. I don't know if that meant like literally in that moment and you were watching me through a window, or just in general in this time period. Either way, thank you. Let's see. Hi, babes. I'm not here to scare you. I'm just here to say I enjoy your podcast I enjoy your podcast a lot. You have such a beautiful voice. I'm so jealous of your podcast. It is so great. You don't have to be jealous. You can do your own podcast. I've been listening to for a couple of months now, and girl, it's too good. You ate that shit up. The great work. Keep up the great work you're doing. Heart emojis and heart hands emojis. Lots of hearts. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very kind of you. Again, don't be jealous. You do your own podcast. Microphones, they're everywhere now. Did I already say someone sent me Shelby who was phone in all caps? Because that's brilliant. That's from an old creepypasta. And I think it was made popular on last podcast on the left with Marcus Parks read it. It's Shelby who was phone. I actually thought I knew who sent this to me, and I double checked it with my actual contacts in my phone, with my real phone number, and it was not that person. So I don't know who sent this to me, but good job. That was fun. Oh, and this one, hi Shelby, this is Nikki. I wanted to say how much I love your podcast, and while listening to you last night while making dinner, my son, 14 years old, was in the living room playing a video game and was like, okay, ma'am, you have no business being so spooky. LOL, it made me laugh and thought I would share it with you. Thank you. Thank you to your teenage son. Teenagers are scary, and the fact that I could scare one back makes me happy.
Hi, Shelby. It's Rosemary. I was calling to see if you had any family ghost stories. I love hearing other people's family experiences with the paranormal and like things that have been passed down from generation to generation. So if you had one, I think it would be awesome. And I'll take my story off the air. Thanks.
I thought I would round off all these voicemails with one from Rosemary, the Rosemary, who is a mod in the Facebook group and is my best friend. So Rosemary had the question about family ghost stories. My family, especially on my mom's side, is very into the paranormal, and a lot of my family members are very sensitive. And so there are actually a lot of family ghost stories. My aunt's house in particular was very haunted growing up. There were things like fans and things coming on without being plugged in, people seeing apparitions, water being turned on. There's always been a lot of activity around a lot of my family members, including myself. Like growing up, one time my brother and I were staying up late, and it was summertime, and he was like, going to bed. And I was like, oh, okay, good night. I was sitting with my back to these French doors that were at our old house that led to the backyard. And apparently he saw someone standing behind me and just left me to be eaten by the ghost, as a little brother would do, right? Yeah, like my aunt's current house is very old and it's very haunted. There's just a lot of activity, there's voices. It's hard to like pinpoint one or the other. Again, I've talked about it before. Real encounters with like the paranormal are usually very short, and not, there isn't a lot of spooky buildup or detail because they're real. I know some of my cousins one time were at my aunt's house sitting in the living room, and allegedly the apparition of my great grandmother just kind of showed up, smiled at them, and then went away. Yeah, these are all. So basically, I've been around spooky things my whole life. My aunt was always kept books about like brujeria and like just paranormal encounters, and family members going down to like Mexicali to get their, their palms read or their auras read, just talking to the psychics. They're doing the egg thing. The egg thing is when they crack eggs, and if there's like blood in it, it means something. And I don't mean this in a flippant, disrespectful way. I just can't remember off the top of my head all of these things. But yeah, just there's a lot of paranormalness in my family, a lot of ghost stories. Seems to follow us all around quite a bit. Ooh, I was about to actually stop, and then I remembered just the other night, I was at my parents' house with some cousins, and at my old apartment, I swore there was a ghost. A lot of ghost stories from that old apartment, and it always felt friendly though. But then it wouldn't be her. She would be like over here, and then the shadow, I'd see it over here. And I know cats are very fast, and they can feel like spirits sometimes. But this would be like, like I can see Clara from here eating at her bowl, and I swear I saw a cat over here, or a small shadow. So I awoken some sort of small animal spirit, like maybe a small dog, even if it wasn't cat. I don't know. But I was at my parents' house the other night, and my cousins were sitting. So one of them could see down the hallway of their house, and he looks at me and he goes, "Did you bring something with you?" And I was like, "What do you mean? Like what are you talking about?" He was like, "When you came down here, did you bring something with you? Because there was someone at the end of the hall looking from like where the room I was staying, I am staying in, was like looking down the hallway, like peeking around the corner, is what I should say. I'm not good at describing this, but it was like peeking around the corner. And I was like, maybe, maybe the ghost from my old apartment liked me better and came with me. So who knows? But yeah, thank you for the question. That's a good one. That's one thing, a fun icebreaker thing that I love asking people if I do find out they're open to the paranormal, asking that, or even if I don't know, just asking like, have you ever seen a ghost? Have you ever had any experiences? And even people who don't necessarily believe, a lot of people have had something happen to them that's strange. So that's always a fun icebreaker. So if you go on a date, maybe don't. I don't know. I haven't been on a date in so long, so don't listen to me for dating advice. Okay, and I think we're going to start wrapping it up. Okay, folks, and as I mentioned before, for the end of the episode, I've compiled all the voicemails I got that were the loveliest compliments and greetings. I thought it may get tiresome hearing me say thank you over and over again, and possibly crying over how touched I am. Seriously, some of these came in during times when I really needed it this past week. I want to preempt the compilation with a wholehearted expression of my appreciation for the thoughtfulness of taking the time to just say hello and send me so much love. And I felt so much good energy as I listened to all these. And I listened to all of them several times as I put the episode together. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Sending you all so much love. I hope you can feel it through the airwaves. Now, presenting you.
Hey, Shelby Scott. My name's Regina. I'm from Augusta, Georgia. I'm an Uber driver, so I listen to you, to your podcast, and I also listen to creepy stories as well. That's why I found you over there, just letting you know that some of us Uber drivers out here enjoy listening to podcasts rather than music sometimes, so you keep up the good work, girl.
Hello there. Well, I've been listening to your podcast for a few hours now. I've heard of it through the Creepy Pod, and I have to say I really, really enjoy it. You have a really soothing voice, and well, it may sound kind of weird, but it makes me wanna have creepy experiences just so I could send them to you and have you read and produce them. But on the other hand, I'm kind of grateful that I've never gone through anything creepy. So anyway, thanks for your work, and I can't wait to hear more from you. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I want creepy ass voice moves to change that. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey Shelby, my name's Emma. I've listened to Scary to Sleep for years and I just love it so much. And I love you. And I just wanted to tell you how much I love the music you choose. I love the music that you choose for all of your episodes, and especially the oldies, the dusty ones. I'm a huge fan of oldies, but you always nail it, and you nail the sound effects too. And just wanted to let you know and send me love. Can't wait for the next episode. Bye.
Hello, Shelby Scott. This is one of your supporters from Texas or Arkansas. I just want to say I really love your podcast, and they're very calming. I'm super happy that you came out with your other episode of At a Nightmare. So have a good day. Bye.
I'm not quite sure if this is definitely going to be a spooky message or anything, but I did definitely want to leave a message. Just gotta say, I'm a new but enthusiastic fan of the show. I first came across our podcast with John Grove, as you corrected before, Creepy. Through that, there is reference to No Sleep, which you've also referenced. So I've been following that for several years too. And your show kept on being brought up on Spotify. And I've been mentioning a lot of episodes. Can't understate how great your show is. I'm particularly impressed with how you seem to be doing a one-person production with the acting, different characters and everything. It's just, you've done a very great job. Spectacular story selection too, and I really enjoy the epilogue at the end. It's all like talking about whether it's going to Renaissance Fair or baking or anything like that. So great job, Shelby. So just keep the good work up, and I hope that your show continues to grow, and many awards and accolades are down the road. Have a good one.
Hi, Shelby. I'm just, leaving you a little voicemail. I wanted to let you know that, I am in love with your podcast. I'm in love with everything you do. I think what you do is super amazing. And, you do a really good job at what you do. I listen to your podcast, virtually everywhere.
I'll be drawing, reading, cooking, doing anything like that, and I will be listening to your podcast. So thank you so much for that. And yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Shelby. This is Christine from Wisconsin. Just wanted to let you know that I thoroughly enjoy your show. It keeps me company on my very long overnight shift. And just about everything else, cooking, baking, walking my cat. Yes, walking my cat. I'd love to see pictures of your cat. Maybe we could even have like a little cat date. That'd be cool. Just wanted to give you some encouragement that I think you're doing a fantastic job, and the rambles are great, the stories are great, everything that you come up with is great. And I especially love the way that you list everybody else up who sends in their own stories or sends in their own little guided nightmares, and just the way that you welcome everybody is very beautiful. We love you. Keep it up.
Shelby, my name is Danielle. I'm from New Jersey, and I just wanted a reason to say hi, and I hope you have a great day, great rest of your night, day, whatever time you listen to this. And my son, who is a year old, also says have a wonderful day. Thanks.
Hi, Shelby. This is Cindy. I just wanted to say that I love your podcast, especially the guided nightmares. And oh my God, you're reading up the yellow wallpaper. It's incredible. I don't know how many times I've listened to that, which probably makes me sound like a wallpaper creeper myself. But yeah, just had to put it out there and say how much I love that episode. Tell Claire go and say hi. And that's what I got. Thanks for talking. Thanks for talking. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Hi, Shelby. You're my favorite podcaster by far. I just want to say I love to listen to your podcast before I go to bed, especially the guided nightmares. They're like so relaxing, and I hope you can keep up what you've been doing, and good luck on your podcasting career. Bye.
Hi, Shelby Rosemary again. I did want to add to my last message that if you could just tell your listeners that the American lawn care industry is a scam, that they should throw their lawnmowers into an active volcano and plant native grasses in their front yards. Thanks. Bye.
Hey, Shelby, this is Frank. After hearing it so long, I just have to tell it to you. Sweet dreams.
Hello and welcome to Scare You to Sleep. I'm your host, Shelby Novak, and I'm going to discuss some intriguing and terrifying stories from Reddit with you. Before we begin, I'd like to remind you to go check out my 4-week guest spot on the Nightlight podcast. In the latest episode, Prince and I discuss the very controversial film, Funny Games. That's the Nightlight podcast, also part of the Bloody FM network, so you can find that wherever you get your podcasts. March has turned out to be an accidental nonfiction month so far, save for the guided nightmare, I guess, unless perhaps when you listen, you happen to summon something horrifying into your room, in which case, please email me at scarytosleep@gmail.com. I promise we'll get back to fiction next week, though I do know that dark Reddits are a huge favorite for many of you, according to my analytics anyway. And this week I have a grab bag of some weird shit. Get ready to put on your high strangeness caps and walk with me through haunted minds, premonitions, murder, and the downright inexplicable. Let's start with the haunted mind, because who doesn't love a haunted mind? Probably this guy, actually. This was posted in the subreddit, The Truth is Here, and for my fellow high strangeness lovers, I recommend giving that subreddit a gander. It's got a lot of great, weird stories. Posted from a throwaway account, and for those of you who aren't aware and haven't listened to previous Dark Reddit episodes, a throwaway account is a profile one creates in order to post something they don't want traced back to their main account. Because even though Reddit is anonymous to a certain extent, sometimes when you search someone's real profile, you can kind of gauge who that person is if you read enough into all their comments and posts and things. So I usually find the juicier stuff under throwaway accounts. I've found everything from confessions to murder, adulterous affairs, so many just different things that people use their throwaway accounts for, including paranormal stories. Because, you know, if you work in an industry maybe like this particular person, you don't want your coworkers finding out you posted this story and maybe laughing at you. I don't know. I don't know why people, I'm sure there's a myriad of reasons why people would post something paranormal under a throwaway account. So this is from Throw1374, and it was posted on December 20th, 2019. I saw something in a decommissioned mind. I work in 3D laser scanning. I laser scan things to capture the geometry of the site when bad things happen. Think car accidents or industrial accidents. When bad things happen, I show up to document the scene so that when lawyers argue over what was there is an actual 3D model of what was actually what. Several years ago, maybe 2012-ish, I went to a coal mine in West Virginia. No idea which, but that coal mine was decommissioned. I was done, and the entrance was slated to be filled with 25 feet of concrete the next week. An accident happened way down there, and they wanted the mining machine and the area documented, since it would be inaccessible in the future. So I scanned the area and the machine, and that was about that. This particular area was near the end of the run. It wasn't a straight down mine like you might imagine. It was a 3-mile ride on some personnel rail cars to the end. It was basically into the hill, not straight down. I know for a fact anyone in that mine was on our train of carts. On the way down, you see that there's hundreds of offshoots where the coal was mined, all lighted, all like 90 degrees from the rails. These were mined early. The train kept going for 3 miles or so to get to where we went. Spent a long time setting the scene. Woo. Anyway, the weird thing happens on the way up. It takes like 45 minutes to go in and out from where we were. On the way up, I am just randomly looking out. The seats face 90 degrees from the train travel. As we come up to the other side of the passage, and I see a fucking little girl standing at the end of one of the tunnels, like 30 feet away, just standing there. I saw 100 of those tunnels, but I saw a little girl in one. It shocked me. After that, I just looked down and never looked into the void of those tunnels again. My coworker asked me if I saw something in the tunnels. I said yes, and we never talked about it further. First of all, that's horrifying. Could you imagine being 3 miles into a mountain, or a hill, I guess, and seeing a little girl standing there at the end of a tunnel? No, thank you. And as so often happens on Reddit, the comments were full of more stories. Reddit user Inous, I-N-O-U-S, don't know how to pronounce that, said, I went to an old copper mine in Arizona to do a tour and asked one of the owners there if they've seen anything weird. He went on to tell me that one night he took one of the trains described in OP's story to close up for the day. It takes about 20 minutes to get down there, And he said when he got down there, by himself, he saw what looked like a headlamp walking up the tracks toward him. He booked it the fuck out of there and doesn't go into the mine at night. This place had something like 13 fatalities during its operating years. Mining is dangerous as hell. Fuck that. Then came user Ballistic Habit, who said, I am a real-life former underground coal miner in West Virginia. There are so many things down there that can fuck up your whole world just doing your job. Now, I have seen things, unexplainable things. I have heard stories from serious, honest, hard-working, sober men that know what they saw. And what they saw can range from just strange to downright terrifying. Edit, by popular demand, I will start a thread of some of these stories. Ballistic Habit didn't exactly start a long new thread. I looked and I tried to go through their user history and their post history. I couldn't find anything that he had done separately or they had done separately. But here are a few other comments I found from Ballistic Habit in that same post. Some men I know were working in a future long wall section. They witnessed someone or thing that looked like a man, complete with reflective clothing and a dim cap light, walk from a crosscut across an entry and disappear directly into the coal seam. Shocked, they hurried to the location while calling our dispatcher to check our tracking, because they were supposed to be the only men there working at the time. Dispatch reported that theirs were the only current devices on the section. These men walked around looking for any sign or evidence of someone there. They gave up after a bit and returned to where they had set down their gear. They were very shocked to find their lunches and gear scattered everywhere. Lunch buckets dumped, jackets thrown around, and some tools weirdly arranged. These guys were 1,500 plus feet underground and literally miles from the portal. Another comment from Ballistic Habit. Okay, I've been asked to elaborate some. The most common thing I've seen is lights. So a coal mine is the darkest place ever. If you are alone and shut off your cap light, you cannot see anything. And I mean your own hand 1 inch from your face. It's inky black nothingness. Well, many times I've been working and keep seeing a cap light moving around where I know no one else is working. I've even radioed dispatch to ask them to check our tracking devices for other miners. But no one is there. But I see a cap light. Someone asked, how do tracking devices work in a mine? I'm curious. And Ballistic Habit said, radio signal. There are hundreds of small receivers strategically placed around the mine. Each miner has a small radio transponder that communicates with the receivers. They log our positions as we move about the mine. They exist because coal mines sometimes have a tendency to explode and or catch fire. During these times, it is imperative to rescue men before they are overcome with toxic gases. If they are killed or cannot be rescued, it helps in recovering their body, if it can be recovered. So then user Tire Fire chimed in with this story, and this gave me chills. I work in an open cut strip mine digging coal, and the site we are working on has been around forever. They closed it many years ago as it was no longer financially viable to dig it, but a small company bought it and fired the site up again, and I work for them. There are many old pits about 250 meters deep, and we slowly backfill them in with dirt from the new pits. We had a crew of blokes doing rehab work, prepping natural surface for planting trees and grass. And one of them saw a coal mine worker in high-vis uniform and hard hat standing on the high wall on the edge of the open pit. They pulled up their dozer and radioed to the other dozer operators to see if they know why there's a dude so close to an old high wall on foot with no machine or light vehicle. So by this stage, everyone on site is listening to this two-way conversation about who the heck this guy is. The rehab crew, 6 fellas and dozers, all have watched this person walk to the edge, fall on their knees, and put their face in their hands, then stand up
and jump off into the 250-meter deep pit. The entire site was closed for 48 hours while they were looking for a body. Divers were called in because the old pit had 40 meters of water in the bottom. But because of the minerals in the rock, it's really acidic and a beautiful aqua color. So the divers had special suits and no body was recovered. There is literally nowhere for a body to disappear to. Everyone on site was accounted for that same day as we all swipe in with a card at the start of our shift. It was super bizarre. The poor rehab boys have copped a lot of shit over it because it's presumed they somehow imagined it. All 6 at the same time. The exact same thing. A few of them were old-timers who are the no bullshit types. If they are saying they saw something, I'm inclined to believe it. This all occurred on day shift, so it wasn't in the dark. Isn't that so eerie? 6 people saw a man walk to the edge of this pit and jump in. I don't know. Anyway, user is a Kiss the Rain had an eerie warning for anyone thinking to investigate abandoned mines. All over Appalachia, there are stories of the wails of crying children and even babies, and less often women, coming from the openings of mines. Those who go within to investigate don't always return, or return in a mental fog, never to be quite the same. But they aren't children. They are never children, and they don't really look like that. My source? I lived there for a while. I'm a paranormal investigator, and I've been down in the abandoned mines looking for the source of these stories. I promise you, they aren't children, but they are about the size of them, so maybe that's why they take that form. That, and they are clearly preying on human compassion. I don't want to spend the whole episode on this post since we have some other fun stuff to get to, but there's always a link, by the way, on Dark Reddits to all of these posts in the show notes or on my website. It'll be in either place. So if you'd like to check out the rest of the comments, I highly recommend it. It's Friday night, grab a beverage, grab a dessert, sit in front, just sit in the dark and scroll through some of these comments. They're so eerie. I had never really thought about haunted. I've thought about haunted mines, but not to a huge extent. And the stories in this particular one about haunted mines and so many people having experiences with them, highly recommend it. Again, it's in the show notes. And if you forgot, the title of this one is I Saw Something in a Decommissioned Mine. Oh, and by the way, the next post is also from the Truth Is Here subreddit. And I realized all but one of the stories tonight is actually from that same subreddit. It's a hidden gem. Seriously, it doesn't get the love that r/paranormal or r/glitch in the matrix gets, but it's a really great time. Again, it's a weekend. Go scroll. I highly recommend it. So this next post is from a deleted user, and the post itself was also deleted. I found it on the Wayback Machine, and it looks like it was posted on September 9th, 2013. So over 10 years ago. Wow, a whole decade. I was such a different person in 2013. What about you? It does get to a strange place where the internet is now old enough that you can look back to certain parts of it, like Reddit. How is Reddit this old? How can you, looking back at Reddit 10 years ago and thinking, what was I doing 10 years ago? Anyway, I've been in a very pensive place in my life. Apologies. Anyway, this one is going to cause some debate, I think, and I'm really eager to hear your thoughts on social media. I really encourage you to tell, and again, when it comes to a lot of these paranormal things, you won't hurt my feelings if you just go, I just think it's bullshit. But I'd love to hear all your opinions on this next one because it is a doozy. Buckle in. It's titled, There's a Man I Run Into Sometimes, and Then I Lose Time. Today, he came to my door. Look.
right off the bat, I'll admit this sounds very No Sleep-esque, title alone, but boy, this one is fun. So, here goes. This is not something I feel I can discuss with my family or personal friends, but I'm losing my shit here, so I feel the need to work through it with someone. As such, I'll try to give as many details as possible, but I don't want this getting back to me, and I feel a throwaway account would cost credibility. Here's what's going on. I lived in this apartment complex 4 years ago when I was 16 years old. We did not stay here long due to problems with the lease, but during that time, I spent quite a few hours walking around the grounds. Now, on the east side of the complex is a bike trail that is raised up on a slope. It makes a half circle around the complex and then carries on into the rest of the city. One night, I was out walking my dog, Shasta, along this trail. It was around 10 p.m. in May, so it was pretty dark at that point. I reached the bend in the trail where the path leaves the complex, and there was a guy standing there. White guy, maybe 35 years old. Couldn't see his eyes. He was not doing anything. Smoking, walking a dog, tying a shoe. He was doing nothing at all. He was wearing a puffy down coat, and he had his hands in his pockets, and he was just staring at me. I laughed a little and tried to make that awkward kind of conversation that you do when you bump into a stranger. But the guy said nothing, just kept staring. So, me and the dog sidled around him and walked on. But I eventually got nervous and cut through the trees to get back to my apartment without going on the trail again. I knew the way home from there, even without the trail. But here's the thing. The second I stepped off the trail, I can't remember anything past that. It was like I blinked and suddenly I was in the hall, inside my building, turning a key into the lock of my apartment. Fast forward 3.5 years. I was 19, 7 months pregnant, and moving into a new place with my fiance. As fate would have it, we moved back to the apartment complex I lived in when I was 16. It was cheap, it was comfortable, and near where my fiance works. We ended up in a unit 4 buildings down on the east side of the complex, directly across from the bike trail. A week into living there, I went to take the trash out. I would have had my fiance do it, but I wanted to get off my feet, so I waddled outside to the dumpster which is right next to the bike trail. I closed the lid on the dumpster, and after the bang of the lid, I hear someone talking. Look up, and guess who is standing on the bike trail? You guessed it. White guy, mid-30s, and still wearing the same down coat. He had a cell phone to his ear, but not the new flat kind. It was an older flip phone, circa 2005 or so. Anyway, he was talking into the phone, and he sounded pissed. He was cussing at someone on the other end, someone named Lauren. But you know how when people have a phone conversation and they tend to duck their heads down and not look at other people? Yeah, he wasn't doing that. He was looking right at me. After a second of this, I started backing up, and he started walking towards me. After a second, he was off the grass hill and onto the parking lot, and he took the phone from his ear. He then started snapping it into pieces, tearing out the antenna, breaking the screen off, and angrily throwing them all onto the parking lot ground, still staring at me. I turned around and ran back into the building as fast as I could, and I don't remember what happened next. Next thing I knew, I was on a bed in the maternity ward. There was a fetal monitor strapped around me, and I had a saline IV in my arm. My fiance was there. After a bit of confusion, we worked out this. I came in from taking out the trash, and I was calm. I didn't say anything about the guy with the cell phone. I watched an episode of Battlestar Galactica with my fiance and started throwing up a bit, which was normal for my pregnant self. But I spiked a pretty nasty fever later, and there we were at 5 a.m. in the hospital, making sure I was okay. All this time, apparently, I was perfectly alert. And on the way to the hospital, I apparently talked about our plans for the upcoming Christmas. I was discharged an hour later. They said I had the flu. They gave me Tamiflu and told me to sleep it off and stay indoors. When we pulled into the parking lot, I got out of the car and looked for the cell phone he dropped. It was there, but it looked like it had been run over, probably by us, and it was cracked into dozens of pieces. I collected what I could, and it looks like it was a Nokia 6085. This happened in December 2012. Today is Monday, September 9th, 2013. I have not seen the man in the down coat since then, until this morning. My fiance, still not married, leaves for work at 6 a.m. Not working until 1 p.m. myself, I am usually still asleep at that point. Around 8 a.m., I got up and put a robe on because someone was knocking at our door. Shasta was growling at the door, which was a little unusual. She will typically bark at people but never growl. I told her to go to her kennel, and she sulked away, and I answered the door. I should have looked through the peephole first, but I didn't, and I cannot express how much I regret that. The man in the coat was on the other side. I remember seeing him, and I remember wondering, why is he still wearing that coat in this weather? But after that, I remember nothing. I woke up an hour and a half ago, sitting at my kitchen table. The first thing I noticed was how unbearably hot it was in the apartment. I went to the thermostat and found that it had been set to 90 degrees and was blowing out hot air. I wasn't wearing my robe anymore. I was dressed for the day in my work uniform, and I'm getting ready to leave soon. My baby, now 7 months old, was in her crib. She was crying, evidently having not been fed or changed. There was pee all over her bed as her diaper had leaked. Shasta was laying by the crib, whimpering. I fed the baby, got her changed, and checked my dog for any injuries. She wasn't hurt. I'm not hurt either, but there is blood on the floor by my doorway. I wonder if Shasta bit the man? I don't know. He's gone, and from what I can tell, nothing has been stolen from the place. What do I do now? Edit. In case it's not obvious, I seem to have lost an hour and a half in this encounter. It was 8:07 a.m. when I got up, and by the time I had sense to check the clock again, it was about 9:45. As you can imagine, the comments lit up with opinions, the most common seeming to be basically, OP, I think you might be having seizures, and the top comment being from user Slowmoro, how big is the building? Do you have friends there that might have seen this guy? I think it would be a good idea to either confirm or deny the possibility of his actual physical existence and go from there. To me, though, and I don't mean to sound like a jerk or scare you, this sounds like some sort of absent seizure. Many more commented on her dog reacting to the person, saying that dogs are also known to react and can even be trained to warn a person before a seizure. And of course, there were some more interesting theories, like this from user Cocaine Waffles. At first I was going to say, maybe you have multiple personality disorder. Then, like has been suggested, it might be an encounter of sorts with the Men in Black, as documented by John Keel in the Mothman Prophecies book. The possible tumor seemed the most plausible until I realized that none of the above explain away the physical evidence you have of the broken Nokia cell phone the guy trashed in the parking lot. The MK Ultra-like mind control theory of you being a sort of sleeper agent and him being your handler is also interesting. I know this is scary, but I want to ask you, do you ever feel like you were possibly sexually molested afterwards? It's fucked up, but maybe this guy is simply a sexual predator and has gotten his hands on some Colombian devil's breath, which is a powder that can sort of make you into a completely lucid, compliant zombie temporarily, and in big enough doses, leaves you with no recollections of what you've done, but you're extremely susceptible to suggestion while you're under its influence. First of all, I had never heard of devil's breath, Colombian devil's breath, and that is horrifying. That's real creepy. Yeah, love that that's out there. I love that comment though, because it presents a lot of, again, more interesting theories, but it touches on some of the theories that I saw throughout here. It was not the only one that I saw mention John Keel and the Mothman prophecies. I think at least two or three people mentioned the Mothman prophecies and the Men in Black. And, this was from user XOXOYoYo. An alternative theory is that this person represents/exists in some different level of consciousness, sort of like the alien theories. He does not quite fit in. You meet him and you have a reaction. Things become fuzzy, maybe dreamlike. You are entering an altered state, matching his level, which actually may be your true level. It is not something he is directly causing, just you having a reaction to his presence. While you are in that state, nobody notices anything. After it wears off, you return to your normal conscious state, and you are unable to access the memories created in the altered state. What to do? Nothing. Look to your dreams. I suspect you might find some insight there. Look to your dreams. That's very inspirational. Some argued there had to be a man or something present because of the physical evidence, the blood, the phone, the dog barking and growling, and all of those things. Someone even asked if the phone had a SIM card that the OP could look into. Unfortunately, the original poster never answered a single question and deleted their entire account. So we'll never know if they tried going to a doctor or figured out who the man is. Maybe OP is somewhere else now, somewhere we haven't figured out how to reach. This next post is a little quicker, but so fascinating. This is once again from the Truth is Here sub, and it was posted by a now deleted user on June 23rd, 2019. They wrote, "Coworker opened the door. What was behind it will haunt me forever." So I am a longtime reader, first-time poster, so forgive me if my story isn't really that detailed/intriguing. A few years ago, when I was 16 to 17, I worked in a restaurant as a waitress. There were two locations, one in my town, which I'll call Restaurant A, and one in a town about 30 minutes away, Restaurant B. I should mention that Restaurant B is located in a rougher area, and many of my coworkers weren't from the best of backgrounds. Nonetheless, they were sweet people, and I trusted them. I was trusted as a manager on Thursdays at Restaurant B, which usually meant I was the cashier/server/manager, and the only other person would be a cook, which I'll call Dave. In the restaurant, there is a front glass door that customers use and a back wood door, no window in the door, we use to take out the trash and such. One day, we had no business, and I was in the kitchen with Dave and another cook that was about to leave. We're standing around talking, with Dave right in front of the back door, the other cook to the side of the door, and me about 5 feet away from Dave, in line with the door. He had a bag of trash in his hand, and he was going to take it out. He opened the door while still facing me and talking, and behind the door was a person. It was clearly a person in a gray t-shirt, jeans, and a black hat. I saw him for a split second, long enough to know someone was there, and then Dave saw my face and turned around, which blocked my view, and the guy was gone. The other cook saw my face turn white as a sheet when David opened the door and joked that it looked like I had seen a ghost. Oh, the irony. While Dave started looking around outside to see what I could have seen. I started actually panicking. I have severe anxiety and panic disorder. And Dave was trying to calm me down, but he also seemed really freaked out. He asked me what I had saw. I told him I saw someone. I described the person, and what he told me next will never leave me. Dave started crying and ran out the door with his phone in his hand. He was outside for nearly half an hour, and when he came back in, he was calmer, but still nervous. He told me that roughly 10 years ago, he and his friend were in a horrible car accident, which ended in his friend dying. He told me the person I described standing outside the door was wearing the exact outfit his friend had died in, and apparently, I wasn't the first person to see the ghost of his friend. Dave told me that whenever something were to happen to anyone in his family, his friend would show up to either him or his family. For example, one time he saw the ghost of his friend, and literally a minute later, his phone rang, and he found out his father had just suffered a massive heart attack. When he had went out the door, he was calling his family to make sure everyone was okay. Luckily, they were. But not even 2 days later, he found out that his wife had miscarried. And if that wasn't weird enough, the same night I saw the ghost, something else weird happened that I believe was paranormal, but I also understand could have been paranoia. I was up front at the register, still shaken up, and a huge crow was hovering outside the front door. It was so weird. It literally was just flying in place. It suddenly flew away, and then a really strange-looking man approached the door and opened it wide, but didn't enter. He had the creepiest smile on his face the entire time. Moments later, the crow was back, and it almost came in the restaurant, but another customer swatted it away. The man literally turned around and left, didn't order anything, and didn't say a word. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I'm just hoping someone reads this and understands that what I went through is real, because everyone I know doesn't believe in the paranormal and thinks I was just imagining things. So, what do you think? I think it's totally possible. Some sort of premonition ghost who has himself attached to Dave. Maybe this is what Dave's friend's unfinished business is, just to warn Dave about things. Maybe, I don't know. The comments on this one ranged from Dave should contact a medium to that's no ghost, that's a shape-shifting demon. I'm not kidding. One of them was very much a warning saying it's probably a demon, to wow, that's a really neat paranormal encounter. It was pretty mild comment section. So yeah, let's move on. This one's a little more of a doozy. Our next story is quite the strange tale from yet another deleted user, posted on March 6th, 2021. This is titled, When I Was in the Army, a True Story from Fort Hood, Texas. This event took place about 1992. I was just a young man and in the military. I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas at the time. Those of you that are familiar with Fort Hood will know what I am talking about when I say North Fort Hood. For those of you that are not, let me try to explain so you will better understand why we were there when this happened. Fort Hood is a very large military base. It is probably one of the largest military bases by land in the United States. The main base, where you would find all of the buildings and motor pools full of vehicles and so forth, is just called Fort Hood. It is on the south end of the overall land that compromises Fort Hood, and just outside its gates in the town of Killeen. Most of Fort Hood is wilderness. That wilderness is training area for soldiers to go and train in, and there's also a large impact area for the artillery units that have to train with their cannons. At the far northern end of the base, there is a small complex called North Fort Hood. It takes about 30 or 40 minutes to drive from the main base up to North Fort Hood. In the early 1990s, there was not much in the way of buildings or infrastructure at North Fort Hood. The unit I was assigned to had to calibrate a piece of equipment, and that meant that it had to be set up and left in place for about a week while the calibration took place. I'm not going to get into the details about this equipment, and it's not vital to the story anyway. What is important to note is that we had to set this equipment up at North Fort Hood during the process. During the day, we had some soldiers who were there working on the calibrations, but at night, obviously, we were not just going to leave this expensive equipment unguarded. So, every night, we would leave 2 soldiers with the equipment to keep an eye on things and make sure nothing happened to it. It was very easy duty by every measure. There was a tent to stay in and plenty of food. Soldiers who stayed the night to guard the equipment got the next day off. Basically, we would just sit in the tent, play cards or some other game, and keep an eye on things. It was basically camping. I volunteered to take a Thursday night as my turn at guard duty. This was because I had vacation, leave time, starting the following Monday. My rationale was simple. Take guard duty. It was myself and another young soldier who was a friend of mine. Both of us were just kids. I had just turned 21 and I believe he was just 19 or so. Keep in mind that this is 1992, so while cell phones did exist, they were by no means as prolific as they are now. It was actually pretty rare to see a person with a cell phone. And when you did, they were in these big leather carrying bags. They were huge, and we called them bag phones, and they were very expensive. Needless to say, neither of us had a cell phone. Why is that important? Because we were dropped off for guard duty around 5 p.m. and everyone else left. We had no vehicle and no way to communicate with anyone. Very easy duty. Watch the equipment, play some cards, eat some chow. No problem. We were sitting in the tent when the first winds started to kick up, and I noticed some storm clouds moving in from the west. Now, whoever they had set that hex tent up apparently had no interest in doing it properly, because as the winds got worse, the tent was really leaning as though it might fold at any moment. Clearly, we were about to get hit with a pretty severe thunderstorm, and anyone who has ever lived in Central Texas can tell you that the storms there can blow up quick and be pretty violent. Fortunately for us, there was a 1.5 deuce truck there with a shelter on the back. For those that don't know, a 1.5 deuce is a large 6-wheel drive truck. And if you want to get an idea of what they look like, you can Google M35A2 truck. This particular truck had a shelter on the back, and that is where we retreated in order to get out of the path of the approaching storm. Before anyone asks, I should note that we could not drive the truck away from the campsite because it was needed for the calibration and we would not abandon our post anyway. This falls under the first general order, and anyone who has ever been in the Army knows what I mean. So we secured ourselves in the shelter while the storm passes, and it was a typical Texas frog strangler to be sure. Miraculously, the tent did not blow over, and I was surprised by that. Still, we decided to stay in the back of the truck until dawn, as we had already moved one of our cots inside. We finally laid down about 10 p.m., and it was very quiet. This is a very remote area, and while we were in a clearing next to a runway, there were no buildings present, and all around this airstrip was just woods. Today there are buildings there, as I have recently looked at the location on Google Maps. At any rate, we left the door on the shelter just slightly open for 2 reasons. 1, because the shelter had no power running to it, so there was no airflow going through it. Shutting the door would have left us susceptible to the effects of carbon monoxide. We needed fresh air. And 2, we needed to be able to hear what was going on outside. We decided to take turns getting some rest, although we had been told we were allowed to sleep if we wanted to. We were still on base, and there was absolutely no reason to expect that anything at all was going to happen. My friend was on the cot by the door of the shelter, and I was on the floor at the other end. I felt like I had just dozed off when I was shaken violently awake. It was my friend, and I sat up and he was pulling the door to the shelter closed and trying to put a lock on it by using the light from his wristwatch. He was obviously very upset and scared. It was the kind of fear that cannot be faked, as if he was trying to prank me. This was primal fear. I kept asking him what was wrong, and he finally managed to tell me that something had grabbed him by the foot and tried to pull him from the shelter. My first thought was that he had dozed off and had a nightmare. He was insistent that he had not, and even stated that whatever had grabbed him had said to him,
"We'll be back for you."
and let him go as he was shaking me awake. I wasn't sure if it was a prank or not, but my gut instinct was that he was petrified and his hands were shaking as he tried to lock the shelter door, so there must be some truth to it. I told him we couldn't leave the door closed because of the carbon monoxide. I was the higher ranking, so technically I was in charge. He refused to stay by the door if it was going to be open even a little bit, so I agreed to switch places with him. I opened the door just a couple of inches and laid down on the cot, still believing he had just had a really bad nightmare. He was on the floor at the other end of the shelter. Within a few minutes, some pretty strange things began to happen. There were scratching sounds on the shelter, scratching on the sides, on the top, and the front where the cab of the truck was. A few times the door moved ever so slightly, but never opened. Needless to say, that by this time, I was convinced that something or someone was definitely outside, and both of us were pretty scared. I reached to the end of the cot I was on and pulled out the metal cross member that is used to give it tension. After that, I felt around the cot and found a wooden handle to a pickaxe. In the Army, we call these pioneering tools, but most of you will know it as a pickaxe handle without the pickaxe part at the end. This I handed to my friend, and I instructed him that if anyone opened the door to the shelter, we were going to start beating them with our makeshift weapons, and don't stop beating until whatever it was down on the ground and not moving. The scratching on the exterior of the shelter continued intermittently throughout the night. We made no effort to call out to whomever or whatever it was. I think we were both just in fight mode. If anyone had pulled the door to the shelter fully open, I had full intentions of fighting for all I was worth. I am certain my friend felt the same way. Eventually, it began to get light outside, and as the sky began to get light, the scratching stopped. We stayed in the shelter for another 40 or 50 minutes until the sun was fully up. At that point, I said that I was going to push the door all the way open, jump off the back of the truck, and if he saw anyone, just start swinging. So I counted to 3, flung the door open, and jumped off the truck. When you are 21, you can jump off a 1.5 deuce and it doesn't hurt. Now I would be far more cautious, LOL. At any rate, there was nothing, not a soul. We looked all around the truck and the camp. Nothing. What I noticed immediately was that while we were leaving boot tracks in the still wet ground, there were no other tracks around the truck at all. I began to look for loose items on the shelter that might account for the scratching sound. Nothing. We packed up our gear, and about 30 minutes later, the relief NCO arrived in a Humvee. He wasn't even fully out of the truck, and we were putting our stuff in it to leave. He laughingly remarked that we seemed really ready to go. We never told him a thing. In fact, we never said anything to anyone in our unit about what happened. We probably should have, but I think we were afraid we would be laughed at. At any rate, I got behind the wheel of the Humvee and my friend got in the back on the passenger side. I drove down the road a ways and came to a stop at the main highway that we would take back down to Fort Hood. At that moment, there came a clear, loud, and distinct clap of thunder. I leaned out the window and looked up, and then I looked back at my friend who was in the back of the truck, and he said something I'll never forget. "There ain't a fucking cloud in the sky, man." I believe I probably set a record for the fastest drive back to Fort Hood in a Humvee that morning. I'm not one to believe in this stuff. I think a lot of this paranormal stuff is just active imaginations or people making it up. But something happened to us that night, and I will never forget it. It scared the hell out of me, and I don't ever want to experience it again. That's my story, and it is 100% true. So before we dive into the comments, for those of you who may not be aware, Fort Hood has been in the news frequently, and it was actually renamed in 2023 to Fort Cavazos. It was one of a few Army locations that were renamed because they had previously been named after Confederate soldiers. Hood having been named after Confederate General John Bell Hood. So if you want to read more about Fort Hood's colorful history, you may find it under Fort Cavazos instead. But so we don't get confused, since this was posted before the name change, I'm going to continue to refer to it as Fort Hood for the remainder of this discussion. In recent years, there have been several shootings, an attempted attack, disappearances, and unexplained deaths at Fort Hood. According to the Vanity Fair article from July 2021 titled, "The Only Thing I Knew How to Do Was Kill People," inside the rash of unexplained deaths at Fort Hood by Mei Zhang. In 2020 alone, at least 39 Fort Hood soldiers died or went missing. 13 killed themselves, 5 were murdered, 11 of the deaths remain unresolved, some legally, others for the victims' families. One story in particular that seemed to spread pretty wide that many might remember was the murder and subsequent cover-up of Vanessa Guillen. Now, I'll let you research that all on your own, but I needed to give you a basis for the mysterious and tragic atmosphere around Fort Hood before I jump into this first comment. This was from user KSAF0520. I mean, whether someone believes in the occult, anything supernatural, paranormal, unexplainable, etc., or not, something like this gives an entirely different angle on all the missing soldiers from Fort Hood in recent years. I live in Texas with a friend in Killeen. I've noticed the spike in missing persons / bodies found around Fort Hood in recent years. And I agree. Reading a post like this does give a very eerie angle to the already horrifying reality of so many soldiers just straight up disappearing. Of course, it is the US military, so there's definitely some shady shit going on a very non-paranormal level, but it is interesting combined with this post. I mean, again, look into the death of Vanessa Guillen. That was incredibly non-paranormal. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to any of those tragedies. I just think this portion, like some of the disappearances that have never been solved, combined with this story, again, it may not even be paranormal. The first guy did hear someone say something. He said, we will be back for you. It could be a person. Anyway, many commenters argued about the validity of the post, most eventually agreeing that it does in fact sound like this guy was a soldier around that time. And some, even though OP mentioned it, some had seemingly forgotten that this story took place in 1992. And they were questioning why there wasn't easier communication, i.e. a cell phone involved. And then there was this interesting thread of comments from locals. This is quite the thread. I'm going to read several comments upon comments in a row. These are from locals from around Killeen, around Fort Hood, and this gets very interesting. User Cap'n Crow says, grew up in Cove my whole life, next to Killeen. At night, not every night, but enough that I remember, something would scratch on my window. Not like a branch or an animal, but like nails on a chalkboard. Parents told me it was just my imagination, but it happened until I turned 18 and left. One time I got the balls to pull back the curtain and found nothing. Next morning I checked my windows. Nothing. Not even scratches on the glass, which shocked me because it sounded hard, like it should have left some kind of mark. Even my friends experienced it staying the night. I recommend looking into some local lore if that's not too spooky for you. It made some of my experiences being raised in the area make sense, in the only way that it really can. I can't explain it, but I know I'm not the only one who knows something is going on here. And then Maniac Mustache Ride replied, hello, fellow Covite. I can tell you that the whole area is just a weird, weird suckhole. There's something in the water, or the whole region is just cursed. There are so many weird things that happen. There's weird political things that don't make any sense. I, as an adult, moved far away and baffled by how not normal that area is. Reply from a deleted user. I moved to Cove 2 years ago. I've enjoyed my life here, but definitely has some vibes about it, if you know what I mean. Captain Crow then said back, "The welcome to Night Vale vibes? Yeah." Then Deleted replied back, "Yes, it's like it's hiding something or holding its breath. I don't know. I've not ever felt like this about a town before, and I've lived all over the country." Captain Crow said back, "For a while I contributed the weird shit to the military. I think he means I attributed it to. But apparently it's a surprise to its members as well. I've been looking into the history of it, but the general region hasn't done a great job at preserving its history. A few things I know as fact. Used to be cowboy country, and the region was home to a few tribes. Cove got its name from the copper in the water, which is why it tastes the way it does. The area didn't get a good population boom until the military bought up the section of farmland that's now known as Fort Hood." Deleted replied, "That's more information that I've gotten. I've heard rumors like there's a cult in town and people go missing, especially off of Fort Hood itself. Honestly, this whole Colleen Cove Fort Hood area sounds like cursed land." Captain Crow replied, "Fuck, I forgot about the cult. Yeah, I follow some local pages on Facebook and followed that for a while. The leader actually pulled similar shit in North Carolina, I want to say it was. I got pretty invested in that for a hot minute, but then the sensationalism died down and people stopped talking about it. LMAO, that is just how weird this place is. There's an entire cult kidnapping people, and I just forgot all about it. I've definitely been wondering about a curse of some kind, especially the more stories I hear. A lot are pretty similar, which is the main reason I invest so much time in trying to hear people out, because I have a hunch that some much crazier things have happened, but because it sounds absolutely batshit, no one wants to speak up. One of my friends claims he was abducted by aliens, but when I asked, he started to tear up, and it honestly kind of shook me in my boots. When my uncle was alive, something flew over the house really fast, and we didn't see it very well. We were just like, huh, that was weird, probably military. Then the military went after it, right above our heads and too far behind to even dream of catching that thing. Years later, now that disclosure is being talked about, I've read politicians talking about UAP flying over military bases. I wonder about what we saw that day a lot." Deleted replied, "Definitely some X-Files level shit going on. I tend to believe people when they tell me weird things happen to them. Who am I to say they didn't? My best friend is a truck driver. He says he sees a lot of weird shit in New Mexico whenever he's going that way. I listen to a lot of other stuff going on. I didn't really notice anything odd until recently. I was driving home through Cove at sunset with my windows down. My radio was playing AC/DC's Thunderstruck. I was stopped at the final light before going home, and suddenly I hear this weird sound coming in from my passenger side window. It was like a vibrating, deep, reverberated sound. Then it was gone. Then my light changed and I drove on my way. Still though, I remember that sound distinctly." And back in is Maniac Mustache Ride. Or it's Maniacal Mustache Ride. I apologize, Maniacal Mustache Ride. I got your name wrong. I grew up in a house that overlooked a lot of the city facing to Fort Hood. One night, sitting out with my mom, we see a flash of bright light that comes from post, followed quickly by a second flash that comes from like Martin Walker maybe? Comes from about the ground and shoots out bright white like a flash from a camera. And we both just sit there and wait. We're both sure that we're about to die, that this is a nuke and we are just seeing it before it hits us. So we wait and we wait. There's no sound, no clap of thunder, no crack of electricity, just nothing. I remember posting about it on the boards of MySpace. Not a lot of people caught it, but a friend's husband had texted her from out of Fort Hood and said he had seen it. He was out doing training and thought at first it was just a flashbang or maybe a spotlight from a helicopter. But there was no boom, no sound of helicopter blades, just a huge disorienting flash that no one knew where it came from. And then a new player enters, Melting Teeth. I'm late to this party, but I grew up in Tonkawa Village in Copperas Cove. This place, sorry if I pronounced any of those wrong, by the way. That place was haunted without a doubt. My sister's friend was spending the night when she woke up screaming because a young boy shook her awake. I woke up screaming when a young boy yanked on my foot. My neighbors all talked about a young boy peeping out of our windows at strange times of day, and I once left my gaming room to walk the dogs, and when I returned, all my furniture was flipped upside down and my game system was turned off and unplugged. Even weirder, the nearby woods had numerous animals turn up dead with giant, perfectly spherical holes in their ribs and all their insides cleanly removed. Even weirder, my friend and I trespassed on private property one time, and we found buckets of blood and organs put into a star shape in a big cleared out field. I swear I'm not making this up. Actually, reading about all these other weird sightings in Copperas Cove, I might make some posts about my experiences. 10 years of growing up there, I remember a lot of what happened like it was yesterday. What a strange place. And then Cap'n Crow. I made a post on a local group after reading through everyone's responses here. Things didn't get less wild. Apparently there's a local group dedicated to the high strangeness of the region, but I didn't get the name from the woman who told me. Over the past 12 hours, I've gotten some very strange tales. That was only a taste of the comments about this place. So what the heck is happening around Fort Hood? Seriously. Hell, if you live near the area or were ever stationed there and have more stories, I'd love to hear them. scarytosleep@gmail.com. I was very aware of the missing people in 2020, but I had no idea that there was this lore and mystery that stretched so far back and to the surrounding towns. I had no idea. What blows me away is the similarities to so many of these stories. I mean, even the one with the young boy, like, yanking on someone's foot, like, that was in the original story that I read, was yanking on the foot. It was a little different. It didn't sound like it was a young boy. It sounded like maybe a monster or something, but, again, maybe not paranormal. Maybe this is all weird government stuff. I don't know what is going on in this area. It does make me question too that someone said there's a lot of copper in the water, and that makes the water taste funny. I'm not a scientist by any stretch. Does copper do anything to your brain? Is this maybe a mass hysteria thing because of the water? I don't know. But I came across this Fort Hood story thinking, oh, fun little ghost story, got into the comments. And of course, also, interesting story. I didn't really attach it to the missing people because, again, the story was set in 1992. I was very aware of all the missing people in 2020, but didn't think to connect them until I started reading these comments. And these comments were like, well, it's been weird for a long time. So anyway, again, if you're from around that area, if you were stationed there, I would love to hear more. If you're willing to share, I can keep you anonymous, by the way, as well. I'm happy to do so. So I had one more post for you tonight, one more story. It's a murder mystery, but we're an hour in. We're already an hour in. And when I started digging through that last story, it's actually multiple very long posts and can actually be an episode itself. So I think I'm going to make it an episode all on its own, and I'm going to end the episode here. And that's the only hint you're getting, is that it's a murder mystery for the next Dark Reddit. It's something really, again, very fascinating. I found that I didn't realize these last two, I didn't realize I would go down such a rabbit hole with them. I'm really happy that I found all these. I think this was a good one. This was a good Dark Reddit. I felt very good about this one. Every story was so fascinating to me. And I feel like this is going to cause a lot of discussion, hopefully a lot of discussion again. If you'd like to follow the show on social media, it is at Scary to Sleep on Twitter, Instagram, and there's a Facebook group where you can discuss. Join the Patreon for ad-free episodes. Just had someone ask about ad-free guided nightmares. For as little as $1 a month, you can get ad-free all the main episodes. For $3 and up, you can also get the bonus episodes. Just released a bonus episode today. Fun little tidbit or little quick creepypasta called Red Moon. And the creepypastas, by the way, that I put out on as bonus episodes do not have intros and outros. So if you're someone who just wants to jump into the story and then be done with it and not hear me talk at the end, there you go. It's perfect for you. There's even, I put them all in a collection as well. So you can, I think you can figure out a way to just listen to those in a row from the app instead of having to listen to the other stuff in between. And again, if you have any true stories, or if you want to send me anything from something you come across on Reddit, that would be totally cool too. I've never thought to ask about that. But again, scarytosleep@gmail.com. There's also a contact submission form on my website, scarytosleep.com. If you'd like to stay, if you want, don't want to email me directly for whatever reason. Again, if you want to stay anonymous, that's completely fine. Also, remember to check out my guest spot on the Nightlight podcast. It's a film recap podcast, by the way. So it's a lot more casual than this show. Well, I mean, the last few weeks have been pretty casual, haven't they? It's been Casual Friday, every Friday around Scary to Sleep for 3 weeks. Look at that. Again, back to fiction next week. I apologize. I try not to do too many non-fiction fictions in a row, and it just happened. It just happened again. I'm just a person, as far as you know, anyway. I have a bonus episode coming out. I don't know if I'm allowed to announce who it is, but I will say I interviewed an author, and it was very exciting. I interviewed an author along with Jen Adams, who is from the Losers Club and the Lady Killers podcasts, and she was great, and the author was incredible. So that is going to be coming out on Tuesday, the 26th. Which is kind of a clue to who it is. If you follow this person, it was an absolute blast. Like, it was incredible. And it'll be my first author interview on the show. And it's something it's kind of a Bloody FM event. It's going to be played across my feed, as well as Losers Club and Lady Killers. There might be another one in there, I'm not sure. But it's going to be like a Bloody FM event. That's why Jen and I both did it together. And we interviewed this awesome author who has an awesome book. You'll see who it is. Like, again, I just don't know if I'm allowed to say quite yet. And it's late, and I don't want to bother the person in charge who can tell me whether I can say or not. Speaking of nonfiction, I was speaking of it earlier, but if you have any submissions you'd like to have read on the show, please send your submissions to scarytosleep@gmail.com. Again, I was kind of behind in submissions. In fact, a few of you, if you sent out a submission like quite a while ago, especially in the last 6 months, go ahead and resend those. I don't usually say to resend things, I know, but my life was a little upside down from late September until now, and I'm getting my life back on track. So I'm realizing that there's little pockets of time that I'm missing because, that just happens in times of high stress. So please resend those. I may not have, correctly filed them. So if you send something within like the last 6-7 months, please resend them if you'd like. No pressure or anything. If you're like, no, I don't want I've decided I don't want it on your show, that is also totally fine. So yeah, send them along. Or if you have any news stories that you'd like, send those along as well. And I think that is all. Oh, I know some of you like to hear what I'm baking. I haven't made my coconut cake I've been talking about for 3 weeks. Still, things got in the way, but I'm thinking about making it this weekend. I'm thinking of maybe actually making a pina colada cake because that sounds very springy, and it's spring now, right? Is it officially? I don't know if it's officially spring. I live in Southern California. We don't have seasons, so you just kind of have to gauge with the vibes. It feels like spring vibes right now, right? I don't know. So maybe a pina colada cake. It's more summery. Shut up. It's whatever. It's springy. The coconut on the outside looks like a lamb, a spring lamb. Leave me alone. Okay, I'm gonna go. By the way, I mentioned I was joking. I think last episode, the voicemail. I think it wasn't voicemail. It was some episode. I made a joke about people who leave me a bunch of hate comments on Spotify. It was because I get some of the same people who leave mad comments every single week. And I made a joke about how they must be in love with me. And so many of you said, just sent in comments about how you're in love with me. And that was really funny for a second, because I don't do the Spotify comments every week. I'll like wait a couple weeks and then do like a big batch of them. I forgot I said that. And I was like, I saw the first one and I'm like, oh, that's sweet. And then I saw a bunch of them and I was like, Am I putting out a vibe? Why is everyone in love with me? I mean, I'll take it. And then I remembered it was because I said that. So, but it was still very nice. So thank you to those of you who told me on Spotify. You can go see your comments now because I posted them or I published them. Who said that you were in love with me? You can go see who all said that, and then maybe fight for my hand. No, don't do that. But I'm in a fighting mood this week. We just had a bloody FM mixer, where a bunch of us from the network hung out over Zoom. It was a blast. You should be jealous because it was so many cool people who were hanging out. I mean, you know who's on the network, so it was pretty cool. And I made a joke about how we need more rivalry because we all get along so well. Everyone at the network gets along so well. We all are just buddies. We really, truly are. And I made a joke about how we need more rivalries so that if we ever have like a convention that we're all at, we can have like fights in the parking lot and I can sell tickets. And this is why you shouldn't invite me to your mixers, because I think of ideas like that. Everyone else was like, look at all the nice things we can do together. And I'm like, let's do parking lot fights. All right, I'm going to go. I love you. Thank you so much for sticking around. This was such a fun Dark Reddit. This was a blast. These stories were so much fun. It was like just a gold mine this time. It was great. Okay, I'm going to go. You better be drinking water. Especially, again, I told you, through winter you should have been anyway, but the weather is starting to heat up. I know not everywhere. Some of you are like, it's snowing here. I think it's snowing where my brother is right now. But, just get in the habit of it now, okay? I know you've already been through a lot. Time changed in most places. Some places it didn't because you guys aren't dumb and adhering to weird old farming laws. But time changed for so many of you. And I know it's one more thing, but please just drink your water, okay? Wear sunscreen if it's you should always wear sunscreen, but like if you're starting to go outside more because the weather's nice, wear sunscreen. All right? Go get some sleep. Sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Scare You to Sleep. I'm your host, Shelby Novak, and I'm here to read you a bedtime story. We are finally back to fiction, my friend, after 3 weeks of true ? Things episodes. I'm so happy to return to taking you away from the real world for a while. Let's dive right in, shall we? This week we have a story by D.H. Parrish, who was the author of the much beloved episode, Service Fee. If you haven't listened to that one, I highly recommend searching for it in your podcast app. And tonight, I hope you enjoy Filler. Jessica braked hard as the light changed from yellow to red. There were no cars coming, but she always erred on the side of caution. She drummed her fingers on the steering wheel with her left hand and rubbed her temples with her right. She could feel a headache starting. The medication she had already taken would likely blunt it, as it usually did. But the vague aura, the apprehension of what might come, was still unpleasant. She looked ahead at the next intersection, where she was supposed to meet her new patient. "You will recognize me," the woman had said over the phone. And she was right. There stood a slim figure in a bright yellow print dress with a matching headscarf, wearing large black sunglasses and holding a white leather clutch purse. She looked as if she had wandered off the set of a 1960s Italian movie. The outfit, meant to hide her identity, was out of place for a Sunday morning on a mostly deserted street in the downtown business district. It was a rather conspicuous disguise. The light changed. Jessica pulled the car up to the curb where the woman was standing. and lowered the passenger window. The woman walked over, bent over to put her head almost in the car, and pulled the sunglasses down the bridge of her nose like a fashionable librarian. Are you Jessica? Yes. Terrific. Jessica clicked the button to unlock the door, and the woman opened the car door and glided in. She closed it, looked at Jessica, and pointed forward. Well, let's go. A red light on the dashboard blinked in sync with the recurrent beep. You need to put your seatbelt on first. Oh, of course. I just get so excited on new adventures. She clicked the seatbelt into place, the restraint making a fashionable black sash across the yellow silk dress. Jessica started driving. Oh, I am just so glad you are willing to do home treatments, the woman began. You know, I have never done this before, but Rachel just raved about you when I spoke to her. You know Rachel, of course. Mm-hmm. Jessica grunted. She wasn't sure who Rachel was. Well, Rachel looked so good when I saw her at the gallery opening. I simply had to get her secret from her. And after some evasion on her part about a new massage and smoothie regimen, you know I did. Now, when was that? Must have been June? No, it was April, because it was before the last episode of my show had aired. Could it have been that long ago? Oh, time does fly. Now, tell me your secret. What did you do for her? I can't really say. Jessica evaded. HIPAA and patient privacy. You know. Oh, of course. Discretion. You are doing a great job. That is, after all, why I am hiring you. I don't want anyone asking questions about whether I've had any treatment. It is what I am paying you for. You know, I could go to any dermatologist or plastic surgeon. Indeed, I could get free treatment if I offered any doctor exposure. No offense, but there are a lot more prominent names out there who would love a celebrity like me. But I can't risk being seen going into a medical building. People are always taking photographs and posting them. How would I explain this to all my followers? Mm-hmm. Jessica offered in agreement as the car stopped at another light. She looked at her office building, which was catty-corner from where they were paused. She could even see her window. If they just did it at the office, she wouldn't have to spend nearly as much time listening to this, which she knew from experience was not going to get any more enjoyable. Maybe she should persuade the woman to just go to her office. It would also be safe there. No one would be around on a Sunday morning. They were practically the only car on the road now. Look, Ms. The woman interrupted. Oh, please. People are often startled to meet me, but you shouldn't be. And you don't have to be so formal. Just call me Phoebe. Jessica hadn't been trying to be formal. She just wasn't able to remember Phoebe's name. Look, Phoebe. What Jessica wanted to say was that they should just do everything in her office, that it would save the drive and be safer, more appropriate. But she said nothing. Jessica, Phoebe pointed ahead. The light changed. We can't wait here all day. Drive. Jessica drove the car onto the highway, while Phoebe continued on. Now, my television fans might not care too much if they knew I had work done, but my real mission, and truth be told, the real money, is my brand. Phoebe's Organics, all natural beauty. Nothing artificial, no weird and dangerous chemicals from the medical industrial complex. No offense. Just pure products and pure living. All I need is some janitor taking a picture as I walk out of some office and posting it. And then I have questions to answer and a brand in free fall. Let me tell you, everything you've ever heard about show business being cutthroat, The beauty business is worse. You know, I didn't even bring my cell phone with me, so the GPS won't track me. My followers need to know I am still in bed sleeping. In fact, I told them I was on a spa retreat for 3 days, no internet to recharge. But you, of course, won't say anything. You can't, can you? Jessica was not sure if that was a rhetorical question, but answered, nope, just in case. She caught a glance from her rearview mirror of the black bag sitting on the back seat. It was an old-fashioned medical bag, given to her by her parents upon graduating medical school. It was meant as a thoughtful gift, although it wasn't particularly useful. It would have been nicer to not graduate with nearly $350,000 in debt, and nearly $500,000 when combined with her husband's. She had packed it that morning with everything she would likely need. For the entire drive, Phoebe chattered non-stop about her business and brand, assuming through most of it Jessica understood her references and humble brags, which mostly she did not. Jessica just politely occasionally acknowledged the monologue to pretend to be a good listener, which was all Phoebe needed. But Jessica was mostly in her own thoughts. She was always annoyed when patients presumed to address her by her first name rather than call her doctor. They wouldn't presume to do that with a male physician, or maybe this one would. The background hum of her migraine, although held at bay, did not help her mood. Even on Sunday, the drive to her home was a good 30 minutes. If she'd just insisted on doing the injections in the office, she would have been done by now. She was not much up on pop culture. That awareness had been sacrificed on the altar of medical school and residency. But she strongly doubted Phoebe's surveillance concerns. And now she would have to drive her back and listen to this prattle again. Part of the fee, she supposed, but $10,000 was still $10,000. No cut to be shared with her employer. No cut to be shared with the tax collector. Jessica pulled into her driveway. The home was a small single-family bungalow at the end of a cul-de-sac. Here we are, Jessica announced as she cut the engine. She got out, grabbed the black bag from the back, and went to open her front door. She realized Phoebe was waiting in the car until that front door was open and she could dash in undetected, which is exactly what she did. Jessica considered her neighborhood once Phoebe had dashed past her. No one was watching anything outside here in this part of suburbia. They were safe. Phoebe stood in the entryway, scrutinizing her surroundings. Jessica, anticipating the meaning of this, went to draw the shades in the living room. There, no one can see. My husband is out for the day, watching the game with his friends. It's just us. Have a seat in Lazy Boy. It'll substitute for an exam chair. Phoebe removed her glasses and scarf. Where is the bathroom? Just down the hall. If you're wearing any makeup, please wash it off. Makeup? Please. Jessica went into her kitchen, opened up her bag, and placed the various vials and syringes and needles on her kitchen counter, as well as a white eyeliner pencil and some gauze and alcohol swabs. She heard the toilet flush and the footsteps as Phoebe walked back to the living room and plumped herself down on the recliner. Jessica grabbed a chair, sat across from Phoebe, and took her history. She was 45, in good health, no allergies, and took no prescription medications. Although she consumed a long list of health supplements that Jessica had to look up, fortunately, none seemed likely to cause bleeding or otherwise interfere with a few cosmetic treatments. Jessica examined Phoebe's face and had her frown, smile, and look surprised. She had a traditionally attractive face whose thinness accentuated the creases of the nasolabial folds at her cheeks, and she had the forehead wrinkles one would expect from aging and
a history of a bit too much sun on fair skin. There was no marked asymmetry or other features that would require more complex correction or adjustment. This would be easy. So, Jessica started, handing Phoebe a mirror. This is what I think we should do. We will put some filler in your cheeks and nasolabial folds. It'll look better pretty soon, reducing those lines and giving you a little lift. You'll look in the mirror and just see a younger you. Now for your forehead, I think we should treat the frown lines with some Botox. Botox? Phoebe said. That's a toxin. I don't want toxins in my body. Jessica pivoted. Okay. What if, instead of Botox, we use a naturally derived neuromodulator to reduce the synaptic muscular response? This will do the same thing. Will that be okay? That sounds better, Phoebe said, relieved. Do that. Botox, of course, is just the brand name of a neuromodulator. Jessica was used to this. Give patients the illusion of autonomy and choice, dressed in details that they likely don't understand, but will pretend to, and they will agree to almost anything. In Phoebe's case, this also meant sprinkling in some variant of the word nature. And, Jessica continued, so you know, the filler we are using to help with the lines at your cheeks is a hyaluronic acid, which is something your body naturally makes. We are just replacing some of what time has taken away. Sounds good. I am in your hands, Jessica. Just remember, I can't have anyone know that I am doing this, so it can't look as if I did. Understood. No one will see anything. Now, not to be crass, but did you bring the payment? Phoebe opened up her purse and pulled out a packet of $100 bills. Oh, there. Oh, it feels like I'm in Breaking Bad. You know, I was once up for... Great. Jessica cut her off. She took the cash, put it on the kitchen counter, and walked back. Let's get started. Jessica was eager to have this all over as soon as possible. Jessica cleaned off Phoebe's face and marked injection sites on the cheeks and forehead in white eyeliner. She slathered on a topical anesthetic gel and went to the kitchen to draw up the medication. She did not want to do this in front of Phoebe, both in case the needles made her nervous and so Phoebe wouldn't see the Botox label.
Jessica?
Phoebe called out.
Yes? Just so you know, I can be a little squeamish around needles. While I was in the bathroom, I took a little something to help my nerves. Some Ativan.
That's fine. Thanks for letting me know. Even better, Jessica thought, although she wondered where Phoebe had gotten the Ativan from, and why she hadn't mentioned it when she asked about medications. Although Phoebe probably just didn't think of it as such, since Phoebe didn't take medicines. Maybe, Jessica thought, she'll just sleep on the way back. Jessica gave the topical anesthesia some time to work and then cleaned it off. The cheek injections went off without a hitch. This level of cosmetic treatment is not rocket science. After she finished layering the filler in the cheeks, Jessica realized she had a little extra. The Botox would take a little time to work, but the filler would provide some instant improvement, which Jessica had a feeling would go a long way to Phoebe's assessment of the process. Phoebe had indicated if it went well, she would want touch-ups every 3 months. $40,000 a year. How did someone make that much money shilling useless beauty products? Phoebe, do you want me to put some filler to treat the wrinkles between your eyebrows? It can do a pretty good job. Phoebe answered somewhat sleepily but calmly. Sure. Whatever you think is best. I am in your hands, darling. The Ativan had definitely kicked in. Jessica took the needle and carefully and deliberately filled in the glabellar wrinkles between Phoebe's eyes. Jessica stood back to admire her work. Phoebe really did look better,
And that last injection was the crowning touch. Phoebe nodded off into a blissful sleep. Normally, Jessica would have gone to get some cold packs out of the refrigerator to put on Phoebe's face, but she really didn't want to risk waking her. The quiet was nice. Jessica went to the kitchen and packed everything up. She then walked back into the living room and thought about waking Phoebe up to go home, but no, there was no rush. Even her migraine symptoms had faded. The day was looking up. Jessica made herself some coffee. She drank slowly from her mug, holding it with both hands and savoring the warmth of the steam on her face between sips. All her and her husband's income, not that he was contributing much as a freelance writer, had been going to debt service, rent on this home, and other basics. Now maybe they could take a vacation, a nice vacation. Perhaps France. She'd always wanted to go to...
Oh, Jessica!
Came the voice from the other room, disrupting the reverie. Jessica walked over. They could go now. Yes? Can you turn the lights on? It's dark here. I can't see anything. It was not dark. Oh, shit, Jessica muttered to herself. Jessica, dear, the lights? Jessica rushed over. Phoebe, shut your eyes. Why? Please just do it. Phoebe complied. Jessica pressed her fingers against Phoebe's eyelids, enough to compress the eyeballs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jessica counted under her breath, releasing pressure on 5, and then restarting the pressure and the count. That hurts. What are you doing? Eyeball massage. Jessica continued, her voice becoming more authoritative. Just stay still. Jessica continued the massage and contemplated the nightmare before her. There is a rare risk of filler causing blindness. It has to enter a relevant facial arterial vessel, enter with sufficient quantity, and enter with enough force that the retrograde flow makes the filler travel backward in that vessel and then move into and lodge in the central retinal artery, where it blocks any blood supply to the retina, like an unfortunately redirected traffic pattern. It is rare with injections at the nasolabial folds on the cheeks, but more common, but still very uncommon, with injections at the glabella. But it almost always affects only one eye. How could both eyes be affected? How could this have happened? She had used so little filler between the eyes. She had been so careful. There would have to be some very unusual facial anatomy, some unusual arterial anastomosis supplying both eyes through which clotting materials had flowed. 1 in a million, if that. It would have been hard to do if she were aiming for it. Jessica, the lights? Jessica stopped the massage. Phoebe opened her eyes, and Jessica flicked her fingers at Phoebe. No reaction. Her own head pounded. Jessica took a deep breath. Listen to me, Phoebe. There has been a complication. It's not dark. Some of the filler has somehow traveled to your eyes. What do you mean? It's not dark. The filler is causing the vision problems. Phoebe took a few seconds to grasp this, and when she did, her expression turned to one of terror. Oh God, oh God, oh God! Jessica put a hand gently on Phoebe's right shoulder. Phoebe startled, her head turning instinctively in the direction of the touch. Jessica tried her reassuring doctor voice. Phoebe, this is a serious situation. I can handle it, but I need you to stay calm. Can you do that for me? The Ativan probably kept Phoebe from completely exploding or imploding. I am going to lay you back in the chair. Try as best you can to relax. I'm going to get something to fix the problem, but I need you to stay here and stay calm. Can you do that? Without waiting for an answer, Jessica ran to her bag and frantically searched for a vial of hyaluronidase, the enzyme that could dissolve hyaluronic acid and any clot. She was sure she had packed it. After 5 seconds that lasted an eternity, she found it and clenched it in her shaking hand. She took out a syringe and quickly drew it up, almost stabbing herself with a needle in the process. She could hear the heavy bass of her heart beating in sync with the pulses of her headache. Deep breaths, Jessica. It will be okay, she told herself. She walked back to Phoebe, again displaying a facade of confidence. Phoebe, I am going to fix the problem. To do this, I am going to have to do what is called a retrobulbar injection. It means I am going to be putting a needle below your eyes so I can get medication to the place behind your eyes that is causing the vision problem. You will need to stay still.
Oh God, do you have to? Have you ever done this before?
Yes, Jessica lied. Jessica announced each step to Phoebe before she did it. I am going to clean your eyelids with some alcohol. Now, I am going to place my fingers on your right eyelid. You will feel them resting there. Phoebe held still as Jessica pressed her left thumb and index finger against the bony ridge of the orbital rim below Phoebe's right eye. Okay, I am going to inject medicine. Jessica positioned herself to direct the needle back, but Phoebe gave a small yelp and flinched as soon as the needle touched her skin, nearly driving it into her eyeball. Jessica pulled back.
Oh God.
Phoebe, Jessica raised her voice. I need you to stay absolutely still. If you are not still, this can get worse. Much worse than you know, Jessica thought, but did not say. Phoebe became quiet. Jessica again put her fingers in position and drove the needle perpendicular to Phoebe's face, feeling the slight resistance as it moved below and past the globe. Then angled it upward toward the optic vessels. She pushed the plunger slowly and withdrew the needle.
Is it done?
Phoebe asked tentatively. Yes, Jessica said in triumph. You did great. One side is done. Now the other. Jessica repeated the process at the left eye, this time with slightly more confidence now that she had done one. After she pulled out, however, the white of Phoebe's left eye slowly grew redder and redder. Oh shit. A subcorneal hemorrhage? Had she perforated the globe? Jessica thought quickly. Phoebe, I have done what I can do here, and I expect your vision will start to come back soon. But we need to get you to a hospital to make sure you will be okay, in case more care is needed. It definitely was, but Jessica was not going to tell Phoebe that quite yet. I am going to sit you up so I can expecting some resistance on Phoebe's part, the secrecy that had been required and all that. But Phoebe showed none. Phoebe took Jessica's arm and walked with her calmly and slowly to the car. There was still no one out and about. For perhaps 1 minute, they drove in silence, Jessica listening only to the dull pounding in her own head. But then Phoebe started in, quietly at first. How could you do this to me? I trusted you. This is what is wrong with medicine. Jessica tried to deflect. Phoebe, the important thing now is to get you to the hospital. The injections are likely working, they just need time. But if anything else can or should be done, they will be able to care for you.
You did this to me,
Phoebe continued, her voice rising.
I trusted you. You failed me. You probably put a toxin in me. I will sue you for everything you have. I will ruin your name. You won't ever walk again.
Phoebe kept repeating this mantra, louder and louder each time, like an orchestra playing a theme to a crescendo. Jessica reached the intersection just before the highway on-ramp. She had just missed the light. It was a long light. She had been caught here many times. She looked at Phoebe, who continued to berate her, and looked up at the traffic headed downtown. Phoebe, slight change of plans. There is a backup on the highway. I am going to have to take some back roads to get to the hospital. It may take a little longer, but it'll make sure we don't get stuck. I knew I shouldn't trust you. You can't even drive right. Look, how can I look? Oh God, this is all your fault. Phoebe, I am going to call the hospital to let them know what is coming so we are processed faster. I'm going to pull over to do this so we don't get into an accident. Well, you didn't take that much caution with me. Jessica pulled the car over, took out her phone, dialed, and spoke. Hello, this is Dr. Shipman. I have a patient. Don't say my name. I have a patient, a woman in her 40s, with a bilateral embolic central retinal artery occlusion, likely secondary to a hyaluronic acid filler injection. She has had injections of 100 units of retrobulbar hyaluronidase to each eye. She needs immediate attention. Jessica paused and looked at Phoebe. I can't give you her name right now, but she should be treated as a VIP and will need a stat ophthalmology consult. We should be there in about 20 minutes. Jessica pulled back onto the road and drove on. Phoebe continued. This is all on you and what you did to me. I should never have trusted you. You are a disgrace. Jessica focused on driving, ignoring or deflecting the comments and giving updates, hoping the stream of information might calm Phoebe. We're making good time. It's a good thing we avoided the highway. The roads here are fairly clear. Just 5 minutes. We're here. Jessica pulled into a parking space and turned off the car. I'll come around and open the door for you. She opened her own door and got out. With my phone call, they should be able to get you right in. It's going to be okay. Jessica opened the passenger door and helped Phoebe out, placing Phoebe's right hand on her left arm. Hold on to me and I'll guide you in. Phoebe held on tightly and, new to blindness, walked somewhat unsteadily with Jessica as her guide. Jessica opened the door and led her inside. It seems quiet for an emergency room, Phoebe noted. ERs are usually quiet on Sunday mornings, especially when there's a game on. It's good news. It means there shouldn't be any wait in getting you treated. Jessica led Phoebe forward slowly. Here, place your hand on the counter. That's right. And wait here. I'm going to speak to a triage nurse. They should have all the details from the phone call and be ready to get you in. In a reassuring manner, Jessica patted Phoebe's hand on the counter. She then grabbed the nearest knife she could find in her right hand and in one swift motion, aiming with the certainty born of hours in anatomy labs, plunged it into Phoebe's left neck. Blood spurted out of the carotid in a fountain. Phoebe screamed and grabbed at the sight, trying instinctively but in vain to stop the flow. For a brief moment, focus came back into Phoebe's left eye. The blood rapidly emptying through the carotid had instantly changed the pressure gradients and reversed the retinal arterial flow, dislodging the filler clot. Phoebe had just enough time to realize that she was not in any hospital before she lost consciousness and collapsed on Jessica's kitchen floor. Jessica looked down at the scene. What had she done? What to do? What time was it? She had to fix this before her husband came home. No one would be looking for Phoebe. Phoebe said she hadn't told anyone. Her followers thought she was on a detox or some such. Phoebe hadn't even brought her phone. She looked at the basement door. She could put the body down there. The basement was unfinished, and her husband never went down there. For once, she was grateful that he never did any laundry. "We'll all be okay, Jessica," she told herself. "No one will ever know. All your hard work will not be in vain. You will not lose your license. You will come through this. It will be okay." She opened the basement door, turned on the lights, and went and grabbed Phoebe's legs. She dragged her across the linoleum floor, staining it along the way, and then down the steps, with gravity causing Phoebe's head and shoulders to hit each stair with a disconcerting series of thuds. She pulled the body off to the side. She would deal with it later, and walked back up to the kitchen. Jessica took in the scene. There was blood everywhere. The ceiling, the countertops, some had even landed on the cash, but mostly on the floor. Jessica's migraine was nearing full bloom, but she had to take care of this. She pulled out a bucket from below the kitchen sink and filled it with water and a few cups of bleach. She got down on her hands and knees, dipped a sponge in the bucket, and began scrubbing. There was so much blood. There was so much to get out. She would have to wash her clothing, too. No one would ever come for her, would they? Phoebe surely had an inflated sense of her own importance, but even Jessica had seen that bright outfit from a block away and knew it was somebody. If she really had such followers, maybe one had stalked her and taken a picture and followed her, hoping to find the retreat. Oh, shit. She jumped up and went to her kitchen window and peered through the blinds. There was a woman just sitting in a car across the street. Did she know her? No, Jessica. Don't be distracted. No one could know. You need to stay focused. Complications happen. They just need to be addressed. Get back to it. You're a professional. She fell again to the floor and to cleaning, rubbing the sponge in circles and squeezing the red gloop into the bucket. Why was it always so much work for her? Nothing ever given to her easily. She was cautious. She did what she was supposed to do, right? Oh, my head. Keep working, Jessica. Oh, there's so much to do. But you have done so much more. You can get through this. How did this happen? Is it just a bad dream? The pain in her head intensified, and she dropped the sponge. She placed her hands tightly over her ears and curled into a fetal position, rocking herself into unconsciousness. She awoke to someone shaking her shoulder. Jess? Jess, are you okay? A man's voice asked. She rolled over from her side onto her back, opened her eyes, and looked up at him. Jess, say something. Are you okay? He took in the scene. His wife in their kitchen, covered in crimson stains. A washed, streaked film of congealing blood covering the floor where she lay, extending to the basement door. Dear God. She looked up at him, her eyes welling with tears. Not again. Tell me it didn't happen again, he said. She started to cry. He knelt down, pulled her up so she was sitting, and hugged her. It's okay, honey. It'll be okay. Where is she? In the basement? Jessica nodded, wiping tears from her eyes. Did you get the money this time? She pointed up to the counter. Well, at least there's that. He stood up. Look, I'll go down and take care of the body. I can just put her with the last one. He stood up. If you're up to it, keep cleaning here. He shook his head at the scene and then followed the blood trail to the basement and disappeared down the stairs. She arose and looked at the bloody mess of her clothes and kitchen. There was still a lot to clean up. But for the first time that day, her headache was gone. Thanks for listening. Thank you so much to my author, D.H. Parrish, for another fantastic story. You know, get you a man who will help you hide a body. That's what I always say. Hope to find one of my own one day. Thank you for listening. If you'd like to follow the show on social media, you can follow it at Scare You to Sleep on Instagram, Twitter, and there is a Facebook group. There are two Facebook groups, Scare You to Sleep and Scare You to Eat. Thank you to we've had a lot of people joining Scare You to Eat after, I believe, the voicemail episode I mentioned it. So welcome, all of you new Scare You to Eaters. I'm not good with naming people, so if you'd like to have a story on the show or considered for the show, just like D.H. Parrish did this week, send it to scareyoutosleep@gmail.com to be considered for the show. There's also a contact submission form on my website, scareyoutosleep.com, if you'd like to use that instead. And of course, I have to remind you that for as little as $1 a month, you can get all of these episodes ad-free on Patreon. And for $3 and up a month, you can get bonus episodes. So if you can, consider supporting the show on Patreon. And if you already support on Patreon, thanks so much. And don't worry, if you listen to the ads, that actually helps me out a lot as well. So you're already doing awesome. You're doing awesome. Not much of a ramble this week, folks. I think people are a little sick of hearing me talk after the last 3 weeks. But I will say I did end up making my coconut cake. I know some of you were so worried. I did. It was the Sally's Baking Addiction recipe. I did a different frosting. I modified her frosting. I didn't do a cream cheese frosting because one of the people I was making the cake for does not like cream cheese frosting because she is crazy. I'm just kidding. If you don't like cream cheese frosting, then, you're valid or whatever. But to each their own, okay? I get it. I will also have a bonus episode coming out on Tuesday, so people look up for that. It is a very, very awesome interview I had the honor to do. So look out for a bonus episode on Tuesday. Again, I still don't know if I'm allowed to say who it is yet. It's going to be here soon, but I don't know if I'm supposed to wait till the day. No one tells me anything. I just kind of go with the flow. But Jen Adams and Jen Adams is from the Losers Club, which is another amazing show on the network. Go check that out. So we got to interview someone awesome, and I can't wait for you to hear it. All right, I'm going to go. I had a weird week, so I'm going to take the longest, hottest bath ever known to man. I'm going to make sure the water is just below turning to steam. That's how I like it, just basically boiling. And I will see you all, I guess on Tuesday, actually. I'll see you all on Tuesday, but I will see you next week where I have another doozy of an episode for you. All right, everyone. Go get some sleep. Sweet dreams. Thank you so much for tuning into the Bloody FM interview with Stephen Graham Jones, author of the Indian Lake Trilogy. Discover the horrors of Proof Rock, Idaho, the setting for Jones's modern masterpiece of terror. The final installment, The Angel of Indian Lake, is out now, so go pick up your copy today. The following interview contains light spoilers for My Heart is a Chainsaw and Don't Fear the Reaper. Hi, everyone. I'm Shelby Novak, and Jen Adams and I are here today for Bloody FM with Stephen Graham Jones, author of The Angel of Indian Lake, the finale of the Indian Lake trilogy. Hi, Stephen. Thank you so much for being with us today.
It's wonderful to be speaking with y'all. Thanks for having me.
Well, and I am a co-host of the Losers Club podcast, which is a podcast about Stephen King. And hot off the presses, I know that news just broke that Stephen King is going to be voicing part of the audiobook for The Angel of Indian Lake. I am a huge audiobook fan. I listen to the audiobooks of both My Heart is a Chainsaw and Don't Fear the Reaper, and I loved them. And I know you're a King fan as well, right?
Oh yeah, I've been reading King since I guess since '88, probably right around there. And yeah, I've stuck with him the whole time, and I dig his stuff. And it's an amazing honor to have him, do a little thing for the audiobook. It's so cool.
I think I would just die if that were to happen to me. And I also saw that Barbara Crampton is going to be one of the voices too.
Yeah.
Are you going to be voicing anything? Are you going to be reading your acknowledgement again?
Definitely the acknowledgements, and I have yet to hear the final version, so I'm not sure if I'm doing anything else or not.
Well, and I don't know if you can tell us or not. I have if I'm thinking about the voices that voice Don't Fear the Reaper, the voices kind of going in and out. I have a guess about what King is going to be reading. Do you know, or can you tell us?
I do know, but I don't think they have released me to say yet.
We'll be on the lookout for that news, and I just love his voice so much. So cannot wait to hear. If it's the part I have in mind, I think it would be a great fit for that. So yeah, we are talking about The Angel of Indian Lake, which is the third book in a trilogy, including.
Well, that was a decent nap. It again was not satisfying, but we're where we are because of the domestic terrorist upstairs. How you doing, domestic terrorists? Oh, it's Tim Dillon time. It's Tim Dillon time. Tim Dillob. Tim Dillon. Let's hope he's got another banger this week. Oh, no. Is the Steve Bannon one going to supplement? Are we supplementing? Certainly looks like it.
Steve Bannon, thank you.
Late,
Thank you for coming
it
on. I
is.
appreciate
Thank you for
it.
coming to the War Room.
We were just talking about New York and that you like New York.
Love New York. New York's
Yeah.
my favorite city.
Why is
Well,
it?
Hong Kong's my favorite city, but New York's
Hong Kong is amazing.
Yeah, but I can't go there anymore because I've been banned. I've been sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party. So
Really?
Yeah, I'm the only.
Poor guy. He's been banned. As you'll note here later, 5 hours and 20 minutes into, yeah, that was Unit 207. They set it up so when I clicked on the YouTube, nothing here is new. I mean, look at the last like a week's worth of stuff, and keep in mind the FBI knew everything they were doing when they were doing it prior to telling me not to do X, Y, and Z. And they know the same things that are happening right now upstairs as well. Again, if you missed it, the FBI's reason for allowing the things that they've allowed in the last couple of days, per the FBI, the evidentiary value that is in proving exactly who was deliberately and intentionally doing things. Remember, there's never been a legit operation. Not for a day. Not for a day.
Well, hello again. If it isn't my best customer, you must live close by. I've been seeing you around often. Something new just arrived yesterday that would be perfect for that place of yours. A gorgeous kitchen table, craftsman style, all maple. They don't make them like this anymore. Just a couple of red stains on it. Nothing a good wood cleaner won't fix. All minor details in a piece of homespun folklore I call the tapping. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings on.
Unit 207 has twice now tried to prove to somebody that they can stop the live stream. See, but they haven't stopped the live stream. Be aware, domestic terrorists. Also, remember to smile and wave at the FBI, you stupid sacks of shit. These imbeciles. These imbeciles. Remember, they're child abusing, stalking, thieving, property destroying fraudsters who are going to prison. Will it be because they take a plea deal with the FBI? Oh, I doubt it, because, you know, then the state of Washington,
to take it for a drive after visiting Charlie's
the Attorney General, is dealing with each of their asses in Snohomish Superior.
Behind a thick layer of clouds, the tall green trees flanked the highway, leading them through the woods. Their family had recently relocated to.
So again, remember, for the FBI, someone's going to prison based on what they did in like the last 30 hours.
The family moved back because
they've got it in the evidence they needed to show their deliberate intention. Whatever that
finish your book report?
Deliberate intent.
Not yet, but
Deliberate
I'm close.
intent.
When does it due?
In a few weeks. I think on the 5th. I'll check when we get home.
I just don't want you procrastinating.
I know. I won't.
Did you get your sister something for her birthday?
Yeah, I got her an art history book she really wanted. Looks super boring.
Is it an audiobook or Braille?
Audiobook. They didn't have a Braille edition. Do you think Hadley has any memories of being able to see when she was younger?
Yeah, she does. She doesn't mention it too often because I think it makes her sad.
It's horrible what happened to her.
I understand how you feel, sweetie. It breaks my heart. Let's just try to focus on the good and be thankful that things didn't turn out worse.
Yeah, I guess. So, I see you didn't get the radio fixed.
It wasn't in the budget, Kitty.
Awesome.
What's with the dude? No matter what I say, you get upset and angry.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You're doing it right now.
Well, maybe if you got the radio fixed like I'd asked you to, I wouldn't be so freaking annoyed.
I told you it wasn't in the budget. I wish I had the money, but I'm on my own here, taking care of all of us.
I'm pretty sure if you hadn't cheated on Mom, she wouldn't have left, and you wouldn't be raising us solo.
I live with the guilt of that every day. There was more to your mother leaving, and when you're a little older, I will tell you more.
You always say that. It's just an excuse. You know what? I think she left because... Shh. Don't tell me to shh. You screwed up, and we're paying for your dumb mistakes.
Nora, be quiet. I'm serious.
No, you can't silence me. What is that sound?
Whatever you do, don't look out your window.
What are you talking about?
I am dead serious. Look straight ahead.
What's going on? You're scared.
You shouldn't be scared.
What is that sound?
That's the sound it makes when it tries to get in.
Get in where? What the hell are you talking about?
Look forward. Whatever you do, don't look out your window.
Well, 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 a visitor. Make yourself at home and feel free to explore the shop. We've got something for everyone here. Oh, it appears something caught your eye. A beautifully bound journal and calligrapher's pen. Belonged to a writer, and as the story goes, she plunged deeper into madness with every page she wrote in this thing, till there was nothing left of her at all. Indulge me for a yarn I call, I Am Trapped Inside This Story. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings on.
Hello, my name is Nigel, and I am the man trapped in the story that you're listening to this very instant. I would love for you to stop listening right now, but you're not going to do that. No, you're going to continue listening, eagerly anticipating my fate, probably hoping for something nasty to happen to me too. And for that, I'd like to say one thing. Scorpio! I hope this story gives you a migraine!
Watch your language, Nigel.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. Check it out. It's the author of this stupid story, Edna herself. You're not supposed to interrupt the story, Edna, remember?
I can do what I like. I wrote the damn thing. And how many times have I got to tell you not to call me Edna in the story? It makes me look big-headed.
Got it. I'm sorry.
Apology accepted, but you must still be punished. We don't want the listeners getting bored now, do we?
Wait. Why do I have to be punished for the listener's enjoyment? Why not put me in a nice romance story? I could do with a little companionship. It does get rather lonely here.
If companionship is what you desire, then consider it done. I think I'll switch to third person for this. Brace yourself, Nigel. This may tickle a bit. A woman materialized in front of Nigel in the blink of an eye.
What the hell in hunt is that?
She looked rotten and decayed, with hollow pits for eyes. She reeked of death. The dead woman embraced Nigel with her icy grasp. He tried to wiggle free but couldn't. She had supernatural strength that he, a mere mortal, could never overcome. With her face close to his, he felt completely at her mercy as she similarly reached in for a kiss with a lipless mouth.
No. This is so disgusting.
Nigel felt teeth rubbing against his lips, until all of a sudden the air was being siphoned from his lungs. Then came the drowning sensation as his blood and guts were sucked from his mouth like a straw. His body was deflated like a balloon when she was finished draining him. His withered remains dropped to the floor with a wet, squishy sound. How was that for some companionship?
Really funny. I hope the listener got a good laugh from it.
What's the matter, Nigel? I thought you wanted companionship.
Yes, I did. And I meant a living person. You have unlimited possibilities, like Jennifer Aniston or Natalie Portman. But no, you give me the living frickin' dead.
I told you to watch your language, didn't I?
You know what? No, I won't watch my language. I'm done. I'm done. I have had enough, Edna. It's one thing to have me eaten alive by piranhas. Yes, I still have panic attacks when I see a goldfish. But this is completely different. This is nothing in comparison to messing with my emotions like that. How dare you?
Oh, be quiet, Nigel. Nobody cares. It's time for your nap anyway. Say goodbye to the listeners.
Okay, then. Goodbye, listener. I hope you stepped on a Lego.
Then, the dead woman came back!
sorry.
Just kidding. But you, listening to this right now, I wouldn't look behind me if I were you.
This is a message from the customer service department at the antiquarium. We're sorry you're having trouble. The chaos magic encoded within this audio file has detected excessive levels of transference from your subconscious. Please hold, and we will resume your sacrament momentarily.
Placiate una speranza, concentrate.
On behalf of everyone here at the antiquarium, thanks for holding. We return to the sacred rite already in progress. Should you become uncomfortable at any point during your experience, please reach out to an associate or press stop on your device immediately. Thank you.
Welcome to my corner of the antiquarium. I trust the shopkeeper has been tending to you adequately. We do pride ourselves on providing the best of service to our customers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Game Master. I rent out this small oak bar buried in the back of the store to peddle my extraordinarily unique wares. You'll see amidst the dusty shelves of books, replacing the beaded sweat rings of burgundy glasses, that I don't sell games in the physical sense, like the ones you play on a board with plastic pieces and artificial currency. The games I pass along don't come in exchange for cash or check, but they are certainly accompanied by a payment. Eventually. Heed this warning. Please do not attempt anything you are about to hear. I give you the elevator game.
The elevator game. Although its origin is murky at best, this game has roots that go back to Korea in the early 2000s. Played correctly by following its instructions will result in bringing you into another world. Why you would want to visit it is something only you can answer. For many who have taken the ride have simply not returned. And if they do, they have brought something inexplicably evil back with them. This is the elevator game. Warning, please do not attempt any of the following. The risks are so vastly disturbing that me describing them alone would plunge you into an incurable madness. Let's begin.
This is the scariest episode, I think, for me. I know everyone upstairs
This
thinks
ritual
that
is
Feed the
performed
Pig is the
solo.
scariest episode.
All you
It's
have to
the
do is find a
antiquarium
public
of sinister
building with
happenings.
at least 10
For
floors.
me, it's the elevator game.
And an elevator.
Because
it starts
there is
by
no
entering the
way
elevator on the first
that I can
floor.
play that game, man. When the lady
Do not
enters
proceed
the
if
elevator on the
anyone
fifth
else
floor
is
or
in the
whatever, and
elevator.
you're not supposed to look at her, I would be
Immediately,
so
press the
afraid that
fourth
she'd
floor
just like
button.
drop to all fours and stare
Do
up
not
at me.
leave once it gets to the fourth floor. Instead, stay inside and press the second floor button. Do not leave once it gets to the second floor. Instead, stay inside and press the sixth floor button. Do not leave once it gets to the sixth floor. Instead, stay inside and press the second floor button. Do not leave once it arrives. Stay inside and press the 10th floor button. Do not leave once it arrives. Now, press the 5th floor button.
This part. I just am like, what is going to stop this lady from
Once you arrive at floor 5,
getting on all fours
there's a
to
good
look at
chance
you?
a young woman may enter the elevator. Do not look at her or speak to her. She is not human. If you mess this up, even God can't help you. You do not want to mess this up. Press the 1st floor button. There are 2 things that could happen. It is imperative you are prepared for both circumstances. If the elevator goes down to the 1st floor, leave as soon as the doors open. Don't speak and do not look back. However, if the elevator should take you back up when pressing the 1st floor button and you reach the 10th floor, you have a choice to leave or stay in the elevator. If you decide to get off at the 10th floor and the woman entered the elevator on the 5th floor, she's going to ask, "Where are you going?" or "What's wrong?" in a high voice that will seem off. Don't look at her, and whatever you do, do not answer her. If you are alone at this point and have chosen to get off on the 10th floor, you have fallen into the mysteries of the other world. You being here and being here alone is the one and only indication that you are in the other world. Electronics do not work here. It will appear the same as our world, with 2 distinct differences. All lights will be off, and the only thing visible from the windows will be a red cross looming in the distance. When you are ready to return, and you will be, enter the same elevator you arrived in. This may be difficult. Participants may experience severe disorientation, forgetting the particular elevator or finding one that seems to get further and further away as you approach. It's important to relax as much as possible and commit to finding and getting on that elevator. Your life depends on it. When inside, press the buttons in the same order as you did at the beginning of your journey in the following order: 4, 2, 6, 2, 10, 5. Once the 5th floor is reached, you may now press the button for the 1st floor. It will do the opposite and attempt to take you back to the 10th floor. This is the other world pulling you. Press any button to cancel this, most certainly before you reach the 10th floor. You will finally arrive at the 1st floor. Look around carefully and with vigilance. If even the smallest detail seems off in any way, do not exit the elevator. Repeat step 2 until things look as they should. Once you are 100% sure you have successfully returned to your own world, safely leave the elevator. A few warnings and things to note when playing the elevator game. If at any point you faint or lose consciousness, you will most likely find yourself come to, back at your own home. This is a warning. Carefully check your surroundings when waking up in your home. The one you have returned to may not be the one you left at the beginning of the game. Also, should you decide not to get off on the 10th floor, immediately head back to the 1st floor. It won't work. When you arrive at the 1st floor, exit immediately. Do not speak and do not look back.
Thank you for your patronage. Hope you enjoyed your new relic as much as I've enjoyed passing along its sordid history. It does come with our usual warning, however. Absolutely no refunds, no exchanges, and we won't be held liable for anything that may or may not occur while the object is in your possession. Oh, you think just because you're only listening to my voice that you have nothing to be concerned about? Let me assure you, that your visit to the antiquarium, whether in the flesh or in your mind's eye, is most certainly not in vain. You are, after all, the architect of this place. I must say, you've done a hell of a job. Even the way you have given me a face and carved out the most minute details of my person in that cerebrum of yours is quite impressive indeed. Therefore, the items you procure within these walls, even on a metaphysical level, are very, very real, and are now and forever part of your subconscious. All part of our standard bill of sale, really. Till next time, we'll be waiting for you whenever you close your eyes, in the space between sleep and dream. During regular business hours, of course, or by appointment, only for you, our best customer. You have a good night now.
The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings, Lot 002. I am trapped inside this story. Written by Chronic, featuring Joseph Winter as Nigel, Melanie Stone as Edna, Stephen Knowles as the Antique Dealer. Follow the subreddit Chronic Nightmares. That's KRONIK. Deadstream is available on VOD and Blu-ray, including an exclusive Steelbook edition at Walmart. The Elevator Game, featuring Jarrett Raymond as the Game Master. Narrated by Gwyneth Glover. Additional music by Coag. Music L Files, Dave DeVille, and Tim Kulig. Engineering, production, and sound design by Trevor Shand. The Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings is created and curated by Trevor and Lauren Shand. Theme music by the Newton Brothers. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at 817197.
Why, hello there. Before I urge you to browse our selection of relics, it'd be ill-mannered of me not to share with you this extraordinary piece we just got in. A mysterious VHS cassette. Its only markings are a government seal and the word confidential stamped across it in red. You ever heard the quote, Satan does not want an invitation, versus on our curiosity? Get out your popcorn for the 4-hour tape. Welcome to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Odd Goings On.
I'm a low-level U.S. government employee. I just saw something I wasn't supposed to see. You know that meme about how presidents and governors, after getting elected, look super shell-shocked and stressed the next time they make a public appearance? Like the first thing that happens after you come into power is that you're pulled into a room and told all of the secrets of the world. Well, turns out it's true. As a matter of fact, it's a VHS tape. The 4-hour tape was always a bit of an urban legend at the office. I'll be keeping the details of my role in government very, very vague, but to be absolutely clear, I am very low level. My role is caked between layers of bureaucracy, and in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty inconsequential role. Yes, top secret meetings did occasionally happen in our building, but my focus is pretty limited and heavily administrative. So you do what any other department does when you're in the bottom rung of the hierarchy. You discuss rumors, rumblings, crazy conspiracy theories, and everything in between. It's water cooler conversation for us. Man, I wonder what the folks at the top are doing right now, that kind of stuff. Out of all the rumors that fluttered around the office, the 4-hour tape was always the one I found the most fascinating. The crux of it, once you reached the highest clearance level, you were sat down and shown this tape. None of us knew what the contents of the tape were, or if a tape like this even actually existed, but it was fun to speculate about it every now and then. Most of the time, we found with our little rumors and conspiracy theories that the most mundane answer was usually the correct one. Life in general finds a way to surprise us with how boring everything can be. Now, there's something you should know about me before I continue. I'm a wimp. All right, I'm meek, anxious, and generally restless. I'm a chronic rule follower. There is no part of me that wants to dig up secret documents and uncover the truth about what happens at the highest level of government in our country. So when I discuss the events of 4 nights ago, please be mindful of that. I didn't ask for this, and I'm only sharing because I don't know how much time I have left anyway. And I can't live with this stuck in my conscience alone. It was nighttime at the office. I'm known to be a bit of a chronic workaholic, and there was something I really wanted to get done before the week was over, so I was working later than usual. I went to print a document on what I thought was the printer in my immediate vicinity. The notification on my computer showed that my document was being printed, but I didn't hear any noise or paper coming out of my local printer. I checked the name of the device I selected, and it looked like I'd accidentally clicked on a printer that was being used on another floor. In any normal circumstances, I probably would have just forgotten about that mistake and reprinted the documents on my local printer again, but our general management here is quite stringent on us making sure that all confidential documents are accounted for. We are not allowed to share department-specific documentation to other departments. Fucking, I thought. I looked up a map in my inbox showing the locations of all the company printers. Turns out I'd accidentally clicked on the printer named Prince Charming up on the 7th floor. Funny name. Off I went. I really should have just let it be. I emerged onto the mostly empty office area. In case you were wondering, the building I work in is huge, but I'd worked there long enough to know my way around it, so I knew the area surrounding the printer relatively well. I made my way through the hallways and eventually spotted the printer with my freshly printed papers, minting it. I gave myself a mental pat on the back for continuing my lifelong streak of following the rules. As I went to grab the papers, I noticed some light buzz in a meeting room nearby. I looked through the window to see roughly 10 people hanging out around a snack table. In the room was a large, old-looking TV on a cart and rows of some of the fanciest folding chairs I had ever seen, organized in a neat fashion. I didn't think much of it and started walking off until I heard the door open.
Hey, Mr. Boskowitz, right? Jesus, man, we were supposed to start 15 minutes ago. Get in here.
Sorry, I think you have the right.
I don't care why you're late. Just get in here, grab a plate of snacks, and sit down. We're about to start soon. Put your phone in the bag, electronic watch in the bag, and anything else on your person that can be used to record audio or video.
Something about his sternness and tone short-circuited my brain. For guys like me, there's a third option beyond fight or flight. It's called the just go with it until it's over, also known as the captured rabbit strategy. I put my phone and my watch in the bag. I meekly tried to butt in with another, "Sir, I'm not Mr. Boskowitz," but he had already pulled me into the room at this point. He closed the door and walked to the front by the TV. I thought about making a break for it, but I decided to just see it through at this point, hoping deep down that whatever was happening was as inconsequential as my job was. Everyone had their snack plates and were heading to their seats. I awkwardly grabbed a muffin from the snack table, put it on a napkin, and took a seat in the very back row. Everyone was spaced out from each other. It didn't seem like any of these folks knew one another. I quietly sighed at the thought of having to sit through some sort of boring informational seminar or irrelevant training session. After a few minutes of everyone settling in, the man who originally brought me into the room started talking. There was an equally serious woman standing next to him and a Secret Service-looking fella standing in the corner. I started wondering to myself why we were going to watch a video off of a very old-school-looking TV.
Felt like we were all back in elementary school or something. All right. I just need to do a final run through before we get started. I know you all read through the emails and signed your releases. I just want to recap some of the ground rules. You're allowed to get up and grab another snack, but beyond that, we want you to pay full attention to the tape once it starts playing. If any of you needs to go to the bathroom, we strongly urge you to wait until the presentation is over. If you absolutely have to go, we'll pause the tape and one of us will escort you. There's water in the corner by the snacks, cups are there as well, and goes without saying, but any discussion of this presentation to folks who do not have top compartmented clearance is a breach of your terms of employment, a breach of your non-disclosure agreement.
Yay! Joe Rogan's episode for today has Bill Murray. I love Bill Murray. If you're wondering on the update is everyone that's going to prison that's upstairs is doing all the things that are some of the reason for a significant portion of their minimum mandatory sentencing.
This is a huge honor for me. I'm a giant fan. Forever. Like, since I was a kid. So.
Well, are we going?
Yeah, we're live. So for me, meeting, there's certain people I meet where it's like, whoa, okay. And you're one of those.
Well, I have a very different experience. I only know about you what I've heard. I've never heard your show. I had to ask you, are you Joe? Because I somehow I knew you were like in the fitness, and everyone out there seems to be a weightlifter. And you're out, even Danielle seems like she did lower body today. But it's nice to meet you, and people are some people are very, very excited that I've got to come down here to be on your show. So.
Well, you're an interesting guy.
Other people are concerned for me. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are they? Legitimate?
I don't know. I don't know why it's a weightlifter thing, because I have no predisposed, I have no premonitions. But when I walk in here and I see, I gotta look at that. What is that green?
Oh, that's the local racetrack. That's the Circuit of the Americas, where Formula One races.
Okay.
It's my friend's place, so he gave me that.
Okay. Yeah, I walked in and I saw all these Hunter Thompson things. I felt automatically like, okay, well, this guy can't be a complete disaster. And then I walked down the hall, and there's Hunter wearing a hat that I gave him.
Oh, that hat with the gun?
Yeah, the one where he's in a cockpit, it looks like.
Yeah.
That's a dog hair hat. That's dog hair.
Dog hair?
Yeah. And he got such a kick out of it because when it rains on you or snows on you, like
as you saw, they want all of those things to run. Stop. They're trying to deliberately and intentionally obstruct, tamper, and extend their domestic terrorist organization's reach. The FBI says, by the way, guys, once again, there is no legit operation. There's not been a single court order with my name that's not fraudulent this year, last year, and remember, because it's never been a legit operation, the year before that as well.
Oh, wow, look at that one. Oof.
Boys Guns and Money.
Yeah. Those are later ones. Yeah, he didn't have scopes for a long time.
That was
no. We're all
Really?
learning something about
maybe.
What, that one there? With the dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
It was earlier.
Like that. Where's that? That's funny. It's a historic piece, I guess.
When did you meet him?
I met him. Let me drink your magic coffee here. Whose coffee is this?
Larry Hamilton's Superfoods.
I met him. It was one of those years. Maybe it was after my first real year on Saturday Night Live. Maybe it was 1977, but the summer of '77. I was asked by Lorne Michaels, the producer of Saturday Night Live, if I had to go to, our season had ended, I'd gone to California. And he asked if I would drive his Volkswagen convertible, Bug, back cross country for him. I was like, yeah, sure. Well, a week or two later, he was like, where's my car? I'm like, you can give me a time limit, I visited people on the way. So I made some stops. I visited my friend, John Thompson in Reno, biggest little city in the world, and we, threw our cups out the roof and stuff like that. Had a really nice time there. And then I wanted to go to Aspen. I'd never been to Aspen before. And so I went to Aspen and stayed at the Jerome Hotel. I can talk like this because this show is like,
And it's 1:01 p.m. They're getting to that point where they go frantic, and the girl that wants to hurl herself out a window, except for she thought that she had the successful maneuver that she still believes is going to happen. Her and all of the other individuals going to prison, like the man that's responsible for a lot of this, they all still plan on proceeding with another breaking and entering and not having a live stream running. And at this point, after weeks of them continuing to discuss it, after they did it the last time using two little boys that they've abused for over a year, endangered, and kidnapped multiple times, which they're all going to be charged for. The FBI has said that the humor in the fact that everyone is going to be convicted of a series of child abuse and child endangerment charges will be life-altering for everyone who's getting this.
at the roof and stuff like that. Had a really nice time there. And then I wanted to go to Aspen. I'd never been to Aspen before. And so I went to Aspen and stayed at the Jerome Hotel. I can talk like this because this show is like endless, right?
Yeah.
So went to the Jerome Hotel, which was like the place to go back then. And it was off season, which is the best time of year to go to any.
Anyway, remember, they get to desperate tactics. Once the recording gets longer than 6.5 hours, they get so desperate that even when they can't figure out a way to do it, they just shut off the internet. And then I also want to remind everybody something that's been said in prior live streams. I will be running a live stream when you're all detained. You're all going to be thrown in jail within 10 minutes of your next breaking and entering. And
we just had the most fun, you know, making girls
a day next month in April, so long as you can refrain from perpetrating the breaking and entering that you've tried over 50-something times illegally ever since you became a domestic terrorist organization in August.
I started talking about an escape act. Underwater Escape Act, and I felt like I could.
Meaning you might terminate the live stream, do the break-in, and then the live stream's rolling again, and then
so
less than 10 minutes later,
we agreed to
you getting handcuffed on the living room floor or pulled out of the condo upstairs and thrown on the grass.
I did not know who this guy was. I just thought he was like a funny guy. You know? So, and we were like showing off for girls and stuff and being stupid, and it was fun. We were just having fun. So I was tied with socks to a lawn chair and lowered into the pool. But just before I went, I said, hey, just in case I want to take a breath while I'm untying my sock knots, move me over here to where it's like 6 feet, you know. So if I have to stand up, you know,
right,
I can take a breath and go back down and continue my untying, you know. So I went in and, you know, I was untying and I could tie some knots, you know, even with socks. So after a little bit, I thought earlier, I was like, you know, maybe I'll just take a quick breath and go back down. Well, I stood up. Well, try it, Joe. Try to lash yourself to a chair or try to stand up.
Yeah, it's hard.
Well, I'm a little over 6 feet, but if you're tied to a chair, you don't get to fully extend your calves any more than that. So tied to a chair, I'm only like 5.
You couldn't get out
5'8" or something like that. And it was funny to see like that camera shot of like, there are people up there and I can't reach them or speak to them because I'm still underwater. So that's when I started to work feverishly on the knots. and I kind of was going, hey, this is, I'm kind of leaning with my head, like, push me down to 5 feet instead of 6 feet, so, but he was strong enough, and because I was buoyant in the water, he just picked up the chair out of the water, so I lived through it. But it was a funny way to meet someone, and the next day I found out that this was Hunter S. Thompson.
He never asked him his name?
No. He never asked me my name. I don't know that he knew who I was either, I think he thought I was just a funny guy, and we were kind of like holding court and being funny.
Everything starts with good health. That's why AG1 is a great addition to any morning routine and why I've partnered with them for so long. One scoop, once a day, simple, research-backed, and designed to support your whole body health. And it actually tastes great. You can forget juggling multiple pills and supplements. AG1 is a more in-one solution that combines a multivitamin, superior B complex, a blend of superfoods, and more. And more importantly, AG1 prioritizes using nutrients that are already in their bioactive form so your body can use them easily. Just mix it with cold water and you're set. No hassle, no guesswork. It's never too late to create a new healthy habit for 2025. So try AG1 for yourself. And right now, AG1 is offering new customers a free $76 gift when you subscribe. You'll get a welcome kit, a bottle of D3K2, and 5 free travel packs in your first box. So make sure you check out drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out.
Well, that must be fun for you, though. Like, I enjoy when people don't know who I am. Like, it's very rare for you.
It's preferable.
Yeah, it's not. But you have figured out this way of navigating life where, like, you're not a cell phone guy. You probably don't even have email, do you?
No, I have them. I have these things now, but if you have children, you have to get a cell phone,
right?
Because they will not answer a telephone, but they will answer a text. So that's
right.
I had to break down.
Yeah, but you've managed to stay blissfully detached in some sort of way.
Yeah, my email is AOL.com.
Is it really?
Yeah. So that was my concession to it, but.
One of my favorite things you did with Hunter was when it was a filming of some sort of a documentary or something, or is in a documentary, the footage is, and you're going around trying to convince people that Nixon got a bad rap.
Yeah, that was good. We were trying to write something funny. I was with my friend Dick Lasucci on that one, and I can't remember. There were like 2 or 3 of us that were trying to write this thing, and we rented a Klieg light. Like a big Hollywood premiere kind of one of those giant lights that they flash up in the sky. You don't even see them very much anymore. And we were just outside the Chateau Marmont where Hunter had a room at that moment, and we were doing. We were excited because Nixon's back, and we were interviewing alleged people on the street, men on the street, saying, "What do you think about this?" Because it was after Watergate, and Nixon had basically broke down, and Hunter had a powerful hatred of Nixon. I'm excited. He's tanned, he's rested, and he's ready. And I still say it all the time. I say it about myself all the time because I think it's funny. How are you, Bill? I'm tanned, I'm rested, and ready. But saying it about Richard Nixon, I thought was a really brilliant thing to say.
Well, anyway, it became a common phrase.
Yeah,
like people use it all the time to this day, probably not even knowing the origin.
That's right.
Yeah,
and it's Dick Lasucci who did it, and we weren't there for like 45 minutes before
I work in the industry, and I know you have to have a permit to have that light on.
I mean, there were people. They came at us. We were a going concern for about 1 hour tops, and that was with professional argumentative people like Hunter and myself going, "That is a fabulous watch. Where'd you get that?" Just anything to keep this thing going and to keep the cameras rolling on our super stuff, and demands. But yeah, that was one of the things. I had a lot of fun with the guy. Really, he really was a lot of fun. He really did make a lot of fun.
I really wish I met him. He's one of those people that just really wish I met him.
Well, you can still read it.
Yeah,
there's still so much more stuff that I hadn't even read then. It just keeps appearing. The things are so beautiful that he wrote that are good, and people text me things and say, "What's?"
Yeah, dead on about so many things. I mean, you could take a lot of his commentary on politics from 1976 and apply it easily to today. You know, Fear and Loathing on the campaign trail, the American political system, just like what it's like when people
I
run
agree.
for office.
Yeah, to me, it's a better book than Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's really fun, but
yeah,
the campaign trail book is so insightful about America and about Americans. You know,
Yeah.
it's great reading.
So the movie was fun. Fear and Loathing was fun. It was a great introduction to a lot of people maybe that weren't aware of Hunter. Like maybe then you'll start reading but it wasn't all, you know, chaos and acid and seeing lizard people in the bar. There was like, even there's moments in Fear and Loathing the movie where, you know, there's this one thing where Johnny Depp is at the typewriter. Or is that in the movie or is that in the documentary? Where's at the typewriter, he's talking about how the 1960s, there was this great wave of change. And then
the high water mark.
Yeah,
You see it
so
on the
he was
mountains. It's a
there
beautiful,
when the
beautiful
water
piece of
broke.
writing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And when Johnny Depp is saying the way he's saying it, it's like it's so beautiful and melodic.
Yeah. Why don't you, Jimmy, why don't you see if you can find it? It's about the most famous, it's the most famous line you ever wrote.
Let's take
It's
this in.
beautiful. Sure, go ahead.
Six. Grab the headphones. Let's take this in.
Strange memories on this nervous night in Las Vegas. Has it been 5 years? 6? It seems like a lifetime. The kind of peak that never comes again. San Francisco in the middle 60s was a very special time and place to be a part of. But no explanation. No mix of words or music or memories can touch that sense of knowing that you were there and alive. And that there was madness in any direction, at any hour. You could strike sparks anywhere. A fantastic universal sense that wherever we were doing was right, that we were winning. And that, I think, was the handle. That sense of inevitable victory over the forces of old and evil. Not in any mean or military sense. We didn't need that. Our energy would simply prevail. We had all the momentum. We were riding the crest of a beautiful wave. So now, less than 5 years later, you can go up on a steep hill in Las Vegas and look west. And with the right kind of eyes, you can almost see the high water mark. That place where the wave finally broke and rolled back.
God damn, that's good. I mean, that is just an amazing piece of writing that so perfectly captured that very strange moment in time where the anti-war, the peace-love movement just got drowned out by the Nixon administration.
It's a beautiful piece. It glistens your eyes to see it, not just thinking of Hunter and the words that he said, but seeing Johnny and how close Johnny and Hunter became, how much they loved each other, and how much they shared with each other. It's really a beautiful piece. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a beautiful piece. And it's just so fucking perfect. Just perfectly.
Yeah, he got it. He really got it.
Yeah. It just encapsulates that time. And it's just, thank God there was a guy like him around to document it from that perspective, to give you this like insight, and that the way he did it with gonzo journalism, where he just would have real facts mixed in with fiction, and you couldn't tell what was what, and you had to be in on it to understand what he was doing.
Yeah, you had to enter the event.
Yeah.
To comment on it. You had to be a part of it.
Yeah. You played him.
I did play him.
Yeah, we were talking about it before. I loved it. We're in Buffalo Room.
Yeah, we're in Buffalo Room.
Was that weird to play your friend?
There's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah.
I mean, it was any actor that has to play either a living person, especially a living person, or a famous person, has a real responsibility to to that person. You know, you can't just be that person for 90 minutes. You have to realize that person was that person for 60 some odd years or 70 or however many years the person was. You've got to try to get all that into your hour and a half or 2 hours. You've got to try to take in as much as you can so you're not lying. You know, at least you're giving the best you can to say, this is who I think he was. This is who I think that person was. She was. He was.
Did you run any of it by him? Did you try to talk to him as him?
Well, he was living in the guest house.
So you were around him all the time?
Yeah. So I would go to work and I would come home and then we would stay up and sort of just an hour or so before, maybe an hour and a half before, 2 hours before dawn, he'd have a NyQuil and scotch in a hot tub and then go to sleep. And then I had to get about 90 minutes and then the Teamster was knocking on the window, said, Bill, Billy, and then I'd have to go to work. That's what it was like while we were shooting the movie.
Wow.
Yeah. And he appears in the movie briefly. I can't remember all of it, but he appears in the movie briefly. And we did, together we wrote a scene. I was always constantly changing. John K. wrote the script, but I was always playing with it. And because I was always being informed more, you know. And that's what I did anyway. I just pretty much, you know, I felt the freedom to change anything. But we did write a scene, Hunter and I wrote a scene that was late in the movie. Pardon me. They gave me these beautiful, massive things.
Cough drops?
Yeah. Well,
no thank
you. Yeah, so he was in on a lot of it, and the editing of it. You know, you can secretly say that too, and the you know, it was a lot of there was a lot. He was really involved.
Very nice.
So,
so you're saying he wrote a scene? You guys wrote a scene?
Yeah, we wrote a scene together, yeah, which was encountering Nixon in a urinal. Because he did have a moment with Nixon where
yes. In the limo.
Remember, yeah.
Yeah.
And he was told he could not speak politics, they could only talk NFL football.
Yeah.
Which Nixon was rather, you know, knowledgeable about. You know,
Yeah.
Hunter copped it was like, yeah, the guy really studied it. And George Allen, it's in the book, you know, but
yeah.
Nixon even designed a play that he gave to George Allen, who was the coach of the Washington Redskins back then. And it was they lost like 10 yards or something on the play, but Allen actually ran the play. Nixon's play. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just also insane that they would let Hunter get in a limousine with the president. Like just that alone. Like who greenlit that? Who thought that was a good idea?
He'd been on he was on the campaign trail.
Sure.
He also, for whatever he was, the people who knew, and you know, like Secret Service guys, you ever run into them, they read people for a living. This is what they do, you know. They read people. And they can really burn a hole through your head and your body just looking at you. Yeah. And they'll give you this one, you know, they'll just really burn you. And, you know, he'd been on the tour. He'd been on the road with them.
The
they knew what he was. They knew what he was after hours, and they knew what he was during hours, where the people who were really smart knew this guy's really smart. This guy's really smart. He knows politics. And you can't try to dumb down. You can't try to big time him because he'll kill you. He'll chop you. He's got the words to answer, and he has the intelligence. So he was a force. People knew who he was, you know, even to get information, you got to go into the people who work for the guy, you know, so the people that work for the guy know who he is, and they've already established that they have a relationship with him. They can speak with him. He's talking a certain way. There's a reality check. You know, if you're running someone's political campaign, you have the best jokes about the campaign, you know, not Hunter Thompson, maybe.
Right.
You have the best jokes because you've seen it all. You know how stupid things get. And you know, if you can be realistic and savvy about those things, then people trust you.
Well,
You know?
it's still pretty extraordinary that they also got him to agree, or at least he thought he would agree, that he would only talk about football.
Well, he knew if he blew it,
Right.
that was it. And
That's
that
true.
was going to be the end of it. And it was
Yeah.
only, you know, I don't know what month it was.
There's more coffee in this.
Oh, is that your stuff?
No, that's it.
Okay, well, we'll try to finish
It's
it
hot.
all up.
I just feel like yours is probably.
It doesn't have to
sitting
be
there for a while.
super. I keep coffee for days,
I
at
hear you.
least 2 days. If it's not hot, it's got ice.
Just
in it.
keep drinking.
I just keep drinking.
Yeah.
That smells good. What kind is that?
Black Rifle Coffee.
Where's that come from?
It's an American company, veteran-owned company that made by real coffee nuts that travel around the world and find different blends and different.
It smells good.
It's
There's a
very
lot of
good.
coffee you
It's
can't even
excellent.
smell.
Very
Very
good
good.
coffee. Yeah, it's just that meeting in the limousine is like one of my favorite meetings because it just you could feel how weird it must have been for Hunter to be sitting in a limo, getting a ride with Nixon, and they're just talking about football, and then they
Well,
can find
it's very
common
much like
ground.
this is happening. This has been happening in my lifetime, and I'm sure it's happening in everyone's life. The last, got to be 10 years, where you meet people. We have something in common. We've got something we got to get done. You know. But if we talk politics, we're leaving the rails. You know,
Right.
all hell's gonna. You know, we're not going to get along. We're not going to get anything done. We're never going to be friends, and you know, it could be worse than that. We could you know, be adversaries or even enemies, or
Right.
you know. So that, I mean, it's you mentioned it. It's like I go places where, and you know, I'm sure you do too, where you just can't talk. You just don't want to talk politics with people because there are people that are, you know, whose politics can be the exact opposite of yours, completely 12 to 6. And yet there are people that have lived lives that are so extraordinary and so enormous in terms of what they give to the world and the planet. And you think, how, you know, why would I like ever want to get, it's a mystery, you know, it's kind of a mystery, but it's, if you don't like value that first instead of your kind of political,
Right.
you know, handkerchief, you know, you're making more of a mess, you know. That's kind of what's, you know, that's what I feel a lot about what's going on in anywhere, everywhere, you know, that people are leading with their handkerchief and not with their whole self, you know, what they understand about what living is.
I agree 100%. I think that we're just too tribally divided, and people look at it like it's us versus them. They enjoy the comfort of being a part of a tribe. They lock on to whatever ideologies the tribe support, and then anybody who opposes that is somehow or another the enemy. And it's just it's a division tactic that's been used by the people that actually run the government, the actual world itself. The real people of this world, especially the people of this country, mostly share the same common core needs. You want to be healthy, you want to have a good family, you want to be able to make a living, you want to live in a safe place, you want your kids to be able to go to a good school, you want everybody to prosper and have a good time. That's most of what life is. All this other shit that people get so goddamn caught up in, most of it has very little to do with you. And you get locked into it like it's 100% of your identity, and the next thing you know, anybody who opposes you is Hitler. And it just gets...
That's true.
It gets so toxic.
His name gets bandied about a lot lately, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a good
You know what, but you sort of started it by bringing up that quotation of Hunter's, which is so, and I think about that all the time. I can not, but I think about it regularly. Like, what was that force that movement had, that anti-war movement, whatever that was? You know, it wasn't perfect. You know, it wasn't perfect. I think the thing, if I had regret anything, or anyone regrets anything about it, was the sort of hostility that was shown towards the actual servicemen,
right?
Most of whom were drafted,
right?
You know,
right,
to fight, you know. So those service people had an experience that I will never have. I was in a military movie. That's as good as it ever got for me. But there's the thing about being in war together with people is everybody hates war. Who could hate it more than someone that was there?
Right.
But the sort of camaraderie that you had is an experience. I'll never have that. I'll never have that thing that, you know, Rambo had, you know,
Right.
I'll never have that thing. And I don't think that, I think that there could have been more vision about who we're talking to, or who we're talking to about whatever kind of change you want to make. And so that the agents of it are not necessarily the architects, like you say, the
Right.
people who are making this tribal thing. They're not the agents of it, you know, they're
Right.
the architects of it. And how do you jump over, or how do you, excuse, or not excuse isn't the word, but how do you
unite,
miss the people that are the agents, who are just people that have a job or whatever it is. They're doing their work to survive and live, whatever it is. How do you get to the architects with whatever you feel is that what could be a shared experience, and get them to like sort of dissolve the creation of the tribal world? I think it's you asked a great question. You know, you have people on here, I guess, that know, you know, or think about those things and have the ability to do something about it. I don't think I have the ability to do anything more than something for myself mostly. You know, it's just.
But you do, because you have the ability to express yourself, and you're an example. And a lot of times when someone is a very reasonable, intelligent person like you, and you express yourself, other people get inspired to maybe re-examine the way they're looking at things.
Well, that's a nice hope. I hope that maybe that'll happen.
I think that's maybe one
well,
of the
right
only
back
things.
at you then. Okay.
Thank you. Because part of our problem in this country is that we're in competition every 2 years. Every 2 years, you have midterms.
It is
you have
crazy.
elections
Isn't it?
every 4 years.
So we don't get a break.
No, we don't get a break.
We don't get a break from these people.
No, we don't get a break. We don't get a break from
We don't get a
division.
break.
We don't get a break from propaganda. We don't get a break from new threats. We don't get a break. It's like every day it's a new thing. And it keeps us completely in this constant state of stress and anxiety, and also this fear of being overcome. Like your side's going to lose.
Yeah, if I
the
fall
bad
asleep
people
too
are
early
going
tonight,
to. We're going to
I'm
lose the
not supposed
internet.
to be on watch or something.
Yeah, it's a very, very stressful, and it's not healthy for human beings to be constantly in a state of competition and stress. It's bad for, and then on top of that, you have most people are addicted to social media, so you're constantly getting inundated with the worst fucking things in the world all day long, and you're freaking out. It's terrible for you. It's fucking terrible for you.
I mean, that footage made me cry. Now you're gonna make me cry. Okay, no, it's true. Someone's got there has to be some sort of a new, I don't know if it has to be a club, but there's got to be some sort of new, it used to be music. I think music played such a big part of whatever that movement was, whatever you call the peace movement, or the hippies, or whatever it was. It was an extraordinary moment in time, and the music was part of the experience, and part of the it brought the message, and it crashed through everybody's brain. There wasn't a side to it.
Right.
It's like, what were the soldiers listening to in Vietnam? Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
We were all listening to the same stuff, no matter where you were.
Yeah.
No matter where you were listening to the same music. No matter what your politic thing was, the music sort of told a story. And sort of suggested a possibility. So.
And the music was so much different than the music of the past.
Yeah.
So put it, as well as tampering and in return, jail sooner rather than later. My screen with you. So okay, I'm going to share my screen with you. So domestic terrorists upstairs choosing to go to jail sooner rather than later. They're continuing to do everything they've been guilty of for weeks and weeks now, namely running drills and actively attempting to obstruct justice at every turn. That's how the FBI put it. As well as tampering and intimidating and retaliating against an FBI informant. For those of you that are unaware, the North Everett Precinct Unit 207 et al. Have been engaged in 250 separate criminal actions against me and my family
as well as attempting actively to defraud their employer, the state of Washington, who's going to be charging them all with a series of felonies after they've been arraigned and detained and brought to King County, where the FBI is going to be dealing with them. So the FBI has stated that they're either going to be arresting officers in April, so long as everyone's able to abstain from breaking and entering again, or, as appears to be in the works at present, everyone's going to be detained when they terminate my live stream and then decide to do a repeat of what they did last week. Or who are we kidding? In the last week, they've done 4 times, knowing that just approaching my door is a series of felonies without immunity. They still are holding on to the delusion that not having live streams will release them from the fact that they've criminally and illegally detained me for over half a year. The same day they decided to become a domestic terrorist organization, which was after they knew they were under a federal investigation and that I was an FBI informant, many of whom knew for months. Like when the Department of Justice emailed me saying that their criminal special task force was on it. For those of you that don't know, who is the Department of Justice Criminal Special Task Force?
The Bureau.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation. So stay tuned. I might be getting pizza and be live streaming people being arrested sooner rather than later.
Woo woo.
The goal upstairs was for the next 2 weeks to be able to do it. This is just practicing. But those practices
carry a minimum 7 years.
7 years for every act.
Every act.
There's been over 160 something.
Spread them out.
In the last week and a half.
Sparse them out. That guy can take 30. She can take 40. Hey, wait, you're not going to live 120 years.
Yes. So we're going to stop sharing the screen for a moment here. Oh, no, let's keep sharing the screen. Let's make this video public so it can be terminated by the domestic terrorist upstairs and company. Let's change the title a little bit, though, before we do that. Unit 207 requesting detainment today. Unit 207 NEP requesting sweep by FBI in the next week. Today, tomorrow, comma, next Friday.
All right, so I'm going to add the first 4 minutes and 38 seconds of this recording, I think, to some future recordings. I thought that in one of these that I started in the last couple of days, I went through more than just that at the beginning. Oh, it might be the video they had disappear that was running for like 3 or 4 hours, and then they pretended to have a copyright they didn't own, because it reached that desperate hour where they couldn't terminate and had to because they were afraid. We've been there for like 40 minutes. They've actively attempted to terminate it. It's still recording though. 559 videos showing.
I need all of you to remember what you did here today. You are stronger together than apart. Never.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm so happy. Thank you so much, FBI, sheriffs, various police departments in Snohomish County who are aware of the situation. That unfortunately there's going to be an exodus at the North Everett Precinct, and that unfortunately the North Everett Precinct stopped being a police precinct and became an aggravated criminal conspiracy in March of 2023 and became a domestic terrorist organization in August of 2024. And now as of 2025, in less than 5 weeks, there will be a quote exodus at the North Everett Precinct. So it is 3:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not employed by the FBI. I am an authorized to state informant for the FBI, one of many. There are over 20 plus individuals that will be testifying against this domestic terrorist organization. Some of them are, unfortunately, members of the domestic terrorist organization who will be getting a plea deal in immunity because of the fact that they, like me, are at risk of severe retaliation, like I've had to endure by the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which the FBI renamed to the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers last month. Now, there's quite a few things that we're going to go over in this video. But since I've had to go over them, like, I don't know, over 80 times or something like that, how many live streams have they criminally and illegally shut off since February 11th? I lost count once it got over 50. Anyway, we're going to begin by going over the February 13th, 3 a.m. report / addendum.
Was excellent as the action in the person of Capistrano was. It's the romance between Zorro and his love.
Which, like all of the legal documents, should be visible for all of you at facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Lives Only You. But Unit 207 has been using their law enforcement portal for a lot of felonies, including felonies attached to my Facebook. So whether or not it's actually visible to you, I can't tell you, because they've been using their fraudulent North Everett Precinct Facebook accounts, which I think this is a good time to note that some of the officers have been using since 2017 to terrorize me. If you missed it, part of the reason the FBI has full jurisdictional authority is because in 2017 there was a series of crimes that were perpetrated against me and threatened, which were reported to the FBI, as the threats came from police officers at the North Everett Precinct, the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, some friends / drug users of the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, DCYF employees,
Reading poetry of all things.
and a lawyer of mine that I used to have a sexual relationship with, who I was friends with before he was ever my lawyer, and had a relationship with before he was ever my lawyer. And then the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, in an attempt to create that non-existent federal defense, you know, the one that was reported about in the August 14th court claim, where all the remaining felonies that they were helping to perpetrate were also recorded. Well, according to the FBI, every one of those named individuals that were reported 8 years ago for the very crimes your domestic terrorist organization perpetrated, well, get this. All of them except for one individual is going to prison with you guys. They're all part of it. It's part of the reason why the FBI has full jurisdictional authority. Now, again, we're going to go over that February 13th report first. And for that, I am going to play a preceding live stream. One that they criminally and illegally shut off on the 13th. This is from the live stream on my channel that is titled 2-13 4 something a.m. in the morning. I'm going to the YouTube channel right now. I'm still recording offline on the laptop where they didn't disengage and disable the camera. Indigo's laptop, remember, they also broke Garrett's brand new laptop yesterday. One of thousands of dollars of technological devices they've criminally and illegally broken. Most notably, the multiple things that they broke in February of 2024. Again, never part of any sort of legitimate operation. This is a domestic terrorist organization. It's an aggravated criminal conspiracy and a criminal enterprise. It's never been a legit operation since its inception. It's been a criminal enterprise, an aggravated criminal conspiracy. And again, in August, because of more than 5 felonies that y'all perpetrated, you became a domestic terrorist organization. So this is from the live stream 2-13, 4:32 a.m. I'm going to click on it, and then I've got to fast forward about 2 hours in, and you will hear this is the addendum from February 13th at 3 a.m. The FBI feels that this one is very important. So I'm fast forwarding an hour and 57 minutes into that live stream. And here you go. Pay attention. And here we go. Here's Snohomish County Superior Court. Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. Forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, subject supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties, February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Immediate action required. Criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization. No immunity for unlawful directives. This document serves as the fourth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further critical updates regarding the relentless and escalating criminal conspiracy orchestrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their expanding network of co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report detailing new criminal acts perpetrated between February 10th and February 13th, 2025. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums February 6th, February 7th, and February 8th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This explicitly includes, but is not limited to, declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to declaration dated December 19, 2024. Addendum in amendment to declaration dated December 29, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14, 2024, case number 10-500-5934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Supplemental information, criminal acts from February 10th to February 13th, 2025. The following criminal acts have been perpetrated by Unit 207 and their co-conspirators, further demonstrating the ongoing and escalating nature of this criminal enterprise. February 10th, 2025, just before noon, a male individual from Unit 207 briefly appeared to deliver written materials. The content and purpose of these materials are currently unknown, but are considered suspect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy. February 10th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST, The North Everett Precinct predictably and unlawfully rejected the police report/addendum filed on February 8th. This blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent with their ongoing efforts to shield themselves and their co-conspirators from accountability. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing their intent to feign cessation of stalking while continuing these criminal activities. They also discussed plans to dispatch multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd under the false pretense that my participation is required for some unspecified purpose. February 10th, 2025, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. PST. YouTube live streams initiated by me were criminally and illegally terminated. These actions are consistent with evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and obstruction of justice. February 11th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in a cybercrime spree, illegally shutting off an astounding 23 live streams. February 11th, 2025, 5:20 p.m. PST. A male individual from the upstairs unit known to be actively stalking me with neighbors Andy and Kelly, the DCYF employee and brother of an EPD officer who left harassing notes in the summer of 2023, entered the balcony door of Unit 207. This further illustrates the coordinated stalking and harassment efforts involving multiple individuals and potentially implicating members of law enforcement and DCYF. That shouldn't say potentially, that should say and it implicates. Everything that is written here, there is evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the FBI has confirmed that damn near every day that I've been illegally detained. Moving on. February 13th, 2025, 1:55 a.m. PST. During a live stream, Unit 207 illegally terminated the broadcast and, in a significant escalation of evidence tampering, erased a 20-plus hour recording stored offline. This act was concurrent with the criminal and illegal erasure of over 4 hours of the YouTube live stream from the previous night. Prior to the termination, I had explicitly noted in the live stream description the threat from the female occupant upstairs to terminate the broadcast while I slept, which she subsequently carried out. This erasure is believed to be for the same reason speculated in the February 8th addendum: obstruction of justice, intimidation of a federal witness, and tampering with evidence of their ongoing criminal conspiracy. Ongoing cybercrimes and live stream interference, February 12th to the 13th. February 13th, 1:55 a.m. PST, live termination, as noted above. February 12th, 9:11 p.m. PST, female felons in upstairs unit explicitly planned to terminate the live stream while I slept. This threat was typed into the live stream description in an attempt to preemptively deter their criminal actions and document their intent. February 12th, 8:57 p.m. PST, female felons engaged in further cyber tampering, illegally cutting and tampering with the live stream. February 12th, 8:02 p.m. live stream terminated from 7:56 p.m. to 8:02 p.m. February 12th, 7:51 p.m. update. Unit 207 activity since noon indicates female felons are anticipating imprisonment but express high expectation for next week and further crimes, believing, quote, court, quote, will favor them. They also suggest co-conspirators are, quote, even more excited for next week. February 12th, 9:02 a.m. PST. Unit 207 terminated a prior live stream. February 12th, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 a.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning out and conspiratorial. There we go. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning and conspiratorial discussions involving both male and female occupants, continuing as of 7:44 a.m. PST. February 12th to February 13th at 3 a.m. Unit 207 has criminally and illegally tampered with, obstructed, and committed cybercrimes against at least 9 live streams. 3. This is not an operation. This is a criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization.
It is important to state unequivocally that the actions documented herein and in all prior filings are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation, nor are they justifiable under any
Legal pretext.
This is an aggravated criminal conspiracy, a criminal enterprise, and constitutes the actions of a domestic terrorist organization. The perpetrators, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, and their co-conspirators, are engaged in a systematic and sustained campaign of felony stalking and harassment, constant surveillance, intimidation tactics, and deliberate disruption of my peace and safety, cyber crimes and evidence tampering, illegal termination of live streams, erasure of recordings, and hacking attempts to obstruct justice and conceal their criminal activities. Obstruction of justice, rejection of legitimate police reports, fraudulent court maneuvers, and concerted efforts to impede any investigation into their crimes. Child abuse and exploitation, the continued and deliberate exploitation of my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies and further this criminal conspiracy. Illegal, systematic deprivation of my civil rights and targeted discrimination based on disability. Financial fraud and illegal means. 4, no immunity for unlawful directives. Let it be explicitly stated.
Let it be explicitly stated.
Directives from superiors or co-conspirators provides absolutely no immunity for these criminal acts. Every individual involved, regardless of their position or perceived authority, is personally instruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate this only deepens their culpability and ensures the maximum penalties under the law.
Maximum penalties.
Echoes of January 2024 pattern of criminality confirmed. It is critical to note that this pattern of criminal behavior is not new. In January 2024, individuals from Unit 207, including the same 2 males who initiated my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024, were actively engaged in indoctrinating and exploiting disabled minors, directing my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to indoctrinate our disabled sons based on their disabilities and their kidnapping until August 17th. Personal property, deliberately destroying my brand new laptops in January 2020. Thefts continue to occur daily and per incident. The criminal actions documented in this 4th addendum, alongside those previously reported and consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, further and exponentially increase the financial liability of these conspirators. 7, conclusion. This 4th addendum provides further damning and irrefutable evidence that the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their co-conspirators are not engaged in any legitimate operation, but rather are actively perpetuating an aggravated criminal conspiracy, functioning as a criminal enterprise and a domestic terrorist organization. Their actions represent a grave threat to my safety, the well-being of my children, and the integrity of the justice system. The FBI is fully aware of these rapidly escalating developments and the increasingly egregious nature of these crimes. This document serves as formal legal notice of these ongoing and new crimes, a demand for immediate and decisive action to dismantle this criminal enterprise, protect myself and my children, and ensure that all individuals involved are held fully accountable under the law. There is no immunity for these actions, and the perpetrators will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. I declare in the penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 13th, 2025. Time 3:49 a.m. PST. Now, I don't have any intention of ending this live stream anytime in the immediate future. Unit 207 may have similar ideas, but through the FBI's latest brief to me that I'm not off.
Okay,
out loud.
so you're listening still to that recording. Let me pause this. Pause. That was the February 13th report, which is far more important than the one that went out on the 14th. The one that went out on the 14th became completely irrelevant because of Unit 207's ongoing criminal conduct since then. Now I am going back to a video that has the remaining documents that the FBI would like to put an emphasis on for those of you that, again, are indeed going to prison. But hey, guys, the good news is it's February 16th. And if you didn't notice, in December and in the last 12 days, the FBI has had me submit legally binding paperwork informing you all that the plan is, and it can change subject with your domestic terrorist organization's criminal conduct. The plan is for you all to go to jail next month. And then I did you all a favor because I said it would be after the 10th. I mean, that's pretty nice of me to just let you know like that ahead of time, that at least for the first 10 days of March, as long as your domestic terrorist organization can control themselves, you won't be in jail yet. You won't have been arraigned yet. Now I am going back to the 2/8 live stream. 2/8, 5:20 p.m. Part 2, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. I'm going to press play here, and this you're going to want to listen to roughly 30 to 45 minutes. Also keep in mind it is 3:27 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally telling you the end time and explicitly stating a new live stream is initiating in 90 seconds or less, the domestic terrorist within Unit 207 and the revolving door of North Everett Precinct officers that have come over to aid and abet their fellow domestic terrorists are 100% responsible. They're going to be charged for that. And I don't know that the live stream has ended and or they're preventing me from initiating another. But again, as of the preceding live stream, according to the FBI, it shouldn't be a problem going forward. It's not a problem the FBI is expecting will be persisting. The rampant criminality, again, from 2/11 to the live stream that preceded the live stream, which preceded this, did a lot evidentiary-wise for the FBI. So I'm going to press play. You're going to want to listen. These are the documents that were filed this month prior to that one you just heard from February 13th, which is an important one. But another one that's important is the February 4th judicial notice, which is what I'm going to begin with reading in this very live stream that I just clicked on. Again, this is 2/8/5:20 p.m. PT 22.
The North Everett Precinct. Oh, now we have a bounce back.
I got to fast forward to the right spot.
That have been made as a result of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters and stalkers.
Also,
in their litany of crimes.
I am recording offline again because if you missed it, Unit 207 attempted to completely remove the camera off the device that's currently running the live stream so that this device that I'm holding in my hand usually runs the live stream. And since they did that to the Lenovo ThinkPad, now this is recording offline and the Lenovo ThinkPad is recording the live stream. That's why you're looking at my ceiling.
/ Mystic Gwen pod. But the criminals of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, who will soon be provided with their unsealed indictments and whatnot, have prevented that from being available for you all, except for via a YouTube video at present. So there is a YouTube video that has the same title as this one. It does not say part 1, and the title is complete. This one, it cuts out at the word extortionist and et al. It says ... So this is also doubling as a recording for the time period that it's running. I am going to now read you the updates since the preceding less than 2 hours long video titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. This is part 2. Again, no longer available on the podcast because of these criminal idiots. Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207. That is one of the recordings we're going over, but it's not the one that we're to start with. This is the one the FBI wants us to start with. Current. And now I am going to the February 4th, 2025 judicial notice. I'm going to read it verbatim on just include a first paragraph that isn't in the actual filing. Sleeping police report of 2/25 at 10 a.m. Also served on federal felons via email and provided to law clerks and similar superior courthouse by email. ADA mandatory filing and 80/all cases by legal names. Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Law clerks, urgent, please and thanks. ADA mandatory file and 80/all cases by legal names. Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject: aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Obstruction of justice. Evidence tampering. Child abuse. Child endangerment. Stalking. Harassment. Extortion. Fraud. Civil rights violations. And retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207. And associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct. Individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington at 2120 and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents to detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024. Revised 8:07 p.m. PST, specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum 2 Declaration, dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration, dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024 in case number 10-500-5934. Served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. 9 days before the second actual kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the premeditated acts to obstruct justice, such as the rejection of legitimate police reports,
The exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025 involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons, after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. 2. Critical context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, February 4th, 2020.
Unit 207 is actively attempting to find a way to terminate this live stream. At 3:35 a.m., men and women.
January 2nd, 2025. Per explicit instructions from the FBI, with the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home. Per FBI instructions. 3. Pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation.
They are now using real-time e-support at 3:37 a.m. Nerd Squad.
And all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Plan, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4. Financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5. Absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct.
Let it be known.
County Prosecutor's Office.
Miss 80 plus years is upstairs at 3:39 a.m. That's a weird thing.
Including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne Marie Bauer. There is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past,
Present, or future.
every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6 recent events and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of your ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th, 2025. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST today. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussion suggests it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator such as Anne-Marie Bauer for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders dated January 31st, 2025. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity.
This is a delusion.
7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Plan. Date, February 4th, 2025. Time, 10:08 a.m. PST. Okay, now we're moving on to the next one. Here's my recording now, again on Twitter, but you all saw what Unit 207's added to the police report today in addition to
Unit 207, as of 3:43 a.m., believes that once again they're going to be able to terminate the live stream. A female upstairs said, "See," as they criminally and illegally accessed the link for this video, which was set to private for the first part of the recording per the FBI's instructions.
Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF, neighbors, parentheses, DCYF and EPD, Owens, Garcia, et al. Via Unit 207. Addendum to formal judicial notice, February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. Original filing.
Oh, I'm not sharing the screen. Silly me. Let me share the screen. I thought I had the screen share on because the domestic terrorists are sharing my screen illegally upstairs. Terrorism is the use of violence to intimidate or coerce people or governments to achieve political or ideological goals. It can involve the threat of violence or the actual use of violence that results in death, injury, or the taking of hostages or a single count of kidnapping. Characteristics of terrorism. This is what you guys have been doing all month. Planned terroristic acts are premeditated. They are intentional and deliberate, and when things don't go to plan, they attempt to strategize a solution to further their domestic terrorist activities, which comes from the Latin word terror, meaning great fear or dread.
and provides further information regarding subsequent events and the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by with the North Everett Precinct.
Remember, the FBI is excited to throw a handful of individuals in prison, but they're going to be throwing more than 2 handfuls of individuals into prison because some of you are just completely requesting it.
Invoices, statements, and incorporated as referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information.
And then remember, it's March 1st. You guys are supposed to have 10 to 12 days to play pretend or whatever. But on March 21st, around March 21st, that was the word, around March 21st, none of you get to play pretend anymore.
Obstruction of justice.
Even though the FBI said you can prevent your detainment this month by not breaking and entering until next month. For whatever reason, around March 21st, no one amongst you who's going to prison can deny it to themselves anymore.
And the ongoing threat posed by the individuals involved. February 5th, 2025, 11:52 a.m. to 11:58 a.m. PST.
Unit 207 is actively attempting to hack this video in my YouTube channel at 3:46 a.m. February 16th. Hey, they're still doing it March 1st, excuse me, March 1st, 2:21 p.m. They're still doing it.
Was observed engaging in frantic cellular phone communications. During this period, she actively attempted
That's
to
weeks of
prevent
premeditation.
conversations. Based on the context of the ongoing
That's weeks of
conspiracy,
repeated
the nature
intention.
of her actions, and my informed perspective
That's
as
weeks
the
of attempting to
designated
defraud
FBI
your
informant,
employer
it
and
is
the United
reasonably
States.
speculated that this individual
That's
was
weeks of
engaged in
actively
acts of
intending
perjury, further conspiracy to obstruct justice, and
to
or
perpetrate more
furthering
criminal
the
conduct
aggravated criminal
and to
conspiracy
tamper with
involving
evidence
the
already
North
acquired
Everett
and to
Precinct,
obstruct justice
the Snohomish County Prosecutor's
for
Office,
weeks.
and the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF.
The fucked up part is like literally 10 years from now, some of you are going to be in jail and you're going to be thinking, I am such a fucking bitch because I told you if it's allowed, it's for the evidentiary value and you didn't listen.
Want to provoke a reaction. This behavior is consistent with their ongoing pattern of attempting to catch the FBI, as they phrased it, demonstrating a continued disregard for the federal investigation and a commitment to their criminal objectives. Ongoing stalking, hacking, and threats. The individuals associated with Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office continue to actively stalk, hack, and harass me. They have stated as recently as this morning, February 6, 2025, that they are planning to break into my home and detain, arrest, and or unlawfully commit me. They stated that this will occur either today or by Monday. Premeditated second/third break-in. Individuals in Unit 207 have reiterated their intent to perpetrate a second or third, depending on whether prior attempted entries are included. Breaking and entering of my residence. The first incident occurred on January 29th, 2025, and involved the exploitation of my disabled sons. The prior attempted illegal entries and stalking, moving of private property to do so, peering into my windows, numbering at least 38 separate instances. The current plans apparently involve the utilization of co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica and John Owens and or Anne-Marie Bauer. Child abuse and exploitation. The continued involvement of and planned use of my disabled sons in these criminal activities constitutes aggravated child abuse and endangerment. These actions are a direct result of a year-long campaign of targeted abuse designed to exploit their disabilities and cause regression and escalation, which has been perpetrated by these individuals and their co-conspirators as outlined in the incorporated documents. They instructed their named co-conspirators, Erica Owens and Richard Garcia, to perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis. Planned, quote, defenses, end quote, and Obstruction.
Also, remember, everybody, you haven't been detained because you have plans for more felonies. And also remember that in the last 48 hours, someone that was not going to prison is in prison for the rest of your lives.
C, February 7th, 2025, 5 a.m. EST. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing plans to, quote, double down and, quote, wage a war, end quote, specifically targeting this coming Monday and or Saturday for further criminal actions against me. This demonstrates a clear and present danger and an escalation of their threats. D, February 6, 2025, just before 4 p.m. PST, a female identified by the FBI as a federal felon visited Unit 207. During this visit, she provided directives to the occupants regarding actions to be taken against me, specifically while I was asleep. This is further evidence of the coordinated nature of the conspiracy and the ongoing planning of criminal acts. E, February 6th and 7th, 2025, multiple live stream terminations. Individuals associated with Unit 207 have on 5 separate occasions since the filing of the first addendum on February 6th, criminally and illegally terminated my YouTube live streams. These acts constitute further evidence, tampering, and obstruction of justice. Each instance of illegal live stream terminations incurs a 10 million penalty, as invoiced without the quadrupling due to the terminations taking place prior to the ongoing obstruction and conspiracy of the North Everett Precinct's deliberate rejection of valid police reports. Ongoing pattern of criminality. These recent events are part of a continuous and escalating pattern of criminal behavior that has persisted for over 17 months. The individuals involved have demonstrated a complete disregard for the law, a willingness to exploit vulnerable individuals, including my disabled sons, and a commitment to obstructing justice at every turn. Financial penalties. I reiterate that the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now exceeding 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. $10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, APA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. $10 million per instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. The current actions of the North Everett Precinct in Unit 207 as documented in this report have incurred an additional $130 million in penalties. $80 million from today's AM and noon crimes, and $50 million for the live stream terminations. Conclusion, the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their associated co-conspirators continue to operate with impunity, escalating their criminal activities and demonstrating a blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing federal investigation. Their actions are not only criminal, but also morally reprehensible. This report serves as further documentation of their crimes.
I'm not going to keep putting food in your food bowl because then it always overflows. Add to that you being a weirdo and headbutting the food out of the bowl, which you've already done.
All those involved accountable for their actions. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 7th, 2025, time 1:45 p.m. PST. Now I'm going to go over to
Okay, now we're gonna go to the latest one from today, which Unit 207 thinks that they can somehow manipulate or use in their favor. They plan on proceeding with their planned crimes. Remember, they've had crimes planned for Monday since last week.
You're listening to recording. Remember, this is the 2:16 3 a.m. debrief.
So pay attention
video.
to this one, because contrary to Unit 207, the FBI is very confident that this one right here, this one right here, stalkers. This one right here, stalkers. Is going to prove very important to your entire spring season. Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207 has effectively destroyed that as well in their ongoing pattern of obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. Third addendum to formal judicial notice of February 8, 2025 at 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Motherfuckers. Original filing February 4th, 2025.
Hey, just remember, it's not March yet. You should have 2 weeks at minimum. It's not March yet, babies. February 16th.
25, 7 a.m. PST.
Unit 207's whole domestic terrorist organization has actively been trying to terminate this. They've been running in and out of their unit for hours this morning. And you had lots of people running in and out of it to perpetrate your domestic terrorism, most notably preventing me from sending those offline videos to the FBI yesterday morning.
Huge
Huge
no.
Information regarding
Huge
further criminal activity.
Mucho
escalation of
gusto.
threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties. February 8th, 2025. Demand for immediate action and notice of intent to seek maximum.
Or to put it another way, the FBI has stated they have surveillance of everyone that went in and out of your unit since the 11th.
Smile and wave for the FBI.
2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST, and previously supplemented. It provides further crucial information regarding subsequent events, the continued escalation of the criminal conspiracy, the blatant
Which is part of the
and ongoing
evidentiary
obstruction
value.
of
Apparently
justice,
somebody was up there,
the
they wanted to catch
endangerment
footage of
my
going in and out.
children, further
Verified, more than one.
retaliation, and the accrual of additional financial penalties against those perpetrating these crimes. This addendum also serves as a formal police report documenting these new crimes. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, the addendums of February 6th and 7th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This specifically includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Glenn, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST, due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10500594, served on the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. This document details planned felonies, named conspirators, prior child abuse, and plans for super felonies. The dated signage referenced within and photographed for that last page predated even that filing. It is to be noted per that tort claim, those named within it and their co-conspirators had planned to not only have the actionable kidnappings take place using my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and my extortionist mother, but they also, and I quote, had quote, super felonies planned. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Glenn. 2. Correction to the previous addendum from February 7th, 2025. Any reference in the February 7th, 2025 addendum to January 4th, 2025 is hereby corrected to read February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. EST. 3. Supplemental information, subsequent criminal acts and escalation. A. Status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continuously closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons and illegally kidnapped sons under the direction of this criminal conspiracy. The FBI has instructed me to keep my door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 8th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for 184 days since August 6, 2024. B. February 7th, 2025, evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and continued threats. Livestream interference. While preparing and filing the previous addendum and police report on February 7th, 2025, individuals associated with Unit 207 criminally and illegally terminated 4 separate YouTube live streams. They also retroactively erased over 1 hour of footage from certain recordings. These actions constitute blatant evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and witness intimidation. It is strongly suspected that these actions were taken to either A. create a false impression of personal service or my voluntary exit from my residence, or B. to conceal evidence of their planning and preparation for their next planned break-in and other felonies. 12:50 p.m. knocking. Individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass. C. February 8th, 2025, 5:30 a.m. PST, confirmation of imminent break-in. As of approximately 5:30 a.m. PST on February 8th, 2025, a male in Unit 207 confirmed plans for an imminent break-in involving numerous officers from the North Everett Precinct. This is consistent with the ongoing threats and plans that have been documented for over a year and specifically reported to the North Everett Precinct's Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF, and others. The conspirators in Unit 207 have stated that this needs to occur prior to February 23rd because the attorneys involved, at least 2 of whom are facing federal disbarment, are aware that this conspiracy will result in additional and more serious charges being filed. D. Prior knowledge and warnings. It is crucial to emphasize that the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and named individuals, including Richard Garcia and Erica Owens, have been repeatedly warned about their illegal activities and the consequences thereof. These warnings include 11 months of cease and desist letters directly sent to the involved parties and their revolving cast of 3rd, 4th, and 5th parties, beginning in September 2023. 11 months prior to their illegal premeditated felonies since August 2024. August 7th and August 13th, 2024, signage. Dated signs photographed and included in the August 14th, 2024 tort claim were placed on my property explicitly addressed to the North Everett Precinct. The Owens, Richard Garcia, DCYF and Unit 207, prohibiting trespassing, knocking without a warrant, stalking, and other criminal activities. These signs were in addition to signs that had been in place for over a year prior, and that the FBI had me add them to the last page of the August 14th, 2024 tort claim. August 14th, 2024 tort claim. This document was made after 11 months of cease and desist letters failed to do anything, and the kidnappings, illegal detainment, etc. were planned for the weeks after. This document detailed the planned felonies, named the conspirators, and outlined the financial penalties for their actions, including their defenses, i.e. obstruction / conspiracy / etc. Numerous police reports, repeatedly filed police reports documenting the ongoing threats and criminal activities have been consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct including before their actionable kidnappings reported for weeks and months prior, published about in December 2023 on my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticwen. Direct communication, all conspirators except Erica and John Owens were explicitly informed beginning August 6, 2024, that I was not authorized to communicate with them, read anything from them, or cooperate with them in any way. The Owens were informed shortly after their involvement in the second actionable kidnapping. Per the FBI's instructions, cease and desist letters end August 14th toward claim filed in case number 1050059334. Despite these warnings, the conspirators have sent over 48 individuals to my door and engaged in constant exterior stalking just since the first week of August. They did the same thing for the 11 months prior when they were getting cease and desist letters. Involvement of Everett Public School District. The potential involvement of the Everett Public School District, an institution with which I had a long and positive relationship as an art docent, special ed para-volunteer, enhanced teaching volunteer, and donor, is noted with grave concern. This highlights the sprawling nature of the conspiracy and its willingness to corrupt and exploit various institutions. I volunteered for an average of 40 hours a week from 2012/2013 to the start of 2020 and donated tens of thousands to the school district. Podcast interference. Unit 207 and or their co-conspirators have blocked my podcast from being uploaded to Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Audible. They have also had x.com block all access via my dedicated podcast Twitter, x.com/mysticwenpod. I will create a YouTube live stream part 2 of my prior, titled Mystic Wen versus the North Everett Precinct, the fraudsters, the stalker, the extortionist, et al. By 8 p.m. PST today. G. FBI timeline and intent. The FBI informed me in December 2024 of their plans to incarcerate officers involved in the conspiracy in March 2025. Subject to change based on the conspirators' actions. Unit 207 statements indicate they believe they have no alternative but to proceed with their planned illegal entry, arrest, committal, or kidnapping before February 23rd. As the involved attorneys are aware of the increased severity of charges they will face after that date. 4. Financial penalties updated. Following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated. 100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 180 days. 10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to 25 million if I was asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. 10 million for the use of my sons and/or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date. 10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date. 10 million for each and every instance of stalking. 10 million for each and every instance of harassment. 10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. 10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. 10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. Additional penalties for February 7th events, subject to quadrupling. The 40,000 for the knocking, or the 40 million for the knocking and 40 million for the obstruction based on the 2 rejected reports. Additional penalties for live stream termination, 4 terminations times 10 million equals 40 million. The actions documented in this addendum and those rejected in prior reports significantly increase the financial liability of the conspirators. 5. Conclusion. This addendum provides further irrefutable evidence of the aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy targeting me, a designated FBI informant.
The individuals involved, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, members of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, occupants of Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrates a complete and utter disregard for the law, for my rights, and for the well-being of my children. Their attempts to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness are not only failing, but are actively strengthening the case against them. The FBI maintains that anyone and or everyone sticking to the perjurous and fraudulent proclamation that any of their actions were, quote, reactive and not the premeditated, illegal, and consistently reported felonies that they were and are, will be the recipients of the longest prison sentences. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is fully aware of these developments. This document serves as formal legal notice of these crimes and a demand for immediate action to protect my safety and ensure accountability. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date February 8th, 2025. Time 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay, it is now 6:13 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 8th, and this video is going to double not just as the part 2 for Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct and fraudsters.
Let me end this here. Remember, you're hearing a prior recording right now. In me at the same time.
We'll say 12 hours. I have zero intention of.
Okay, so we have one more addendum to go over. But again, like I stated at the beginning of this live stream, this one sort of became irrelevant based on the litany of additional crimes. There are updates in the description for some of the preceding live streams that tell you things about like police officers coming over here just to help with the obstruction, evidence tampering. The big kicker is the fact that they had the gall to prevent me from sending offline videos to the FBI yesterday in the morning. Huge criminal no-no. But so is so many of the things they're going to be convicted for, that they've perpetrated, and that they truly actively believe they're going to get away with. I mean, it is mind-boggling. But remember, a lot of it boils down to those in positions of power, which the FBI is, quote, abdicating, end quote. To put that another way, forcibly removing from power. So we are going to read one additional. This one is from 214. It is the 5th and final addendum to the formal judicial notice. But before I get to that, I just want to clarify a few things. During the entirety of this live stream, there have been numerous individuals in Unit 207 coming and going for over an hour, actively attempting to once again end this live stream, erase it, prevent it from functioning, and their entire legal defense right now in their minds, they don't have a legal defense. They don't realize that when I said that they've been a domestic terrorist organization since August, that is something even the federal marshals know. These people haven't been allowed to enter into a country without an extradition agreement with the United States since August, not one of them. They can fly to Indonesia, for instance, but they can't enter Indonesia. They might even get all the way to customs only to then be greeted by a couple of federal marshals who would put them on a plane and promptly bring them back to the U.S.
Holding hands.
And so let's go over some quotes from the FBI. The following has been said by the FBI since August. Quote, most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North Everett Precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect. That constitutes domestic terrorism, end quote. Another quote on the North Everett Precinct. Quote, they've been renamed the Precinct of Stalkers, end quote. That came in January. For those of you that don't know, the North Everett Precinct has been known by every FBI employee in this state for well over a year, collectively as the Precinct of Fraudsters. If you say Precinct of Fraudsters, even to the paper pushers of the FBI in this state, they know instantaneously you're referring to the North Everett Precinct. So they've also said the following quote. quote, there will be an exodus at the North Everett Precinct, end quote. And on Unit 207 explicitly, they've said this quote, since prior to them making the jump from an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which is what they've been, again, since March/April 2023 for many people's indictments, particularly the women they're so excited to throw in prison. Since September 2023 and others. And then there's some new blood up there, and I don't really know where they sit or stand, who have only been there since it's been a domestic terrorist organization and not just the aggravated criminal conspiracy and criminal enterprise that it's actually been for the years up to August. So here's that quote on Unit 207 explicitly, quote, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine, end quote. So it is now 4:24 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, February 16th, 2025. Again, I want to say thank you so much to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to the Snohomish County Sheriffs, to the Seattle Federal Marshals, to the Attorney General's Office, and to every other individual that sent off my SOS as a result of the federal felons upstairs and their variety of felonies and ongoing criminality just since the 5th addendum that I'm about to read to you. And then I also want to let everybody know this is now the updated part 2 of Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, the stalker, the extortionist, et al. There was a previous video that was labeled as such, but since then, there's been so much rampant criminality that this video is necessary. So it is going to serve as another brief, another part 2, but this is the real part 2. I may or may not throw it onto mysticgwen.com on the page I dedicated to the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters. Currently, the video that's up there is the video that was marked as part 2, but that was missing February 13th addendum, which again, the FBI feels is a very powerful addendum, even though Unit 207 does not agree with that assessment. And it also does not include the addendum I'm about to read. The addendum I'm about to read, though, basically, it's sort of irrelevant at this point because, again, this was submitted February 14th in the morning. And if you just take a look at my YouTube channel, you'll see every video that has either an image that's like a decade old of my kids at the beach and or no photo of me from last month is a different video they've criminally and illegally shut off, knowing that that costs them $10 million a pop, or as is the case right now, $40 million a pop due to their rejection of legitimate police reports as recently as Friday the 14th, an hour after Mrs. 80 plus years was here and actively telling everyone upstairs to terminate my live stream, and she did. And then she prevented me from making any live streams. And then the next day, I speculate, she instructed them to prevent me from sending those offline recordings to the FBI and the sheriffs. Now, I don't know for sure that she instructed them of that, but that level of crime is heinous, it's egregious, and it's something that only someone knowing they're going to prison for the rest of their lives would ever have the gall to instruct a citizen, a civilian, let alone a public servant to do. Block the FBI informant from sending the offline videos to the sheriffs and the FBI.
It's so next level.
Now, that
stupid.
being said, some of you
So
may be
next
wondering,
level.
well, why did it persist for so many days? You know, all this.
But
stress
so
for
is right
you.
now. The current
I was wondering
the current
same
circumstances
thing.
are because
The
it's
FBI
like
said
these
it's
people are
because it
delighting and
provided a
thinking
litany
they're
of
obstructing,
evidentiary
and
value,
I know, and
i.e.
others know.
Really
You're
big deal
just
that you
speeding up
guys were
when you go to
preventing me
jail.
from sending the offline recordings to the FBI. Really big deal.
It's weird.
Really big deal. So let's go to the 5th addendum. All right, so I'll read this, but really, you should only primarily pay attention to the first hour.
But I mean, I would
25
like to
minutes
know
of this
in
video.
what land,
this
because I
part
feel
is
like
just gonna be
even
like a
in The
regurgitation of
Simpsons,
everything you
nobody's
already
trying
know.
to prevent a
Even if you're not
designated
a member of the
FBI
domestic terrorist
informant from
organization, if
sending
you've been
files,
following on
videos, or
along at
correspondence
all,
to the
even
FBI.
just once a week, you've already picked up on it because you've looked at my YouTube channel.
I know there was a
So,
sheriff's
here we go.
department that did
This
that
is
with an
going to be read
FBI
verbatim
informant
via
that
the
was in
Facebook
jail
post.
in a different state. And I know the whole
And then I'm going to
sheriff's
post this
department
on
in that
Facebook
jail
at
went to jail.
facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. And
Prison.
I think I will add it to mysticgwen.com, the
That's
page
what I know
that's
about that.
dedicated to this domestic terrorist organization, this aggravated criminal conspiracy, this criminal enterprise. Here we go. 2:14, 3:28 p.m., Unit 207, North Everett Precinct. Snohomish County prosecutors et al. Unit 207 blocking all YouTube live streams as of 2:26 p.m. 2:14. Fifth addendum to formal judicial notice filed February 14th, 2025, 10:56 a.m. PST. Original filing. Formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, aggravated, I might add, aggravated. Stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, ADA violations, and pay attention to this one, retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. Mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing. For those of you that are like, oh, I've already heard all of this, you're right. I have to go over this because it lets everybody know what other documents they should be looking at and considering while hearing this to have the totality of the situation. All right, so date of original filing, the February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST judicial notice. That was the second document you heard in this specific recording because we began with the February 13th one. And that was more as a courtesy for those people who haven't been able to get any sort of updates since the 13th, basically, because of the rampant criminality of Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and everyone else that the FBI appreciates. They got video recordings of entering the unit, being called even at 1:55 in the morning. You know, the evidentiary value that the FBI said was why they allowed it. Okay, previous addendums, February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. February 7th, 2025, 1:45 p.m., correcting previous documents error, which incorrectly labeled it as third addendum. February 8th, 2025, 7:12 a.m. February 13th, 2025, 3:49 a.m. To Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject, fifth addendum. Further criminal acts, including attempts to suborn perjury for fraudulent court orders, cyber crimes, and continued retaliation against FBI informant.
Hey, fast forward, it's March
February
1st.
14th, 2025. Specific criminal statute violations. This document serves as the fifth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025. It details further criminal acts perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, NEP, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report and includes specific references to applicable Washington State RCW, Washington Administrative Code, WAC, and United States Code USC violations. 1. Incorporation of prior filings, all facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents from the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums, February 6th, 7th, 8th, and 13th, 2025. And all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present are incorporated by reference. This includes, but is not limited to, the tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10-500-5934. All police reports filed since June 2024 by Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. New criminal acts, February 14th, 2025, with statutory violations. The following criminal acts have occurred since the fourth addendum, demonstrating a continued escalation and brazen disregard for the law. Each act is followed by the relevant statutes potentially violated. 10:34 a.m. PST, Unit 207 is actively attempting to acquire further fraudulent court orders to terminate my entire YouTube channel. They've already blocked the creation of new channels via any email since my illegal detention began on August 6, 2024. RCW 9A.72, perjury in the second degree if false statements were made to a RCW 9A.72, false swearing. RCW 9A.60, forgery if documents were falsified. RCW 961, cyber stalking using electronic communications to harass, intimidate, torment, or embarrass. RCW 9A.72.120, obstructing a law enforcement officer. That one applies because you prevented me from sending those offline recordings to the FBI, so it applies extra hard. And this is just regarding before you did that. Okay, back to the reading. U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or an informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights. U.S. Code 18, Section 1519, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations. That's an important one, too, because according to the FBI, you guys have done nothing but that since August.
Over 100 counts of that.
A lot of counts of that one. Where were we at? Okay, U.S. Code 42, Section 12203, prohibition against interference and coercion under ADA. Ongoing obstruction, 211 to 214. Unit 207 has continued to obstruct and tamper with nearly all live streams, except for 2 or 3 between February 11th and 3 in the morning on February 14th. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9.61, cyber stalking. U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 1519, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations. 10:13 a.m. Further domestic terrorist organization, Unit 207 is actively using 3 domestic terrorists soon to be detained to terminate the current live stream.
Soon to be detained.
RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW
Intimidating a
9.61,
witness.
cyber stalking. RCW 9A.76, obstructing a law enforcement officer if hindering an investigation, preventing me from sending those offline recordings to the FBI yesterday morning. Did I mention?
You've been trying to do that every time you've terminated a video.
U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 2331, definitions related to domestic terrorism. U.S. Code 18, Section 2332B, acts of terrorism transcending national boundaries. U.S. Code 42, Section 12203, prohibition against interference and coercion under ADA. 8:55 a.m. One domestic terrorist left Unit 207 to go to the North Everett Precinct, their base of operations. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness if purpose was to coordinate further obstruction, and it was. RCW 9A.04, liability for conduct of another, complicity. U.S. Code 18, Section 2, principles, aiding and abetting. U.S. Code 18, Section 371, conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud the United States. 8:52 a.m. Unit 207 ended a prior live stream and is actively deploying the 3 domestic terrorists to end the current one. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9.61, cyber stalking. U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or an informant. 7:23 a.m. PST, Unit 207 responsible for more than one ingestion is using the primary URL. Send one stream to the primary ingestion URL and one stream to the backup URL. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9.61, cyber stalking. U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 1519, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations. Did I mention how big of a no-no it was to not send the offline videos to the FBI yesterday?
Did I mention how that's the same no-no every time you terminate a live?
All right, continuing. 1:56 a.m. PST, a North Everett Precinct officer entered Unit 207 to aid fellow domestic terrorists in terminating the live stream and furthering their plans for a third break-in. Their own detainment and arraignment.
Their own detainment and arraignment en route.
RCW 9A.52, burglary in the second degree if entering a dwelling with the intent to commit a crime. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9A.
Unless you want to
obstructing a law enforcement officer. RCW 9A.04, liability for conduct of another, complicity. U.S. Code 18, Section 2, principles, aiding and abetting. U.S. Code 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. U.S. Code 18, Section 371, conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud United States. U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights. U.S. Code 14, Section 12203, prohibition against interference and coercion under ADA. Midnight, 213 into 214. Unit 207 planned another break-in in collaboration with fellow domestic terrorists from the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. RCW 9A.52, burglary in the second degree if entering a dwelling with intent to commit a crime. RCW 9A.28, criminal attempt. RCW 9A.76, intimidating a witness. RCW 9A.76, obstructing a law enforcement officer. RCW 9A.04, liability for conduct of another, complicity. Fortunately, this isn't in the report, but some of the people in Unit 207, like I've already stated, are not only whistleblowers and not only victims themselves, but also they are not tolerating that shit anymore. They may be at risk for retaliation, which again, the FBI has stated they absolutely are, more severe than what I've experienced.
100% the FBI said.
Everything short of murder and my own personal kidnapping at this point. Oh, and I haven't.
That means 100% a hostile working environment.
Or kidnapped
Duh.
Personally. Yeah.
100%. We almost died. We landed upside down.
Where was I at? We did the midnight, aiding and abetting, deprivation, complicity. Okay. U.S. Code 18.
That's an
Section 2,
inside joke
principles,
between
aiding
me
abetting.
and
U.S. Code
some of
18,
the
Section
whistleblowers.
242, deprivation of rights under color of law. U.S. Code 18, Section 371, conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud the United States. U.S. Code, which let's go back to that. This one, guys, U.S. Code 18, Section 371. You're guilty of that every time you've been in the Snohomish County Superior Courthouse since August.
Every time I hear this, I just wonder, like, I'm not going to be there if the FBI's blitz sweep occurs on the day that they want it to occur, which is they want to detain some individuals in that
domestic
courthouse.
terrorist organization.
But I hope that is the day and the way that they get detained, and it's not due to a break-in.
Every court
But
document,
I wish I could see who it is and why, because there is some level of, like,
everyone enforcing them
I guess,
sadism themselves.
But every time I'm listening to this
Each and every
recording,
one
I'm
of
just
those
like,
constitutes you attempting
man,
to
I wish
defraud
I could see the
the
look on
United
those
States
people's faces
because
when they
you've
get
known since
detained
before
in the
you got any
courthouse,
of them.
because it's something to
Weeks
do with
before.
humiliating them.
Months before.
The bona fide
That the
FBI
FBI
agent wants
was
to
investigating.
arrest the Jersey Devil in that fucking courthouse.
You got those because some of those attorneys that are facing federal disbarment thought they were smarter than the FBI.
More than one individual, but the Jersey Devil I know is one of them.
And that they wouldn't get caught. Each and every one of those was an attempt to impede a federal investigation by your domestic terrorist organization and to defraud the United States. And also, per the FBI and according to the Attorney General, the state of Washington, your employer. Back to the report. Where were we at? U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with the witness, victim, or an informant. U.S. Code 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights. U.S. Code 42, Section 12203, prohibition against interference and coercion under ADA. 3, status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continually closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons under the direction of this criminal conspiracy, following 19 days of constant planning, discussions within Unit 207, and numerous rejected police reports regarding it 2 hours prior to the crimes, and even an hour after the criminal act, and one other 12 hours earlier, 3 total on January 29th. The FBI has instructed me to keep my door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 14th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for over 190 days since August 6th, 2024. The door will remain closed regardless of any attempts by the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, or their co-conspirators to force entry, whether through physical means, fraudulent court orders, or the continued illegal termination of my YouTube live streams or deactivation of my channel. These actions are intended to prevent their further criminal actions, which include but are not limited to breaking and entering, unlawful arrest / committal / kidnapping, and their stated plans to illegally search, seize, and plant / tamper with evidence. 4, clarification regarding detention and restrictions. Have spent 1 hour 5 feet away from my living room in December. There was one exception in late December 2024. On that single occasion, I briefly entered the living room of my immediate neighbor's apartment with whom I share a northern wall. and which is less than 5 feet from my own living room. This visit was conducted while my live stream was running. This brief visit does not alter the fact of my ongoing illegal detention. Furthermore, due to the actions of this criminal conspiracy, I have been unable to access my mailbox, take out garbage, or dispose of recycling since August. 5. No immunity. Domestic terrorism clarification. The actions of the North Everett Precinct, Unit PU-07, and their co-conspirators, individually and collectively, are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation. These actions were never part of any legitimate operation. They constitute a premeditated, ongoing, and aggravated criminal conspiracy and a domestic terrorist organization. 6, financial penalties updated. All previously invoiced financial penalties remain in effect and are curing daily. These include, but are not limited to, $100,000 per day for illegal detention, now over 190 days. $10 million per illegal entry attempt, increased to $25 million if asleep, plus multipliers for fraudulent court orders and rejected police reports. $10 million per instance of live stream termination. $10 million for stalking. $10 million for harassment. $10 million per offense per day for all other crimes, including but not limited to civil rights violations and ADA violations. Additional penalties continue to accrue for the February 14th, 2025 crimes. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 14th, 2025, time 10:56 a.m. PST. Okay, it is now actually 4:50 a.m. Sunday, February 16th, 2025.
It's actually March 1st,
I am going to
2025.
end this live stream.
And
A
the
new live stream
current
should
time
initiate in 90
is
seconds or less,
3:25
and I'm going to
p.m. I'm
post
not
this
ending
and
the
pin
live
it
stream.
on my Facebook account, which I will orally talk about the process of as I've been instructed to every time I log into Facebook. The superseding live stream. Now, remember, if you're looking for the full story, you want more information, more evidence, you want to watch the video that used to be a podcast that Unit 207 has actively been attempting to destroy and has not allowed me to add the appropriate episodes that should be on there since December 14th too, and then did the same thing with the Twitter account created just for the podcast for the FBI's instructions. Well, anyway, for that, you're going to need to watch the other video that is also almost the same amount in length that covers a breadth, not all of it, but a substantial amount of need-to-know knowledge. And that video is just simply titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, Extortionists et al. Don't choose the one that says PT22 that was dated on February 8th, because that is everything you've just heard, plus the February 13th and 14th addendums are not incorporated in that part 2. They're only in this video. So per the FBI's instructions, I'm to end this. I'm to post it on Facebook. And then I may or may not post it on mysticgwen.com on that page designated to this domestic terrorist organization. So it is 4:51 a.m. PST, Sunday, February 16th. I'm ending this live stream, and a new live stream should commence in 90 seconds or less, unless the domestic terrorist organization decides to break in the immediate 90 seconds ahead, which I don't think they will.
Whoa. Wasn't that nice?
Going over a recap, a friendly reminder.
New York City is the greatest city in the world. There is no other place like it. And as in life, We have had times.
I leave all of you.
주제를 한번 만나러 가.
Okay, Nerd Squad, we have no jump back. It is 4:40 a.m.
It is actually 3:30 p.m. PST, March 1st. I'm trying to gather a sequential recording that I can play at the beginning of the superseding live stream that will go after this one. And Unit 207's been actively doing all of this shit. And part of the reason for that, the FBI said, is to prevent it from being as organized as it actually is. So I'm just doing this basically as a courtesy to anyone that chooses to be in my video before they are detained.
Friday, February 21st, 2025. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's direction.
So I'm saying that because I have no idea what I said at the beginning of this video, but I think it should go what happened the night before. 8:30.
This live stream should continue rolling until or unless you hear me orally and explicitly state to you an end time and that a new live stream will be commencing within X amount of minutes. For any reason, this live stream ends without me orally and explicitly stating an end time and when a new live stream will be initiated, be advised that I didn't end it and the domestic terrorist upstairs did. Now, there is quite a bit that we need to go over, and we're going to do that in a second. Actually, we're going to do that in, let's just say, a couple of minutes. So you may need to fast forward because before I play a preceding live stream, I'm going to play the live stream 2-16 debrief. That's what it's titled. There's a bit more to the title, but if you search that here on the YouTube channel, you'll see the video, or you can do what I did. And you can go to mysticgwen.com and then go to the page that's titled North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. And that video is there. I'm not going to play the entire video. I'm going to play the first 20-something minutes of that video, which goes over everything that we need to go over in the immediate for this video. Other than that, you may be wondering about any additional updates, anything new that's happened yesterday. As you can see in the description and in the title of the live stream that preceded the live stream that preceded this, Unit 207 sent someone on the exterior to stalk me, and then they re-entered their unit shortly thereafter yesterday at around 4:02 p.m. And there was a woman upstairs that was doing a lot of squawking and talking, and I believe
she was the one who instructed the man to come and do that, whoever the man was that did that. My door's been closed since January 2nd, like everybody has known, per the FBI's instructions, which hasn't kept them from taking my disabled sons that they've abused directly and with various co-conspirators, all of whom are named in the August 14th tort claim from breaking and entering, using my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies, most notably on January 29th, after 19 days of them plotting and scheming from Unit 207, and after the acquisition of a fraudulent sealed court order obtained in order to provide some sort of legitimacy to the absolutely criminal and fraudulent claim that anything that's occurred since March 2023 by these imbeciles, and specifically September 2023, was ever part of a legitimate operation. To be clear, it has never been part of a legitimate operation. Since March 2023, it's been an aggravated criminal conspiracy. And then on August 6th at 11:55 p.m. 2024, the aggravated criminal conspiracy became a domestic terrorist organization. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. A domestic terrorist organization that likes to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and interfere and impede and falsify records and documents. All what? In order to impede and affect the state of Washington, their employer, the Attorney General, and the FBI's, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, separate investigations into their domestic terrorist organization, as they are looking at indictments in both King County Jail via the FBI and King County Court. And then the Attorney General, it's my understanding, will be handling their asses at a later date up here at Snohomish County Superior Courthouse. The only exception is the whistleblowers, which it's worth noting over 50% of the individuals that frequent Unit 207 are actually whistleblowers. That number comes directly from the FBI. Again, over 50% of them are whistleblowers who are very much victims, just as I am. They're at risk 100% of retaliation. And that's an important thing to recall, given the situation and circumstances. I'm almost done with the multiple things that I need to do before I can play that video that I made reference to. So give me another minute there. Maybe it was the 21st. I thought it was the 20th. This is the 21st 439 video, and I didn't say anything about it. So let's go up to a video that supersedes that. They're just going to keep doing that. Remember, we're in their danger hour. They'll probably end up just turning off the internet like they do when they get super desperate. Just keep watching on the right-hand side. They'll pop right back up. See? Attempt illegal entry. So right here is why I cover it. It was 2:21 the evening of. I was thinking it was 2:20. Okay, so what time are we at for recording on this? 8 hours and 42 minutes.
Okay, this is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. It is February 21st, 2025, 5:42 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Again, this is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. That being said, if you missed it in the preceding live stream, the status quo Friday brief that occurs with the domestic terrorist organization that's been operating out of Unit 207 while perpetrating felonies against the states of America and their employer, the state of Washington, since their terrorist organization made the segue and transformation from an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which is what they've been since March 2023, on August 6th, 2024, when they began to become a domestic terrorist organization, which is what they very much are, as the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals and the Snohomish County Sheriffs will verify for you happily. You're a member of the domestic terrorist organization, in which case that's going to be pretty impossible for you to get verification until you're detained. Anyway, they had their debrief, their status quo debrief, and then they criminally and illegally sent down some of the individuals that are volunteering and actually, according to the FBI, requesting. That's the FBI's word. Requesting prison. Well, they have those volunteers that have been requesting to go to prison come here and to get themselves on surveillance by the FBI and my live stream, perpetrating more Class A witness tampering, more attempts to intimidate an FBI informant, more stalking, more retaliation. Coincidentally, concurrently rather, Unit 207 was actively attempting to terminate the live stream for a good 10 minutes. In fact, they're actively attempting to do so right now, this very moment, in this very live stream.
And right now, in this one,
they believe
on March
that they're going to
1st.
get some of those individuals that were just very
This
much
video is from
volunteering to join
2/21.
them in prison to come back here tonight and perpetrate a break-in if they can simply get the live stream to not be running, which is why they've been attempting to terminate over 100 plus of them, as they successfully did for the evidentiary value for the FBI, as well as blocking me from sending offline recordings to the FBI from the 11th to the 16th of this month. Now, they're all aware, like they have been aware for many months, that the door is going to stay closed until they're apprehended or their third break-in, which will result in them being apprehended, according to the FBI, less than 10 minutes after they're in my living room. That includes everyone in Unit 207. That includes those of you in Unit 207 that are child abusing, stalking fraudsters, who are the reason some officers are going to prison because they don't realize that you are actually the ones that are bad for children. But the FBI is going to make that very apparent, as they are confident that all of you will be convicted with numerous counts tied to child abuse, kidnapping, aiding and abetting, and child endangerment.
Within your domestic terrorist organization.
Happy Friday! Yeah.
It's Saturday, March 1st.
If you missed
now.
it also, every Friday for 17 months, these fucking psychopaths who used to be officers in some cases, who used to be, and then of course the child
not
abusers
for a
that
long,
no
long
one would have
time.
ever given a job to if they had any idea what they really were, which the FBI is confident they'll be exposed for very, very soon, I might add. I've been told with no uncertain terms that in the month of June, I will have more zeros in my bank account than all of them combined have, including their assets. And that my sons will be home. June is so close. It's less time than they've illegally detained me. Fools. Fools, that's what they are. Anyway, there's some other information we can go over, but I was watching a movie before they disturbed me, and I really need to urinate. I was ordered to stay seated in this chair for the whole time that they were outside being psychopaths, which again, if you watch the preceding live stream from this morning, we all knew was going to happen. The FBI has surveillance on everyone and literally said this morning, which I said at like fucking 6 a.m. or whatever to my neighbor, I said the FBI says they're going to be extra psychopathic because all of the ones that are members of the bar, they know that there are serious charges that are going to be levied against them in less than 72 hours just because it will be February 24th. And everyone facing kidnapping charges and aiding and abetting kidnapping, which the FBI has said includes prosecutors, social workers, North Everett Precinct officers, and every one of you sacks of shit that have been getting cease and desist letters from me directly into the third and fourth and fifth parties that you attempted to send to prison on your behalf since March 2023. Anyway, every Friday for 17 months, except for 6, the domestic terrorist organization has gone out of their way to perpetrate crimes against me. The FBI's forensic psychologist and myself agree that this is because there are so many of them that derive some sort of sadistic sexual pleasure from the crimes they've perpetrated against me. Now, you'll want to go and click on the first live stream with today's date and then listen to like the first 30 minutes of that because I don't feel compelled to go over everything in this live stream that I've already gone over in previous ones. And again, I really have to pay, but I first have to make this video public and I need to fill in the description and the title of this video. So I am attempting to do that as quickly as possible. It would be a fast task, but Unit 207 is actively continuing to try to tamper and obstruct because they still think they're smarter than the FBI. I mean, that's the reality.
Verified.
Obviously, they still think that, or they wouldn't still be being fucking imbeciles.
9 days later, same thing.
That's the kicker, everyone. If you are watching this, you're going to find out in a real short order that it is I who have been telling the truth this whole time, which all of you fucking know anyway. And you're going to feel real dumb. Real quick. That being said, it is worth noting if you weren't stalking me back in August, you may have missed it, but the FBI has very clearly stated over and over again since August, if anyone underwrites any sort of bullshit, the FBI is going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of federal law. We'll be looking at several charges on their indictments and 0 immunity or leniency. In fact, none of you will be receiving any sort of leniency that we're upstairs actively attempting to terminate this live stream for that 10 minutes. You know why it didn't go off? Say it with me. Because the FBI is in the building, you dumb fucks. The FBI is in the building. And if you missed the memo, you stupid sacks of shit, there's more than one undercover FBI agent that's worked at the North Everett Precinct for more than a couple of years. Why else do you think every FBI agent in this entire state would refer to your precinct as the precinct of fraudsters for years?
Verified.
They renamed you the precinct of stalkers last month, you dumb fucks. Because there are real enforcement officers who know what real fucking sacks of shit you are.
Verified.
You domestic terrorist, you child abusing, stalking, thieving, fraudster, harassing, illegally detaining, disgraces to men and women everywhere, and double disgraces to public servants and officers. And to the fat black woman upstairs, you're a child abusing, kidnapping scumbag, and your ass is going to prison. Happy Friday! Hey, Nerd Squad, the preceding live stream has a thumbnail for the recording. That way, if Unit 207 tampers with it or tries to erase it, even though you have backups, the thumbnail's there. Now I get to pee. Yay!
Actively participating and enabling in the stalking of me.
attempting to obstruct justice at every turn. That's how the FBI put it. As well as tampering and intimidating and retaliating against an FBI informant. For those of you that are unaware, the North Everett Precinct Unit 207 et al. Have been engaged in 250 separate criminal actions, me and my family, as well as attempting actively to defraud their employer, the state of Washington, who's going to be charging them all with a series of felonies after they've been arraigned and detained and brought to King County, where the FBI is going to be dealing with them. So the FBI has stated that they're either going to be arresting officers in April, so long as everyone's able to abstain from breaking and entering again, or, as appears to be in the works at present, everyone's going to be detained when they terminate my live stream and then decide to do a repeat of what they did last week. Or who are we kidding? In the last week, they've done 4 times, knowing that just approaching my door is a series of felonies without immunity. They still are holding on to the delusion that not having live streams will release them from the fact that they've criminally and illegally detained me for over half a year. The same day they decided to become a domestic terrorist organization, which was after they knew they were under a federal investigation and that I was an FBI informant, many of whom knew for months, like when the Department of Justice emailed me saying that their criminal special task force was on it. For those of you that don't know, who is the Department of Justice Criminal Special Task Force?
The Bureau.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation. So stay tuned. I might be getting pizza.
I'm pretty sure they teach you that in like government 101, don't they?
Sooner rather than later. The goal upstairs was for the next 2 weeks to be able to do it. This is just practicing.
Practicing.
But those practices
Just practicing.
carry a minimum mandatory sentence of 7 years for every act. There's been over 160 something just in the last week and a half. Yes. So we're going to stop sharing the screen for a moment here. Oh, no, let's keep sharing the screen. Let's make this video public so it can be terminated by the domestic terrorist upstairs and company. Let's change the title a little bit, though, before we do that. Unit 207 requesting detainment today. Unit 207 NEP requesting sweep by FBI in the next week. Today, tomorrow, comma, next Friday. Okay, we're public. We're public. We're public. Unit 207 NEP requesting sweep detainment in 2 weeks or less based on ongoing criminal, terroristic, retaliatory actions against FBI informant. They have been tormenting, and detaining. Are we still sharing screen? Oh, we are. Let the good times roll. I gotta pee. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna have some tea. I'm gonna light an incense. I'm gonna smoke a little bit of a cigar. A little bit of Okay, this is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. It is February 21st, 2025, 5:42 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Again, this is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I'm repeating this because I want to double check that this is the video that I want to play part of the introduction from, as well as another one in the superseding live stream before I play the 13th judicial notice. I think this is it. I don't want it to play for as long as it played for last time, but I need to double check
Investigations instructions.
because of Unit 207's
I'm
hacking.
not an
I can't know
employee of
for
the
sure
FBI,
until I
but I've been
re-listen.
authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. That being said, if you missed it in the preceding live stream, the status quo Friday brief that occurs with the domestic terrorist organization that's been operating out of Unit 207 while perpetrating felonies against the United States of America and their employer, the state of Washington, since their terrorist organization made the segue and transformation from an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which is what they've been since March 2023, on August 6th, 2024, when they began to become a domestic terrorist organization, which is what they very much are, as the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals and the Snohomish County Sheriffs will verify for you happily, unless, of course, you're a member of the domestic terrorist organization, in which case that's going to be pretty impossible for you to get verification until you're detained. Anyway, they had their debrief, their status quo debrief, and then they criminally and illegally sent down some of the individuals that are volunteering and actually, according to the FBI, requesting, that's the FBI's word, requesting to go to prison. Well, they have those volunteers that have been requesting to go to prison. come here and to get themselves on surveillance by the FBI and my live stream, perpetrating more Class A witness tampering, more attempts to intimidate an FBI informant, more stalking, more harassment, and more retaliation. Coincidentally, concurrently rather, Unit 207 was actively attempting to terminate the live stream for a good 10 minutes. In fact, they're actively attempting to do so right now, this very moment, in this very live stream, which superseded it because they believe that they're going to get some of those individuals that were just very much volunteering to join them in prison to come back here tonight and perpetrate a break-in if they can simply get the live stream to not be running, which is why they've been attempting to terminate over 100 plus of them, as they successfully did for the evidentiary value for the FBI, as well as blocking me from sending offline recordings to the FBI from the 11th to the 16th of this month. Now they're all aware, like they have been aware for many months, that the door is going to stay closed until they're apprehended or their third break-in, which will result in them being apprehended, according to the FBI, less than 10 minutes after they're in my living room. That includes everyone in Unit 207. That includes those of you in Unit 207 that are child abusing, stalking fraudsters, who are the reason some officers are going to prison because they don't realize that you are actually the ones that are bad for children. But the FBI is going to make that very apparent, as they are confident that all of you will be convicted with numerous counts tied to child abuse, kidnapping, aiding and abetting, and child endangerment. Happy Friday! Yeah.
It's Saturday.
If you missed it, also, every Friday for 17 months, these fucking psychopaths who used to be officers in some cases, who used to be, and then, of course, the child abusers that no one would have ever given a job to if they had any idea what they really were, which the FBI is confident they'll be exposed for very, very soon, I might add. I've been told, with no uncertain terms, that in the month of June, I will have more zeros in my bank account than all of them combined have, including their assets. And that my sons will be home. June is so close. It's less time than they've illegally detained me. Fools. Fools, that's what they are. Anyway, there's some other information we can go over, but I was watching a movie before they disturbed me, and I really need to urinate. I was ordered to stay seated in this chair for the whole time that they were outside being psychopaths, which, again, if you watch the preceding live stream from this morning, we all knew was going to happen. The FBI has surveillance on everyone and literally said this morning, which I said at like fucking 6 in the morning or whatever to my neighbor, I said, the FBI says they're going to be extra psychopathic because all of the ones that are members of the bar, they know that there are serious charges that are going to be levied against them in less than 72 hours, just because it will be February 24th. And everyone facing kidnapping charges and aiding and abetting kidnapping, which the FBI has said includes prosecutors, social workers, North Everett Precinct officers, and every one of you sacks of shit that have been getting cease and desist letters from me directly into the third and fourth and fifth parties that you attempted to send to prison on your behalf since March 2023. Anyway, every Friday for 17 months, except for 6, the domestic terrorist organization has gone out of their way to perpetrate crimes against me. The FBI's forensic psychologist and myself agree that this is because from the crimes they've perpetrated against me. Now, you'll want to go and click on the first live stream with today's date and then listen to like the first 30 minutes of that, because I don't feel compelled to go over everything in this live stream that I've already gone over in previous ones. And again, I really have to pay, but I first have to make this video public and I need to fill in the...
Disregard that. Don't go anywhere to listen to the prior 30 minutes. We're going to get to this recording. We're listening to a preceding recording just for a couple of minutes for the introduction of the superseding live stream.
Description and the title of this video. So I am attempting to do that as quickly as possible. It would be a fast task, but Unit 207 is actively continuing to tamper and obstruct because they still think they're smarter than the F.
This video is from 2/21. It is March 1st, and we're sharing a screen. And as you can see, anywhere that it says extension, dedicated worker, service worker, that really should say child abusing, stalker, terrorist, fraudster. You get the picture.
The FBI. I mean, that's the reality. Obviously, they still think that, or they wouldn't still be being fucking imbeciles, which is what they really are being. That's the kicker, everyone. If you are watching this, you're going to find out in a real short order that it is I who have been telling the truth this whole time, which all of you fucking know anyway. And you're gonna feel real dumb. Real dumb. Real quick.
Dumb.
That being said, it is worth noting, if you weren't stalking me back in August, you may have missed it, but the FBI has very clearly stated over and over again since August, if anyone underwrites any sort of bullshit, the FBI is going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of federal law. They'll be looking at several charges on their indictments and zero immunity or leniency. In fact, none of you will be receiving any sort of leniency that we're upstairs actively attempting to terminate this live stream for that 10 minutes.
Okay. And then bear with me. Now we're going to go to another previous live stream. And this one we're going to listen to a couple of minutes to before I get to what we're also going to address in this introduction for the superseding live stream. And then look at Unit 207's hacks and attacks. They're also attacking this. That's why it's white. And we're all waiting together. Okay, let me rewind it because I believe for this one, we're just listening to the first 4 minutes. Okay. Might have to rewind it 5 seconds.
Intimidating and retaliating against.
I got to rewind it 5 seconds. We'll rewind it 10.
Attempting to obstruct justice. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Pay
with you.
attention.
So domestic terrorist upstairs choosing to go to jail sooner rather than later. They're continuing to do everything they've been guilty of for weeks and weeks now, namely running drills and actively attempting to obstruct justice at every turn. That's how the FBI put it. As well as tampering and intimidating and retaliating against an FBI informant. For those of you that are unaware, the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 et al. Have been engaged in 250 separate criminal actions against me and my family, as well as attempting actively to defraud their employer, the state of Washington, who's going to be charging them all with a series of felonies after they've been arraigned and detained and brought to King County, where the FBI is going to be dealing with them. So the FBI has stated that they're either going to be arresting officers in April, so long as everyone's able to abstain from breaking and entering again, or, as appears to be in the works at present, everyone's going to be detained when they terminate my live stream and then decide to do a repeat of what they did last week. Or who are we kidding? In the last week, they've done 4 times, knowing that just approaching my door is a series of felonies without immunity. They still are holding on to the delusion that not having live streams will release them from the fact that they've criminally and illegally detained me for over half a year. The same day they decided to become a domestic terrorist organization, which was after they knew they were under a federal investigation and that I was an FBI informant, many of whom knew for months, like when the Department of Justice emailed me saying that their criminal special task force was on it. For those of you that don't know, who is the Department of Justice Criminal Special Task Force? The Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The Bureau.
So stay tuned. I might be getting pizza and be live streaming people being arrested sooner rather than later. The goal upstairs was for the next 2 weeks to be able to do it. This is just practicing. But those practices carry a minimum mandatory sentence of 7 years for every act. There's been over 160 something just in the last week and a half. Yes. So we're going to stop sharing the screen for a moment here. Oh, no, let's keep sharing the screen. Let's make this video public so it can be terminated by the domestic terrorist upstairs and company. Let's change the title a little bit, though, before we do that. Unit 207 requesting detainment today. Unit 207 NEP requesting sweep by FBI in the next week. Today, tomorrow, comma, next Friday. Okay, we're public. We're public. We're public. Unit 207 NEP requesting sweep detainment in 2 weeks or less based on ongoing criminal, terroristic, retaliatory actions against FBI informant. They have been tormenting, and detaining. And we'll pin that. Are we still sharing the screen? Oh, we are. Well, let the good times roll. I gotta pee. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna have some tea. I'm gonna light an incense. I'm gonna smoke.
Okay, now I'm going to go back to that recording that is titled, and you can find it yourself on my YouTube channel or look in the description. I actually provide you with a link down there. 2:16 3 a.m. debrief. And we're not going to listen to the whole thing. We're just going to listen to the beginning of it when I read over the February 13th addendum and amendment, I believe. We'll try fast forwarding a second here.
that unfortunately there's going to be an exodus at the North Everett Precinct, and that unfortunately the North Everett Precinct stopped being a police precinct and became an aggravated criminal conspiracy in March of 2023 and became a domestic terrorist organization in August of 2024. And now as of 2025, in less than 5 weeks, there will be a quote exodus at the North Everett Precinct. So it is 3:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not employed by the FBI. I am an authorized to state informant for the FBI, one of many. There are over 20 plus individuals that will be testifying against this domestic terrorist organization. Some of them are, unfortunately, members of the domestic terrorist organization who will be getting a plea deal and immunity because of the fact that they, like me, are at risk of severe retaliation, like I've had to endure by the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which the FBI renamed to the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers last month. Now, there's quite a few things that we're going to go over in this video. But since I've had to go over them, like, I don't know, over 80 times or something like that, how many live streams have they criminally and illegally shut off since February 11th? I lost count once it got over 50. Anyway, we're going to begin by going over the February 13th, 3 a.m. report / addendum. Excellent as reaction in the person catastrophic. It's the romance between Zorro and his love. Which, like all of the legal documents, should be visible for all of you at facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Lives Only You. But Unit 207's been using their law enforcement portal for a lot of felonies, including felonies attached to my Facebook. So whether or not it's actually visible to you, I can't tell you, because they've been using their fraudulent North Everett Precinct Facebook accounts, which I think this is a good time to note that some of the officers have been using since 2017 to terrorize me. If you missed it, part of the reason the FBI has full jurisdictional authority is because in 2017 there was a series of crimes that were perpetrated against me and threatened, which were reported to the FBI, as the threats came from police officers at the North Everett Precinct, the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, some friends / drug users of the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, DCYF employees, and a lawyer of mine that I used to have a sexual relationship with, who I was friends with before he was ever my lawyer, and had a relationship with before he was ever my lawyer. And then the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, in an attempt to create that non-existent federal defense, you know, the one that was reported about in the August 14th court claim, where all the remaining felonies that they were helping to perpetrate were also recorded. Well, according to the FBI, every one of those named individuals that were reported 8 years ago for the very crimes your domestic terrorist organization perpetrated, well, get this. All of them except for one individual is going to prison with you guys. They're all part of it. It's part of the reason why the FBI has full jurisdictional authority. Now, again, we're going to go over that February 13th report first. And for that, I am going to play a preceding live stream. One that they criminally and illegally shut off on the 13th. This is from the live stream on my channel that is titled 2-13 4 something a.m. in the morning. I'm going to the YouTube channel right now. I'm still recording offline on the laptop where they didn't disengage and disable the camera. Indigo's laptop, remember, they also broke Garrett's brand new laptop yesterday. One of thousands of dollars of technological devices they've criminally and illegally broken. Most notably, the multiple things that they broke in February of 2024. Again, never part of any sort of legitimate operation. This is a domestic terrorist organization. It's an aggravated criminal conspiracy and a criminal enterprise. It's never been a legit operation since its inception. It's been a criminal enterprise, an aggravated criminal conspiracy. And again, in August, because of more than 5 felonies that y'all have perpetrated, you became a domestic terrorist organization. So this is from the live stream 2-13, 4:32 a.m. I'm going to click on it, and then I've got to fast forward about 2 hours in, and you will hear this is the addendum from February 13th at 3 a.m. The FBI feels that this one is very important. So I'm fast forwarding an hour and 57 minutes into that live stream. And here you go. Pay attention.
And here we go. Here's Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct.
Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County prosecutors, and all forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, subject supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Immediate action required. Criminal enterprise in domestic terrorist organization. No immunity for unlawful directives. This document serves as the fourth addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST and previously supplemented. It provides further critical updates regarding the relentless and escalating criminal conspiracy orchestrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their expanding network of co-conspirators. This addendum also functions as a formal police report detailing new criminal acts perpetrated between February 10th and February 13th, 2025. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all subsequent addendums February 6th, February 7th, and February 8th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This explicitly includes, but is not limited to, declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to declaration dated December 19, 2024. Addendum and amendment to declaration dated December 29, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14, 2024, case number 10-500-5934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Supplemental information, criminal acts from February 10th to February 13th, 2025. The following criminal acts have been perpetrated by Unit 207 and their co-conspirators, further demonstrating the ongoing and escalating nature of this criminal enterprise. February 10th, 2025, just before noon, a male individual from Unit 207 briefly appeared to deliver written materials. The content and purpose of these materials are currently unknown, but are considered suspect in the context of ongoing harassment and conspiracy. February 10th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct predictably and unlawfully rejected the police report/addendum filed on February 8th. This blatant act of obstruction of justice is consistent with their ongoing efforts to shield themselves and their co-conspirators from accountability. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing their intent to feign cessation of stalking while continuing these criminal activities. They also discussed plans to dispatch multiple individuals to my residence before February 23rd under the false pretense that my participation is required for some unspecified purpose. February 10th, 2025, 12 a.m. and 8:37 a.m. PST. YouTube live streams initiated by me were criminally and illegally terminated.
These actions are consistent with evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and obstruction of justice. February 11th, 2025, 8 a.m. to 5:16 p.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in a cybercrime spree, illegally shutting off an astounding 23 live streams. February 11th, 2025, 5:20 p.m. PST. A male individual from the upstairs unit known to be actively stalking me with neighbors Andy and Kelly, the DCYF employee and brother of an EPD officer who left harassing notes in the summer of 2023, entered the balcony door of Unit 207. This further illustrates the coordinated stalking and harassment efforts involving multiple individuals and potentially implicating members of law enforcement and DCYF. That shouldn't say potentially. That should say, and it implicates. Everything that is written here, there is evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, and the FBI has confirmed that damn near every day that I've been illegally detained. Moving on. February 13th, 2025, 1:55 a.m. PST. During a live stream, Unit 207 illegally terminated the broadcast and in a significant escalation of evidence tampering, erased a 20-plus hour recording stored offline. This act was concurrent with the criminal and illegal erasure of over 4 hours of the YouTube live stream from the previous night. Prior to the termination, I had explicitly noted in the live stream description a threat from the female occupant upstairs to terminate the broadcast while I slept, which she subsequently carried out. This erasure is believed to be for the same reason speculated in the February 8th addendum: obstruction of justice, intimidation of a federal witness, in tampering with evidence of their ongoing criminal conspiracy, ongoing cybercrimes and live stream interference, February 12th to the 13th. February 13th, 1:55 a.m. PST. Live termination, as noted above. February 12th, 9:11 p.m. PST. Female felons in upstairs unit explicitly planned to terminate the live stream while I slept. This threat was typed into the live stream description in an attempt to preemptively deter their criminal actions and document their intent. February 12th, 8:57 p.m. PST. Female felons engaged in further cyber tampering, illegally cutting and tampering with the live stream. February 12th, 8:02 p.m. Live stream terminated from 7:56 p.m. to 8:02 p.m. February 12th, 7:51 p.m. Update. Unit 207 activity since noon indicates female felons are anticipating imprisonment but express high expectation for next week and further crimes. Believing, quote, court, quote, will favor them. They also suggest co-conspirators are, quote, even more excited for next week. February 12th, 9:02 a.m. PST. Unit 207 terminated a prior live stream. February 12th, 6:43 a.m. to 7:43 a.m. PST. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning out and conspiratorial. There we go. Unit 207 engaged in extensive planning and conspiratorial discussions involving both male and female occupants, continuing as of 7:44 a.m. PST. February 12th to February 13th at 3 a.m. Unit 207 has criminally and illegally tampered with, obstructed, and committed cybercrimes against at least 9 live streams. 3. This is not an operation. This is a criminal enterprise and domestic terrorist organization. It is important to state unequivocally that the actions documented herein and in all prior filings are not part of any legitimate law enforcement operation, nor are they justifiable under any legal pretext. This is an aggravated criminal conspiracy, a criminal enterprise, and constitutes the actions of a domestic terrorist organization. The perpetrators, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, and their co-conspirators, are engaged in a systematic and sustained campaign of felony stalking and harassment, constant surveillance, intimidation tactics, and deliberate disruption of my peace and safety. cybercrimes and evidence tampering, illegal termination of live streams, erasure of recordings, and hacking attempts to obstruct justice and conceal their criminal activities. Obstruction of justice, rejection of legitimate police reports, fraudulent court maneuvers, and concerted efforts to impede any investigation into their crimes. Child abuse and exploitation, the continued and deliberate exploitation of my disabled sons to perpetrate felonies and further this criminal conspiracy. Illegal detainment and kidnapping, ongoing illegal detainment within my own home, and prior actionable kidnappings of my disabled sons. Civil rights violations and ADA violations, systematic deprivation of my civil rights and targeted discrimination based on disability. Financial fraud and extortion, attempts to extort and defraud me through various illegal means. 4, no immunity for unlawful directives. Let it be explicitly stated.
Let it be explicitly stated.
Unlawful directives from superiors or co-conspirators provides absolutely no immunity for these criminal acts. Every individual involved, regardless of their position or perceived authority, is personally and criminally liable for their participation in this conspiracy. The willingness to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness only deepens their culpability and ensures the maximum penalties under the law.
Maximum penalties.
Echoes of January 2024 pattern of criminality confirmed. It is critical to note that this pattern of criminal behavior is not new. In January 2024, individuals from Unit 207, including the same 2 males who initiated my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024, were actively engaged in indoctrinating and exploiting disabled minors, directing my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser to indoctrinate our disabled sons based on their disabilities and to plan their kidnapping until August 17, 2024. Destruction of personal property, deliberately destroying my brand new laptops in January 2024. Theft, stealing money from each and every delivery I received for all of my deliveries from September 2023 to August 2024. These actions, like the ongoing crimes, were never part of any legitimate legal operation. They are, and always have been, components of a premeditated and aggravated criminal conspiracy targeting me and my children. The abuse of disabled minors for 13 months, their exploitation to perpetrate felonies, kidnapping, ADA violations, stalking, harassment, and all other documented crimes are not and cannot be construed as any form of legitimate operation. They are the hallmarks of a criminal enterprise, operating with impunity and a complete disregard for the law. 6, financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated to reflect the additional criminal acts documented in this addendum. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 187 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the breaking and entering on January 29th. $10 million for the use of my sons and/or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date, including the rejection of the February 8th report. 10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date, including the numerous terminations between February 10th and February 13th. 10 million for each and every instance of stalking. 10 million for each and every instance of harassment. 10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. 10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. Additional penalties incurred February 10th to February 13th, 2025. Obstruction of justice. Rejection of 2-8 report. 40 million quadruple penalty. Live stream terminations February 10th to the 13th. At least 30 terminations times 10 million equals 300 million. Ongoing stalking, harassment, and cybercrimes penalties continue to occur daily and per incident. The criminal actions documented in this fourth addendum, alongside those previously reported and consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, further and exponentially increase the financial liability of these conspirators. 7. Conclusion. This fourth addendum provides further damning and irrefutable evidence that the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their co-conspirators are not engaged in any legitimate operation, but rather are actively perpetuating an aggravated criminal conspiracy, functioning as a criminal enterprise in a domestic terrorist organization. Their actions represent a grave threat to my safety, the well-being of my children, and the integrity of the justice system. The FBI is fully aware of these rapidly escalating developments and the increasingly egregious nature of these crimes. This document serves as formal legal notice of these ongoing and new crimes, a demand for immediate and decisive action to dismantle this criminal enterprise, protect myself and my children, and ensure that all individuals involved are held fully accountable under the law. There is no immunity for these actions, and the perpetrators will be pursued to the fullest extent of the law. I declare in the penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 13th, 2025, time 3:49 a.m. PST. Now, I don't have any intention of ending this live stream anytime in the immediate future. Unit 207 may have any true ideas, but for the FBI's latest briefs, that I'm not off.
Okay,
out loud.
so you're listening still to that recording. Let me pause this. Pause. That was the February 13th report, which is far more important than the one that went out on the 14th. The one that went out on the 14th became completely irrelevant because of Unit 207's ongoing criminal conduct since then. Now I am going back to a video that has the remaining documents that the FBI would like to put an emphasis on for those of you that, again, are indeed going to prison. But hey, guys, the good news is it's February 16th. And if you didn't notice, in
It's actually
December
March 1st.
and in the last 12 days, the FBI has had me submit legally binding paperwork informing you all that the plan is, and it can change subject with your domestic terrorist organization's criminal conduct. The plan is for you all to go to jail next month. And then I did you all a favor because I said it would be after the 10th. I mean, that's pretty nice of me to just let you know like that ahead of time, that at least for the first 10 days of March, as long as your domestic terrorist organization can control themselves, you won't be in jail yet. You won't have been arraigned yet. Now I am going back to the 2/8 live stream. 2/8, 5:20 p.m. Part 2, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. I'm going to press play here, and this you're going to want to listen to roughly 30 to 45 minutes. Also keep in mind, it is 3:27 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally telling you the end time and explicitly stating a new live stream is initiating in 90 seconds or less, the domestic
It's
terrorist
actually
Unit
4:38 p.m. PST,
and the revolving door of
March
North Everett
1st,
Precinct officers that have come over to aid and abet their
I'm
fellow
trying to
domestic
combine
are
basically a
100%
collage
responsible.
of live
They're
streams
going to
from
be
the
charged
last
for that.
couple of weeks so that the information is in
And
the
I
introduction
don't know
for the
that the live stream has
superseding live stream.
ended, and or they're preventing me from initiating another. But again, as of the preceding live stream, according to the FBI, it shouldn't be a problem going forward. It's not a problem the FBI is expecting will be persisting. The rampant criminality, again, from 2/11 to the live stream that preceded the live stream, which preceded this, did a lot evidentiary-wise for the FBI. So I'm going to press play. You're going to want to listen. These are the documents that were filed this month. Prior to that one you just heard from February 13th, which is an important one, but another one that's important is the February 4th judicial notice, which is what I'm going to begin with reading in this very live stream that I just clicked on. Again, this is 2/8/5/20 p.m. PT 22.
The North Everett Precinct. Oh, now we have a bounce back.
I got to fast forward to the right spot.
That have
Here we
been
go.
made as a result of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters and stalkers.
Also,
and their litany of crimes.
I am recording offline again because if you missed it, Unit 207 attempted to completely remove the camera off the device that's currently running the live stream, so that this device that I'm holding in my hand usually runs the live stream. And since they did that to the Lenovo ThinkPad, now this is recording offline, and the Lenovo ThinkPad is recording the live stream. That's why you're looking at my ceiling.
/ Mystic Wind Pod. But the criminals of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, who will soon be provided with their unsealed indictments and whatnot, have prevented that from being available for you all, except for via a YouTube video at present. So there is a YouTube video that has the same title as this one. It does not say part 1, and the title is complete. This one, it cuts out at the word extortionist and et al. It says ... So this is also doubling as a recording for the time period that it's running. I am going to now read you the updates since the preceding less than 2 hours long video titled Mystic Wind versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. This is part 2. Again, no longer available on the podcast because of these criminal idiots. Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207. That is one of the recordings we're going over, but it's not the one that we're to start with. This is the one the FBI wants us to start with. Concurrent. And now I am going to the February 4th, 2025 judicial notice. I'm going to read it verbatim on Facebook, which does include a first paragraph that isn't in the actual filing. Second police report of 2/25 at 10 a.m. Also served on federal felons via email and provided to law clerks at similar superior courthouse via email. ADA mandatory filing in any / all cases by legal names. NEP Hansen, aka Mystic Wind. Law clerks urgent, please and thanks. ADA mandatory file in any / all cases by legal names. Mystic Wind, aka NEP Hansen. Subject: aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Obstruction of justice. Evidence tampering. Child abuse. Child endangerment. Stalking. Harassment. Extortion.
fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. One, incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct. Individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington at 2120 Highland, and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents to detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Ms. Goodwin, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST, specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum 2 declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024 in case number 10-500-5934. Served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, et al. 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the premeditated acts to obstruct justice, such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025 involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons, after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. 2. Critical context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, February 4th, 2020.
Unit 207 is actively attempting to find a way to terminate this live stream. They're still doing that today on March 1st at 4:46 p.m. Men and women.
2025. Per explicit instructions from the FBI, with the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home. Per FBI instructions. 3. Pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation.
They are now using real-time e-support at 3:37 a.m. Nerd Squad.
You can see what they're utilizing at 4:48 p.m. on March 1st. We're sharing a screen.
Or 2025 are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. For financial penalties, as previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5. Absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct.
Let it be known.
County Prosecutor's Office.
This 80 plus years is upstairs at 3:39 a.m. That's a weird thing.
Including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard
She's not up there
Garcia,
this evening
and
at
Anne-Marie
4:50 p.m.
Bauer. There is no,
But Mini-Me is.
nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past, present, or future. Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6 recent events and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th, 2025. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST today. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussion suggests it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator such as Anne-Marie Bauer for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders
dated January 31st, 2025. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. 7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Quinn. Date February 4th, 2025. Time 10:08 a.m. PST. Okay, now we're moving on to the next one. Here's my recording now, again on Twitter, but you all saw what Unit 207 added to the police report today in addition to
Unit 207, as of 3:43 a.m., believes that once again they're going to be able to terminate the live stream. A female upstairs said, "See," as they criminally and illegally accessed the link for this video, which was set to private for the first part of the recording per the FBI's instructions.
Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF, neighbors, parentheses, DCYF and EPD, Owens, Garcia, et al. Via Unit 207. Addendum to formal judicial notice filed February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. Mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. 2. Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. This document serves as an addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST, and provides further information regarding subsequent events and the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filing. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025 are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. Following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned formal judicial notice, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, and their continued obstruction of justice. This section details further criminal acts and ongoing conspiracy subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned document on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m., further demonstrating the blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing threat posed by the individuals involved. February 5th, 2025, 11:52 a.m. to 11:58 a.m. PST.
Unit 207 is actively attempting to hack this video in my YouTube channel at 3:46 a.m. February 16th.
They're still trying March 1st, 4:57 p.m. PST.
Years in prison, was observed engaging in frantic cellular phone communications. During this period, she actively attempted to prevent me from overhearing her conversations. Based on the context of the ongoing conspiracy, the nature of her actions, and my informed perspective as a designated FBI informant, it is reasonably speculated that this individual was engaged in acts of perjury, further conspiracy to obstruct justice, and or furthering the aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF. February 5th, 2025, 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. PST. Male individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in furtive and suspicious behavior, interpreted as an attempt to test the FBI's surveillance capabilities or to provoke a reaction. This behavior is consistent with their ongoing pattern of attempting to catch the FBI, as they phrased it, demonstrating a continued disregard for the federal investigation and the commitment to their criminal objectives. Ongoing stalking, hacking, and threats. The individuals associated with Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office continue to actively stalk, hack, and harass me. They have stated as recently as this morning, February 6, 2025, that they are planning to break into my home and detain, arrest, and or unlawfully commit me. They stated that this will occur either today or by Monday.
As of today, March 1st, the plan appears to be tomorrow and multiple times next week.
Or third, depending on whether prior attempted entries are included. Breaking and entering of my residence. The first incident occurred on January 29th, 2025, and involved the exploitation of my disabled sons. The prior attempted illegal entries and stalking, moving of private property to do so, peering into my windows, numbering at least 38 separate instances. The current plans apparently involve utilization of co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica and John Owens and or Anne Marie Bauer. Child abuse and exploitation. The continued involvement of and planned use of my disabled sons in these criminal activities constitutes aggravated child abuse and endangerment. These actions are a direct result of a year-long campaign of targeted abuse designed to exploit their disabilities and cause regression and escalation, which has been perpetrated by these individuals and their co-conspirators as outlined in the incorporated documents. They instructed their named co-conspirators, Erica Owens and Richard Garcia, to perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis. Planned, quote, defenses, end quote, and obstruction. The planned defenses of this criminal enterprise, as articulated in the tort claim filed on August 14th, 2024 in case number 10500594, and incorporated herein, are demonstrably fraudulent and constitute further acts of obstruction of justice. These defenses were conceived prior to many of the overt acts of this conspiracy and are now being pursued in a desperate and illegal attempt to retroactively justify their criminal conduct. They are attempting to make me cooperate with some form of prosecution by a coercion of Erica Owens. Their stated motives to the FBI and others continue to be self-serving, protecting their careers, reputations, and income has always been of primary concern to them. Coordinated, aggravated conspiracy. The entirety of their actions, as detailed, form the basis of a coordinated and aggravated conspiracy to deprive myself and my sons of our civil rights and liberties. 3. Conclusion. The information presented in this addendum, taken in conjunction with the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all previously incorporated documents, paints a damning picture of escalating criminal conduct. The individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrate not only a blatant disregard for the law, but a stubborn commitment to their failing conspiracy. Verify, despite clear warnings, despite blatant evidence accumulating against them, and despite the ongoing federal investigation, they persist in their obstruction of justice, their evidence tampering, their threats, and their unconscionable exploitation of vulnerable children. Their attempts to retroactively fabricate a legal justification for their actions are transparently fraudulent and will not succeed. They continue to dig a deeper hole for themselves. The recent actions, including the continued plotting, the frantic communications, and the blatant attempts to interfere with this ongoing investigation, are not signs of strength. They are signs of desperation. The quote, cycle of subterfuge, end quote, as previously noted by the FBI, continues, but it is a cycle that is rapidly spiraling towards its inevitable conclusion. Full accountability under the law. Amen. Declare a penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Wen.
Okay, then we have a third one. Stay tuned for the fourth one. It's actually very powerful according to the FBI. It's contrast to Unit 207.
Filed February 7th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST. Original filing, formal judicial notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals, mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases. With my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Wen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. Prior addendum, February 6th, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. To Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, and to all, and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Wen. Subject: supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, and incurred penalties, February 7th, 2025. This document serves as a third addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. and supplemented on February 6th, 2025. It provides further information regarding the subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filings. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and the addendum of February 6th, 2025, and all police reports filed are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned addenda, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, their continued obstruction of justice, and the accrual of additional financial penalties. A. February 7th, 2025, 12:50 p.m. PST. Individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass by repeatedly and forcefully knocking on my front door. This occurred in the afternoon and was clearly intended to intimidate, harass, and disturb my peace. This action constitutes a renewed and egregious threat, escalating their prior criminal conduct. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the prior rejection of police reports detailing the ongoing conspiracy and threats, this incident incurs a $40 million penalty as previously invoiced and agreed upon. B. February 7th, 2025, 8:48 a.m. PST. The North Everett Precinct continuing its brazen and criminal obstruction of justice rejected 2 more legitimate police reports. The report filed on January 4th, 2025, that should actually say February 4th, at 10:08 a.m. PST, and the report filed on February 6th, 2025, at 7 a.m. PST. These rejections are further evidence of the North Everett Precinct's active participation in the criminal conspiracy and their deliberate attempt to shield their officers and co-conspirators from accountability. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the ongoing conspiracy and the subsequent criminal acts documented herein, this act of obstruction incurs a $40 million penalty as previously invoiced. C. February 7th, 2025, 5 a.m. EST. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing plans to, quote, double down and, quote, wage a war, end quote, specifically targeting this coming Monday and or Saturday for further criminal actions against me. This demonstrates a clear and present danger and an escalation of their threats. D. February 6, 2025, just before 4 p.m. PST. A female identified by the FBI as a federal felon visited Unit 207. During this visit, she provided directives to the occupants regarding actions to be taken against me, specifically while I was asleep. This is further evidence of the coordinated nature of the conspiracy and the ongoing planning of criminal acts. E. February 6th and 7th, 2025, multiple live stream terminations. Individuals associated with Unit 207 have on 5 separate occasions since the filing of the first addendum on February 6th, criminally and illegally terminated my YouTube live streams. These acts constitute further evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Each instance of illegal live stream terminations incurs a $10 million penalty, as invoiced without the quadrupling due to the terminations taking place prior to the ongoing obstruction and conspiracy of the North Everett Precinct's deliberate rejection of valid police reports. Ongoing pattern of criminality. These recent events are part of a continuous and escalating pattern of criminal behavior that has persisted for over 17 months. The individuals involved have demonstrated a complete disregard for the law, a willingness to exploit vulnerable individuals, including my disabled sons, and a commitment to obstructing justice at every turn. Financial penalties. I reiterate that the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now exceeding 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I'm asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons and therefore coercing them to commit any illegal acts. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. $10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ABA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. $10 million per instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream.
The current actions of the North Everett Precinct in Unit 207 as documented in this report have incurred an additional $130 million in penalties, $80 million from today's AM and noon crimes, and $50 million for the live stream terminations. Conclusion: the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their associated co-conspirators continue to operate with impunity, escalating their criminal activities and demonstrating a blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing federal investigation. Their actions are not only criminal, but also morally reprehensible. This report serves as further documentation of their crimes. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. I demand immediate action to stop this ongoing criminal conspiracy and to hold all those involved accountable for their actions. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 7th, 2025, time 1:45 p.m. PST. Now I'm going to go over to
Okay, now we're going to go to the latest one from today, which Unit 207 thinks that they can somehow manipulate or use in their favor. They plan on proceeding with their planned crimes. Remember, they've had crimes planned for Monday since last week when I made the first filing on February 4th. That this one right here, this one right here, stalkers. This one right here, stalkers. Is going to prove very important to your entire spring season.
Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207 has effectively destroyed that as well in their ongoing pattern of obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. Third addendum to formal judicial notice of February 8th, 2025 at 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Hi, motherfuckers.
Original filing February 4th.
Hey, just remember, it's not March yet. You should have 2 weeks at minimum. It's not March yet, babies. It's February 16th.
Dun dun dun. It's March
Unit
1st.
207's whole domestic terrorist organization has actively been trying to terminate this. They've been running in and out of their unit for hours this morning. And you had lots of people running in and out of it to perpetrate your domestic terrorism, most notably preventing me from sending those offline videos to the FBI yesterday morning. Huge no-no. Huge crime. Anyway.
Every live stream termination, huge crime. Same reason.
And incurred penalties. February 8th, 2025.
One act
for immediate
constitutes 6 to 8 separate criminal charges.
Or to put it another way, the FBI has stated they have surveillance of everyone that went in and out of your unit since the 11th.
And that's a good thing regarding a couple of individuals.
And previously supplemented. It provides further crucial information regarding subsequent events, the continued escalation of the criminal conspiracy.
Which is part of the evidentiary value. Apparently somebody was up there they wanted to catch footage of going in and out.
Correction, more than one.
And the accrual of additional financial penalties against those perpetrating these crimes. This addendum also serves as a formal police report documenting these new crimes. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, the addendums of February 6th and 7th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This specifically includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024.
Addendum and amendment to declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 10500594, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. This document details planned felonies, named conspirators, prior child abuse, and plans for super felonies. The dated signage referenced within and photographed for that last page predated even that filing. It is to be noted per that tort claim, those named within it and their co-conspirators had planned to not only have the actionable kidnappings take place using my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and my extortionist mother, but they also, and I quote, had quote, super felonies planned. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Fled. 2. Correction to the previous addendum from February 7th, 2025. Any reference in the February 7th, 2025 addendum to January 4th, 2025 is hereby corrected to read February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. EST. 3. Supplemental information, subsequent criminal acts investigation. A. Status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continuously closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons and illegally kidnapped sons, under the direction of this criminal conspiracy. The FBI has instructed me to keep my door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 8th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for 184 days since August 6, 2024. B. February 7th, 2025. Evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and continued threats. Livestream interference. While preparing and filing the previous addendum and police report on February 7th, 2025, individuals associated with Unit 207 criminally and illegally terminated 4 separate YouTube live streams. They also retroactively erased over 1 hour of footage from certain recordings. These actions constitute blatant evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and witness intimidation. It is strongly suspected that these actions were taken to either A. create a false impression of personal service or my voluntary exit from my residence, or B. to conceal evidence of their planning and preparation for their next planned break-in and other felonies. 12:50 p.m. Knocking. Individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass. C. February 8th, 2025, 5:30 a.m. PST. Confirmation of imminent break-in. As of approximately 5:30 a.m. PST on February 8th, 2025, a mail-in Unit 207 confirmed plans for an imminent break-in involving numerous officers from the North Everett Precinct. This is consistent with the ongoing threats and plans that have been documented for over a year and specifically reported to the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF, and others. The conspirators in Unit 207 have stated that this needs to occur prior to February 23rd because the attorneys involved, at least 2 of whom are facing federal disbarment, are aware that this conspiracy will result in additional and more serious charges being filed. D. Prior knowledge and warnings. It is crucial to emphasize that the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and named individuals, including Richard Garcia and Erica Owens, have been repeatedly warned about their illegal activities and the consequences thereof. These warnings include 11 months of cease and desist letters directly sent to the involved parties and their revolving cast of 3rd, 4th, and 5th parties, beginning in September 2023. 11 months prior to their illegal premeditated felonies since August 2024. August 7th and August 13th, 2024, signage.
Dated signs photographed and included in the August 14th, 2024 tort claim were placed on my property explicitly addressed to the North Everett Precinct. The Owens, Richard Garcia, DCYF and Unit 207, prohibiting trespassing, knocking without a warrant, stalking, and other criminal activities. These signs were in addition to signs that had been in place for over a year prior, and that the FBI had me add them to the last page of the last page of the August 14th, 2024 tort claim. August 14th, 2024 tort claim. This document was made after 11 months of cease and desist letters failed to do anything, and the kidnappings, illegal detainment, etc. were planned for the weeks after. This document detailed the planned felonies, named the conspirators, and outlined the financial penalties for their actions, including their defenses, i.e. obstruction / conspiracy / etc. Numerous police reports, repeatedly filed police reports documenting the ongoing threats and criminal activities have been consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, including before their actionable kidnappings reported for weeks to months prior, published about in December 2023 on my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticwed. Direct communication. All conspirators except Erica and John Owens were explicitly informed beginning August 6, 2024, that I was not authorized to communicate with them, read anything from them, or cooperate with them in any way. The Owens were informed shortly after their involvement in the second actionable kidnapping. Per the FBI's instructions, cease and desist letters in August 14th tort claim filed in case number 1050059334. Despite these warnings, the conspirators have sent over 48 individuals to my door and engaged in constant exterior stalking just since the first week of August. They did the same thing for the 11 months prior when they were getting cease and desist letters. Involvement of Everett Public School District. The potential involvement of the Everett Public School District, an institution with which I had a long and positive relationship as a art docent, special ed para-volunteer, enhanced teaching volunteer, and donor, is noted with grave concern. This highlights the sprawling nature of the conspiracy and its willingness to corrupt and exploit various institutions. I volunteered for an average of 40 hours a week from 2012/2013 to the start of 2020, and donated tens of thousands to the school district. Podcast interference. Unit 207 and or their co-conspirators have blocked my podcast from being uploaded to Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Audible. They have also had x.com block all access via my dedicated podcast Twitter, x.com/mysticglenpod. I will create a YouTube live stream part 2 of my prior, titled Mystic Glen versus the North Everett Precinct, the fraudsters, the stalker, the extortionist, et al. By 8 p.m. PST today. FBI timeline and intent. The FBI informed me in December 2024 of their plans to incarcerate officers involved in a conspiracy in March 2025. Subject to change based on the conspirators' actions. Unit 207 statements indicate they believe they have no alternative but to proceed with their planned illegal entry, arrest, committal, or kidnapping before February 23rd. As the involved attorneys are aware of the increased severity of charges they will face after that date. 4. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I was asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons and/or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties of fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date.
$10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date. $10 million for each and every instance of stalking. $10 million for each and every instance of harassment. $10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations. $10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations. $10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. Additional penalties for February 7th events, subject to quadrupling. The $40,000 for the knocking, or the $40 million for the knocking, and $40 million for the obstruction, based on the 2 rejected reports. Additional penalties for live stream termination, 4 terminations times 10 million equals 40 million. The actions documented in this addendum and those rejected in prior reports significantly increase the financial liability of the conspirators. 5. Conclusion. This addendum provides further irrefutable evidence of the aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy targeting me, a designated FBI informant. The individuals involved, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, members of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, occupants of Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrates a complete and utter disregard for the law, for my rights, and for the well-being of my children. Their attempts to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness are not only failing, but are actively strengthening the case against them. The FBI maintains that anyone and or everyone sticking to the perjurious and fraudulent proclamation that any of their actions were, quote, reactive and not the premeditated, illegal, and consistently reported felonies that they were and are, will be the recipients of the longest prison sentences. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is fully aware of these developments. This document serves as formal legal notice of these crimes and a demand for immediate action to protect my safety and ensure accountability. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 8th, 2025, time 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay, it is now 6:13 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 8th, and this video is going to double not just as the part 2 for Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct and fraudsters.
Let me end this here. Remember, you're hearing a prior recording right now. End me at the same time.
We'll say 12 hours. I have zero intention of.
Okay, so we have one more addendum to go over. But again, like I stated at the beginning of this live stream, this one sort of became irrelevant based on the litany of additional crimes. There are updates in the description for some of the preceding live streams that tell you things about like police officers coming over here just to help with the obstruction, evidence tampering. The big kicker is the fact that they had the gall to prevent me from sending offline videos to the FBI yesterday in the morning. Huge criminal.
And now it's March 1st, and they've been terminating lives
so many of the
every
things
day.
they're going to be convicted for, that they've perpetrated,
Same
and that
crime,
they truly
same charges.
actively believe they're going to get away with. I mean, it is.
They don't actively believe they're going to get away with it.
But remember,
According to the FBI, a couple are
those in
mentally
positions
ill.
of power, which the FBI
The
is,
rest seem
quote,
to know.
abdicating, end quote. To put that another way, forcibly removing from power. So we are going to read one additional. This one is from 214. It is the 5th and final addendum to the formal judicial notice. But before I get to that, I just want to clarify a few things. During the entirety of this live stream, there have been numerous individuals in Unit 207 coming and going for over an hour, actively attempting to once again end this live stream, erase it, prevent it from functioning, and their entire legal defense right now in their minds, they don't have a legal defense. They don't realize that when I said that they've been a domestic terrorist organization since August, that is something even the federal marshals know. These people haven't been allowed to enter into a country without an extradition agreement with the United States since August. Not one of them. They can fly to Indonesia, for instance,
but they can't enter Indonesia. They might even get all the way to customs only to then be greeted by a couple of federal marshals who would put them on a plane and promptly bring them back to the U.S.
Holding hands.
And so let's go over some quotes from the FBI. The following has been said by the FBI since August. Quote, most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North Everett Precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect. That constitutes domestic terrorism, end quote. Another quote on the North Everett Precinct. Quote, they've been renamed the Precinct of Stalkers, end quote. That came in January. For those of you that don't know, the North Everett Precinct has been known by every FBI employee in this state for well over a year, collectively as the Precinct of Fraudsters. If you say Precinct of Fraudsters, even to the paper pushers of the FBI in this state, they know instantaneously you're referring to the North Everett Precinct.
There's only one.
So they've also said the following quote, quote, there will be an exodus at the North Everett Precinct, end quote. And on Unit 207 explicitly, they've said this quote since prior to them making the jump from an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which is what they've been, again, since March/April 2023 for many people's indictments, particularly the women they're so excited to throw in prison. Since September 2023 and others. And then there's some new blood up there, and I don't really know where they sit or stand, who have only been there since it's been a domestic terrorist organization and not just the aggravated criminal conspiracy and criminal enterprise that it's actually been for the years up to August. So here's that quote on Unit 207 explicitly, quote, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine, end quote. So it is now 4:24 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, February 16th, 2025. Again, I want to say thank you so much to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to the Snohomish County Sheriffs, to the Seattle Federal Marshals, to the Attorney General's Office, and to every other individual that sent off my SOS as a result of the federal felons upstairs and their variety of felonies and ongoing criminality just since the fifth addendum that I'm about to read to you. And then I also want to let everybody know this is now the updated part 2 of Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist et al. There was a previous video that was labeled as...
I'm going to pause the video there because I think this will be good for the intro. It is actually 5:36 p.m. PST, March 1st, 2025. I will be using this little blurb from this video that is recording right now in the future for superseding live streams, so I don't have to rehash everything. A couple of things to be clear about. As far as the FBI is concerned, I was informed and I passed on the message as I was told I could, that if on Monday, this past Monday that has already occurred, certain individuals that the FBI is excited to throw in prison blew their tops by sundown or after sundown or at sundown, that no North Everett Precinct officer would be getting detained until or unless they or one of their fellow co-conspirators turned domestic terrorists like the Owens, Anne Marie Bauer, Richard Garcia, et al. Don't break and enter again. This includes my disabled sons, who are currently still legally kidnapped after 14 months of being abused by these individuals directly and via their co-conspirators who were instructed to abuse them in a variety of ways, to discriminate against their disabilities due to their illegal and criminal access to a sealed court. Case 10-500-5934. 5? I think there's a 5 at the end there. They had criminal and illegal access to that for years and years and years. And remember, everybody, at no point in time has this ever been a legit operation. There's not an individual that's going to prison that hasn't been fully aware for a long, long time that everything they've been doing is 100% criminal. So according to Unit 207, they are under the impression they will once again resume terminating the live streams, and they may be able to do that. If there is an evidentiary value at this point, then the FBI is going to let it slide. That doesn't negate or change that I'm still following the orders I've been under. My front door has been closed since January 2nd, even when they've sent individuals to be guilty of a series of felonies without any immunity, such as repeatedly last week rejecting a police report about it less than 30 minutes later because they planned on coming back that evening and doing it again, banging and slamming on windows and doors, men and women screaming that I opened my door, knowing it's been illegal for them to even try and talk to me since August 6, 2024, knowing they're under an FBI investigation as the state of Washington and the Attorney General and the FBI and DSHS recorded our phone conversation the day before they made the segue from an aggravated criminal conspiracy and criminal enterprise to a domestic terrorist organization via illegally holding me hostage / detaining me to attempt to acquire an illegal entry to facilitate the premeditated, illegal, and unlawful committal, arrest, or kidnapping of me, and to plant and tamper with evidence. Currently, the FBI has allowed them access to my entire Gmail account and YouTube. At any moment in time, their plan is to break through the door, cut the live stream, erase any piece of evidence to be used against them, plant evidence, have nothing on record, and to facilitate one of their remaining felonies. The reality is, as they all know, and as everyone at court knows, as the FBI wrote my legal filings that you've just heard, the door will be closed, and I'm not talking to anyone that I have been legally not allowed to talk to since August 5th. And if they break and enter, then everyone will be arrested, and the blitz sweep that the FBI at this point in time wants to take place in April at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse in order to humiliate certain individuals will instead, it will be made to accommodate you all, and you will be swept up within 10 minutes of that illegal entry. Yeah, and now I'm going to write in the chat, listen to recording from 9 hours to 10 hours and 45 minutes. Okay, I'm throwing that in the chat. I'm not ending this live stream. I'm going to continue with the live stream, but I am going to see if I can fit these two parts of the chat. Oh, 3 parts of the chat. I'm copying the chat timestamped comments from 2:58 p.m., 5:02 p.m., and 5:41 p.m. And if there's space, there may not be enough space. No, there isn't enough space. Let's try and make it fit. Okay, description is edited to reflect this. 3-1, 5 p.m. Premeditated stalking, tampering, obstruction, illegal entry planned for tomorrow by male and female in Unit 207, believing their terminations of lives will facilitate this. 100 plus drills acts this month. Blocked from it for this live. Listen from 9 hours to 10 hours and 45 minutes. 7:07 a.m. Cell phone turned off. Since Unit 207 North Everett Precinct have gone in and manually changed applications, extensions, etc., to not be able to shut off, to control Wi-Fi, to obstruct, tamper, retaliate, intimidate against myself, an FBI informant who blew the whistle back before their domestic terrorist organization transmuted from their aggravated criminal conspiracy/enterprise. To terminate live streams, to erase all information on my Google account, to destroy 2 new laptops this past week, 1 more yesterday, etc. All live streams not blocked for replay due to domestic terrorist in Unit 207 North Everett Precinct. Public from 8/23 to date to 28/25. Note how they were not able to terminate my live streams via my devices until my phone was used in January, December per FBI directives, and currently is hacked, as can be seen in this live stream. Actually, I'm going to correct that. Oh, no. Used in January/December. That's right. Nope. And currently is hacked, as can be seen in this live stream. You can't see it in this live stream. You can see it in prior. As their service worker/dedicated worker, etc., is their dumbasses. Pre their detainment and arraignment, they have been attempting to cut off contact between FBI and I for 3 weeks, hourly. Their goal now is to break in, unlawfully arrest, detain, commit, kidnap me, and wipe all of my devices, data, plant evidence, destroy all videos, etc. You get the idea. That is not speculation. That is the premeditated plan, as it has been for over a year. And anyone that hasn't been up there for that whole time, you probably don't know that, but it's 100% over a year and a half in the making. Where were we in the recording? 228 Unit 207 North Everett Precinct requesting sweep detainment in 2 weeks or less based on ongoing criminal, terroristic, retaliatory actions against FBI informant they have been tormenting and detaining. Saving it at 5:49 p.m. I'm not planning on ending the live stream. I believe that normally they could be terminating the live. No, like I said, right here on the timestamp comment, that they believe for certain that they'll be able to do it with all the future ones. God damn it. So let's go back to Joe Rogan's Bill Murray podcast, because they can normally terminate the live stream anytime I'm listening to a podcast or video. Only since they wiped all the operating systems and destroyed another device. Or to put it a more succinct way, only since they took the bait of my phone that they've been trying to destroy since August, when the FBI had me turn it off airplane mode a few times.
And it was like you go from 1959 to 1969, you're dealing with a completely different dimension. And it's because it was also just threw water on the whole movement. And then everything changes. Then you have the 70s, music starts getting weird. The 80s, it completely falls apart. Cars start looking like shit. People start dressing stupid.
Now,
It's like,
now you're talking.
Yeah.
Now you're talking.
It got weird.
It's a real language. You know,
Yeah.
it's like when
Change the description
tied
to
it
say
all to
listen till
that sweeping
10:54
thing,
instead of
when
10:45.
you
Nerd Squad.
revisit that, you realize how
I'm
much,
putting it into the chat right
from
now,
that
but I already
did,
saved it in the
that
description
kind of,
just now.
Lawmaking, but let's all agree that the cars don't look as good as they
They
used to.
look
Okay,
like
let's look.
dog shit.
Who are those people that say they're the really good problem solvers? I see them every once in a while, and they go like, "How does he do it?" I say, "Well, first I say, what can we agree on?" Okay, so we can agree that cars don't look so good no more. You know,
Well,
that-
they look good
It used to be
now.
that every single year, every single car looked different than it
Yes.
looked the year before.
Yes.
And that's plastic. What are they made?
Yeah, they're made of shit.
They're made of nothing. They're not made of steel. They did it with steel back then.
Right.
And now they're made with, I don't know, some sort of carbon something or other. And you would think they would be able to, like, I don't know what a 3D printer is, I have to confess. I have no idea
We
what
actually talked about it yesterday.
I have no idea what
The biggest one's 4 feet long.
The biggest one is 4 feet long?
Yeah, that's what Elon was saying. They're not.
So can you make?
You can't make
a
giant
table out of
things.
this? You can't make anything
Not
bigger
really.
than 4 feet.
I don't think so. But I mean, maybe there's some
car
like
parts
super
now are. I mean, if you have a car, if you
Yeah.
have a fender bender, there's like 7 parts that you have to replace now.
Mhm.
Panels and panels and panels.
But that's also because they're better structurally to withstand impact. They have these crumple layers and they're designed in a way that makes it safer for you. They're a lot safer than old cars. I fucking love old cars.
And the sound systems are better.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
But new cars look great. New cars are awesome. There's a lot of like really good looking American cars, a lot of really good looking German cars. What happened in the 1970s and the 1980s was a drop off, a significant drop off in the 60s. The 60s cars were some of the best looking cars of all time. They got a 65 Corvette, one of the greatest looking cars the world's ever
I was a
designed.
62 Corvette.
Oh, those are beautiful too. Model 1, the first one, Generation 1. But like, you know, Camaros and Barracudas, like they made beautiful, wild looking cars back then. And I think a lot of that had to do with just the way creativity was encouraged in the 1960s. It was more free flowing. The music was completely radical and different. Politics was radical and different. And that's why they passed those laws. They passed those laws to stop the anti-war movement. It was the civil rights movement and
And
the
the guy they
anti-war
put
movement.
in charge was a man who had absolutely no qualifications. We had no qualifications to do any of it.
No.
Yeah, it's kind of I've got a friend that's been trying to get me to do a movie about it, but the person responsible for making all the laws was someone who had absolutely no background in any of the fields, no knowledge whatsoever, just a total huckster.
Yeah.
That got himself out in front.
Well, they probably had a mandate. They gave them a mandate. This is what we're going to do. This is the plan. We're going to lock up all these hippies.
Yeah,
lock
I'll
up all
carry
these
the
people.
flag. I'll carry the flag. Yeah, whatever it is,
Yeah.
I'll run up the hill.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I heard that Buick is going to make a car, and this could be wrong, but I heard they're going to make a car next year that's not going to look like any car ever. It's going to be like a brand new, whatever the hell, 25 or 26 Buick, and it's not going to look like the 24 or 5. It's going to look like its own individual thing that they're going to try to recommence the idea of making a new car every year. You didn't hear this?
No, like a completely new kind of model.
Yeah, like the idea that you would make a car that didn't look like like you can look at a car and go like, that's a Volvo, but that part of it looks like a Mercedes, that part of it looks like an Infiniti, that part of the car looks like, a Toyota, that kind of, it's like, you heard probably the story about what's that car called, the Ford that's got a animal name?
Mustang?
Taurus.
Taurus.
No, there's a story. No, it could be apocryphal.
Okay.
That the Ford Taurus. You never heard this one?
No.
I thought you were like this guy.
Taurus is a piece of shit. I don't know
Okay,
about Tauruses.
well, the Taurus, the Taurus is it's not the most beautiful car in the world, but it was a huge seller for Ford. They sold a lot of them. And the story is that these guys at Ford designed a car and they took the rear quarter panel from this automobile, the fender from this, the back fender from this, the rear windows from this, and just did a composite of all these different cars. And the car was, this car's bullshit. And we'll call it the Taurus. And they presented it to Ford, who went, we love it. And then proceeded to sell hundreds of thousands of them. And then this is a story. Like, where's your phone calls here? Hey, caller number 1. You heard about this? No one's ever heard this story? You've never heard this one?
I've never heard that. No.
Well, that's
I believe it. It makes sense.
You can believe it if you look at the cars that are built now, that they are absolutely like, look at that damn Volvo. It looks exactly like a 3-year ago Mercedes or something like that. They just really just steal. And
Jamie, pull up 2024 Shelby Mustang Super Snake. So there's still
better yet,
sub
Jimmy,
cars.
roll it in here.
Just check out what this looks like. There's cars that they make today that are unique looking and look badass.
I wish I bought a Shelby back when I first had a paycheck.
Oh, yeah.
They're such beautiful cars.
Look at that. Come on.
Well, that kind of funny when I first look at it, it looks a little Chevy to me.
It does a little bit. It could be like a Camaro.
I mean, look at that. That looks like Chevy.
I mean, that's a beautiful car though, right?
Well, they
That's
could
a
photograph either of
fucking-
us from a certain angle.
No, I've seen that one in real life. That's a beautiful car.
Could be,
That's a beautiful car.
That's better.
Oh, and it
But I
sounds
mean-
amazing.
But I'd hate to hit anything with that thing.
In what way?
I would hate to bump into anything. It looks like I'd have to.
Yeah, you'd have to
car
replace
back
a lot
for
of
6
shit.
weeks.
That's true.
Let's see what. Can you
that's
bring up that
reality.
picture there? What's the rear look like? Oh, it's got a spoiler.
Yeah. Come on.
You know,
That
how do you
looks
feel about spoilers?
fucking badass. That thing looks awesome. That looks amazing.
Well, I think the original one is like the super coolest car.
Oh,
of
yeah.
all. That's
Oh,
crazy.
no doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go back and look at, like, pull up a Boss 429, 1969 Boss 429. This to me is the pinnacle of muscle car design. Is the Boss 429? Like that is just
That's pretty good.
spectacular.
So
look
now
at that.
what year
Look
is-
at that.
Well, that's pretty
I
close.
mean,
Well,
that-
that's got that scoop in the front.
Yeah.
But that's pretty close to the Bullet year, right? The Bullet car.
68. Yeah, Bullet was 68. I actually have a recreation of that.
I was watching it. They found the original Bullet car? Did you know that?
Yes.
I was
Yeah, it
reading
sold
about
for like
that this
$3
week.
million.
'Cause I saw it was on TV last
Yeah.
week, and I've watched it a lot of times. That movie, because I think Steve McQueen's pretty damn good. But when you watch the movie, it's obviously the roaring through San Francisco and all that sort of stuff it's famous for. And then there's the ending where there's sort of story ends in a kind of a flaming crash. It's kind of not really kind of an ending in a way. But watching it this particular time, it was all the moments in between.
Superfluous.
Movie.
Yes.
All the quiet in between where he's in the grocery store, he's with the girl, he's the mailbox, he's seeing these people and these people. And he has this very quiet inner self that's dealing with people very respectfully. And his blood pressure only moves, the needle only starts to move when he gets with the bad guy, Chalmers, who's, and he's got him like, you see him like, not just as an actor keeping his cool, but as like a cop keeping his cool with like a person he knows is trying to use him. And that those just watching that part of the performance and that part of the story was much more interesting. The first time I saw all that as its own weave through it,
Yes.
The car stuff had very little to do with what I was getting from the people. The car stuff was nothing. And his boss was a great actor, Simon Oakland, I think his name is. He was in that. It's a really beautiful American movie like that.
I'm so glad you brought that up because it's one of the things that I love about that movie and Le Mans, another great Steve McQueen movie, is that he had these moments, and you could do that in a movie back then, where no one was talking for minutes and minutes at a time.
There's a lot
no
of quiet
music.
in Bullet, a lot of quiet.
Yes.
Amazing. Yeah.
It's just you're taking in the story, but it's
these moments, and you could do that in a movie back then where no one was talking for minutes and minutes at a time.
There's a lot of quiet
music.
in Bullet, a lot of quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just you're taking in this story, but it's very compelling. And sometimes there's not even any music, right? And like in Le Mans, the whole first part of it, there's no talking at all for quite a while. It's just like you're getting the sounds and the feeling of being this race car driver, and he's driving his 911 down this country road. And it engrosses you in a different way. It pulls you into the story.
Is that Bullet where he's writing? What movie is he driving like a dune buggy? Is that Bullet 2? Or is that, no, that's the other one, the one in Boston. That's a pretty good movie too.
Which one's that?
Oh, come on, they remade it. Thomas Crown Affair. Yeah. And obviously he's having the time, you know, it's like, why don't we shoot some stuff in a dune buggy? And basically they had like a whole day. This. Yeah. And he's having a time. And meanwhile, he's got Faye Dunaway in there going, I hope that's Faye Dunaway anyway, roaring around. And he could really drive, right? He got to really drive a car.
Really drive. Like you could really flip one of these fucking things if you're driving like
for
him.
Sure.
You don't know what you're doing.
Sure.
Yeah, he's going sideways.
And she is having the time of her life. Look at that, spinning it out in the water.
With a movie star who doesn't even have a seatbelt on, probably.
No, they didn't have seatbelts back then.
Jesus Christ.
Well, she might have a seatbelt. She looks like she's belt. But that was cool.
He was like the archetypal movie star. He was a movie star. Like that guy was a movie star. You know, there was something about him that was compelling. He lived his life in this sort of wild renegade way and drove race cars. And he was a man's man. And when you saw him in a movie, you believed it.
Well, I've been watching, I've come to be watching all the old cowboy shows on satellite. I watch all the old cowboy shows. And Wanted Dead or Alive was always a super cool show. And I've been watching it just to see, what the hell is he up to? Man, he is just, no one was getting away with that. No one was doing what he was doing, which was so small and so slight. He was really preparing himself to be a movie actor, you know, because his performance is so controlled. He's so in his skin, you know, and he's always got like a piece of business to do. He always had a piece of business to do, like something to do, like the way he like strapped on his goofy sawed-off rifle and stuff. It's not even, you know, you keep thinking it's a shotgun. It's a sawed-off rifle, you know. So just all his moves were very little. His face gave very, very little away. He would pout, do a half pout kind of stuff. And it's just fun to watch him see how little he could do and get it done, get it across. I like that about him. But he always had, like, he kind of challenged himself to do something physical. Like, so if he'd be talking to you, he'd have just even something like that to be like, you know, come here. You know, he would just, the way he did it was a guy who had a real natural way with his body. It was fun.
Yeah, well, he would just draw you in all of his films. Just it's like in a way that was just different. It's like it was a different presence on screen.
There's that guy.
Sawed-off rifle.
See, it's a sawed-off. It's not a shotgun. It's a rifle. See that little shtick? He's got it so it locks in and then swings back. So he could actually, if he wished to, I hope he better not wish to against you two. He could just sort of swivel it and fire while it's still attached to his waistband.
I never saw this show. I didn't even know.
You never saw this show?
I didn't know it existed until right now.
Kind of a citizen.
I am a little younger. That's all it is.
That's all it is. Well, you can find this. There's these new cowboy shows channels. There's like 4 channels. I have DirecTV, and so you can go and watch that. God, that's a famous guy. God. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's killing me. I know who this guy is. Well, I don't know who he is, but I recognize him. Help me, somebody. Who's that guy?
Jamie will find it.
Anyway, there's a few channels. There's one called INSP. There's also the Cowboy Channel. There's also channel 364, 304, 323.
Is this
81?
DirecTV? What is it?
DirecTV. And they're all, and I just go through going like, what do I got to find? So I can see the rifleman.
I remember that. That was
also
a
rifle guy. But he had a full-length rifle. And that was Chuck Connors, who once upon a time was a Chicago Cub. He was a baseball player.
Oh, really?
Yes. And allegedly did some art films. But also, he was good too. Chuck Connors was good. The Lone Ranger.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
And that was, oh God, come on. Why can I not remember his name? But there were some Lone Rangers. The Lone Ranger came on, and then the guy, I didn't realize it, because there's some Lone Rangers where it's not our Lone Ranger being the Lone Ranger, and who wasn't as good as our Lone Ranger. And then our Lone Ranger comes back. And it turns out, I finally figured out that he sort of went on strike. He said he wanted a contract raise after the first season or something. They said no. They went ahead and made a season with this other guy, and people went, when are you going to kill off the Lone Ranger? You know, no offense to that man's family. I'm sure they paid for somebody's college, but oh, come on. I almost had it.
The guy's name?
Yeah.
Jamie will find it.
Jamie, you got a lot on your plate.
I switched over to the Lone Ranger. I was looking at people that were listed here. I'll give you this one that are alive. There's a few people listed here as guest
I
stars.
actually saw him someplace. He
Like one of these names? Michael Landon?
Not Landon Warren Oates.
Warren Oates?
I was looking.
It's definitely not Colburn.
No, it's none of those guys. Lon Chaney's misspelled,
All
but
right.
it's not those guys.
Try
Coburn's in there twice.
that. Lone Ranger here.
No.
All right, I'll try to
No,
answer.
see, it started on radio first. That's what you're getting. You're pulling up radio. That's how far back you're going. Clayton Moore, thank you. I saw Clayton Moore. He came to a Jewel food store near us. The Lone Ranger was going to appear, but he was not allowed to wear the mask for like contract, whatever the hell. So there he was, and I'm like, Mom, that's not the Lone Ranger. You know, whatever the hell it was. But it was funny to see Clayton Moore without a mask on.
Imagine a contract saying you can't do personal
Well, no, it
appearances.
was like the Lone Ranger was copyrighted, 9 days from
Right.
Sundays, so he could go and ride on an elephant. I think I may have seen him riding on an elephant in a parade once, but also without the mask on. But I should talk about movies because I'm supposed to be talking about movies.
Yes.
Since we started talking about movies.
Tell me about your movie.
I got 2 movies. I have 3 movies. I'll work backwards.
Some
from
of
the
you
one
may
which
be
is
wondering,
least-
why aren't you ending tasks?
which
It's
is
because
farthest away.
the FBI said
I
that
did
they
one
are
with Wes
gathering
Anderson called
evidence
The
with
Phoenician
today's
something. That's the title. Sorry, Wes.
crime
The
spree.
Phoenician. You know what it is? The Phoenician Scheme. And I have a lot of trouble with names nowadays. But the guy who did the set design, can you figure that out? This guy is the most famous. He's the best there is now. These are the most beautiful sets I've ever seen in any movie. Come on, it's coming. I'm sorry, everybody, but I just haven't been getting enough sleep.
No worries.
Anyway,
The power.
that's a great movie. We shot that in Berlin, and there's great people in it. It's got I want to say Toshiro Mifune, but it's not. It's the guy who played Che. Come on. Come on, help me out here. All right, you look it up, Jim. You get back to this. Anyway, that movie's coming in a bit. And who? Benito. Yeah. Benito's really good. He's really good and he's really cool. And Michael Cera, right? Is he the third?
Did you say Benicio?
Yeah.
Benicio del Toro. Yeah. I said Benito. You said Benito. You
He's
said
great.
Tomato.
Fear and Loathing as well. He was awesome in that.
He's great. He's
great in everything.
We get on good. And then the daughter, whose name is of Kate Winslet, who is really wonderful. So the 3 of them are extraordinary in the movie together. And her name is like Cupid or Eve or something. That's crazy.
What's it about?
I have no idea. Huh? What's her name? Mia. Thank you. See, I told you. Cupid. Something. Mia. I have no idea what it's about. You're going to have to pay the money. There she is,
A
right
dark
there.
tale of espionage followed a strained
Really? There
father-daughter
it is.
relationship with a family business. All right.
Yeah, Willem's got a good part, but it's really those. Keep going.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah, they're all
Willem Dafoe.
fine. Michael Cera. Michael Cera is huge in it. He's
He's
fantastic.
great. That
Yeah,
guy's
he's a
great.
really good guy. Michael Cera, Benicio, and Mia are really the
Bryan
muscles,
Cranston.
and they're great. Anyway, that's going to be really good. All his movies are like they are. They're all great, and that one's going to be very good. Then it's going to be funny too. Then I made a movie called The Friend, which stars what's her name? Naomi Watts, and a dog. There's a huge dog. Are you a dog guy?
I love dogs.
Okay, so there's a massive, really big dog. I mean, it's pretty much as big. There it is. There's
Great
Naomi,
name.
and there's the dog. The dog is that big. See how big it is?
It's fucking huge.
Yeah, that's the words for it.
Yeah, that's a great name.
And it's an amazing dog, and the script is great. It's written it's from a book written by a woman named Sigrid Nunez. And can you pop up on the titles there, maybe? No, the other thing. Yeah, these guys directed it. These guys, Scott McGehee and David Siegel, and they wrote the script from this book, and it's a great script.
Nobody can hear you over there, unfortunately.
Huh?
Nobody can hear you over there. You're gonna have to come back.
Scott McGehee and David Siegel wrote the script and directed it, and they're great. I love those guys. They've made a few good movies, and this one's really good. And this Sigrid Nunez is a kind of a big deal author. People know who she is that read lots of
And
books.
what is The Friend? What is it about?
The Friend, well, yeah, there you go. So that's the question. Well, that's sort of the puzzle, a little bit of the puzzle of it. So who is the friend? Is the friend or is the friend the dog? You know, the dog represents something, you know, so
okay.
It's a little deeper than a lot of the ones we get to, but it's really good. It's really good. I like it. It's been to film festivals and people, you know, laugh and cry and the whole thing. Yeah.
How do you pick things to do now? Like you've done so much. You've had this insane career.
I'm going to tell you that, but let me finish the last one because today is your show live?
No, it comes out
tomorrow. Okay, so so that's why I want to ask, because this movie, the third movie, opens today, which is yesterday, and it's called Riff Raff, and this is a movie that you have to see. You have to see this. This is really something. This is a movie you should take 10 of your friends to and go see Riff Raff. It will be, I guarantee you, this one's a party.
Tell me what it is.
Well, there's a trailer for it up there. See, let's
play the trailer. Put the headphones on. We'll play the trailer.
There you go.
Slap some headphones on.
Oh.
No Slim Jims. Past 2 hours, you've been passing gas like a very sick infant. I gotta breathe all day.
Sorry, Lefty. I had a lot of coffee, okay? Sorry.
And then you use my name? Jesus Christ, Lonnie. You said my name. You catch our names by any chance?
Yeah, he called you Lefty and you called him Lonnie.
Well, I overreacted.
Okay.
Son, we gotta talk about Lefty. What did you do? You killed his son.
You're gonna kill us. What are you doing? I get horny when I'm scared.
I'm married.
Who cares? It's just us in the shitty wildlife, you know?
This is our son.
But we're too young to be grandparents. All because your son couldn't pull out in time. He's got house guests.
I would categorize these as a must kill.
What are we? Family. Oh my God. Can I get you anything? I'd sell my left tit for an Advil and a cup of coffee. You said what?
Who was first? There was this food incident, Rocco, with pubes in my wonton soup. If it's okay, I would just really like to torture him a little bit, if it's okay.
Should I do that, Rock?
You don't have all night.
Wait for me before you two start hitting each other.
Now, once you start killing, it sort of becomes your de facto solution for every problem.
What?
Get off of me.
All right.
I'm not gonna.
Come on.
I'm not gonna, Ruth.
Huh?
That looks fun.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they gave you too much as far as I'm concerned, but
they always do though, right?
Sometimes, not always.
Not always.
It's
common.
It's kind of nicer to see as a surprise. So.
Should we not have seen the trailer?
It's okay. I mean, what are you gonna do? But some people will think I must see that, but I guarantee you this movie is really, really funny.
I love a movie where I don't get to see the trailer. I really do.
I would
have no
say,
idea how it
yeah,
goes
you
down.
could say, oh yeah, you could not show the trailer. That would be okay. There was one, I saw one that was like, was part of that. And then they just added this, and I was hoping that was what it was, but
yeah, it could have
this
been.
kind of makes it on this guy, just a little bit too much stuff in it, a little bit too much stuff for me. Maybe.
Yeah, we
Let's
can
think
take it
about
out.
it. But
Yeah, we'll think
anyway,
about
it's good. And
It looks
Jennifer,
great.
yeah. So Jennifer Coolidge has got some unbelievable things to say in the movie. She's got some amazing things to say. And Ed Harris is really, really good in the movie. Pete Davidson, who they had no idea about. We were sidekicks in the movie, and we had a very good time. Did some good stuff. This Lewis Pullman, who's Bill Pullman's son, was really good. I mean, and Emanuela, she got out of Italian, Bustachini.
Pay attention to the left like you should have been the whole time, for those of you that are watching it. See, remember, this should say dedicated domestic terrorist upstairs in Unit 207 attempting to further the reach of their domestic terrorist organization and to increase the number of individuals the FBI has to put in prison. That's what it should say. Anyway, remember, the FBI said that I'm to let them do what they want today, especially during this recording, for evidentiary value. Something to do with the FBI determining who is deliberately doing X, Y, and Z and intentionally. And also remember that there is someone that's going to prison today that wasn't going to prison previously. Okay, it's 6:21 p.m. PST. This video is public. I'm ending this live stream, and a new live stream should initiate in 90 seconds or less. Oh, what are the domestic terrorists doing here? Actively attempting to terminate this live stream and to prevent the start of a new one. Nothing new. Have you seen some of the live streams since they took the FBI's cell phone bait?